into that group of nerd photographers.
As they enter into the acceleration zone, green flag flies. We are racing. Big slide farther back in the pack. Couple of micros going a little bit slideways, but they're going to hold it together. Pressure from Luca Besseril. Besseril looks outside for speed. Now down into turn 4. Got it. This position going to go to the inside of turn 1. Got it. The lead of it. Whoa, cross back, crossover.
I don't think battling each other is the way to go right here.
Oh, almost a little bit of a swiggle there for Trusho in that purple cart. Here comes Delbon to the line. Look at him, he's so excited. Good morning, race fans. It is time for the ROK Cup Florida Winter Tour Round 2. Back again from the Orlando Kart Center. TJ Clark joined here in the commentary booth alongside Jason Ewers for what promises to be a fantastic day of racing action. And we've got a little bit of a surprise in store. A little bit of rain has fallen here, making this track a little bit damp and giving some of these karters an option to decide between wet or dry tires.
Yeah, absolutely. We're getting a check right now to see who's going on wet, who's going on dry for this 206 race. But the other question is does McCarthy have anything for Adamson? We talk about Dylan quite a bit because he's just been so dominant in this 206 class. So, McCarthy has pace. But does he have enough pace to be able to stay with Adamson?
Yeah, that's going to be the real question. Even if we look back to last time we were here, about a month ago or so, Dylan Amundsen swept every single race. Got frankly, the Grand Chelem, as it were, of the weekend. A very, very impressive performance from Amundsen. And so for him to carry on that momentum, he's really put the target on his back. And I think here for Quinn McCarthy, the Canadian, he's really got to focus in. And I'm going to be curious to see if in this heat race he tries to take the fight directly to Amundsen, or if we see a little bit of what you and I were talking about quite extensively yesterday, Jason, maybe just following behind in that number 36's tire tracks, learning the line, learning the opportunities to be able to get better and get the time come the final tomorrow.
Oh, yeah. And you know what, though? It is wet conditions a little bit. I mean, choice is going to be dry or rains. That's going to be interesting, especially on that outside line. The outside line's been a struggle, even in dry, let alone now you add wet conditions to it. So, does that strategize with McCarthy? Does he go out on wets, and then maybe Amundsen goes out on dries because he has the preferred line to start off with?
Yeah, it's going to be a big question mark. And as you said, that outside line, particularly coming through turns 1 and 2, that's really been the bane of the existence of the majority of the drivers on the circuit. They've just not really been able to find the time, not really been able to find the speed if you're starting in those even-numbered positions. So I'm going to be very, very curious to see if this wet line maybe helps out a little bit, gets them into a better position, how that's going to play out. Rest of the track, relatively straightforward in terms of where to find those overtakes. The hairpins have been the major opportunities into 5, into 6, into turn 10. We've seen some sneaky maneuvers into the junkyard turn of turn 9. We've also seen a few get thrown down into turn 13. But the rest of this track, very, very precise in the way that you have to drive it. You've got to be very careful in the way that you go, and it's not exactly the easiest. But here come the drivers for the Briggs 206 senior category making their way out onto the circuit, and Amundsen is going to be that lead driver.
Yeah, I'm trying to see if I can catch what tires he's on. They look like he was on wets, but I couldn't get a great view yet. We'll see. That's dry right there. 69's on dries. I'm going to poke my head out real quick and see if I can catch it.
All right, a little peek behind the curtain as Jason's going to head his way outside, try to see if he can see a little bit better of what everything is. Amundsen, McCarthy, Eli Yanko in third place. Then it's going to be Cariotti, King, Mache, McDill, and Coggins. Again, in this Briggs 206 category, momentum, really the key around this circuit. You've got to keep up that minimum corner speed in order to be able to get a good run. If you find yourself bogging down, if you're a little bit too aggressive in the way that you try to attack the corner, you're going to lose some of that minimum corner speed, and you're going to really find yourself hurting down the straightaway. So very, very crucial that you keep up that speed as much as possible. It's a very sort of finesse rhythm way to drive. Jason, coming back on into the booth, what did you see, my friend?
Nothing.
Okay, there we go.
From what I could tell, it looked like the McCarthy and Amundsen are both on wets, but it's so hard to tell because the Levanto tire, they're on a smaller tire anyway for the 206 because they're on their 4T tire. So it's a smaller rear tire, 6-inch rear tire. So, it looks like, it definitely looks like Amundsen's on reins, wets, and I think McCarthy is too. We'll get a good better view when they come down here to the start-finish line.
Yeah, and just a quick note, I love seeing that little bit of friendly gamesmanship there, fist bumps coming down as they work their way into turn 11. Just shows the sportsmanship, the camaraderie that exists in this series. One of our smaller series that we are running, and obviously these karters know each other very well. They're used to competing against one another, so it's very good to be able to see all of them getting ready. But all right, there is the textbook shot as they make their way into that starting zone. Flagman giving them the signal to head on into their grids. Here they come on out. Dylan Amundsen going to be leading the way. Owen McCarthy in that red and white kart to his outside in the Burrell Art. We're going to have to see who's got the momentum here as the green flag flies. We are racing for ROK Cup Florida Winter Tour, and already it's a great getaway there from Amundsen, and it looks like McCarthy's going to fall back in line, and there we see that's one of, I'm not sure. That's Mache.
Yeah.
Fell back, but off the drop of the green flag, Yanko able to take the moves to Owen McCarthy and get that number 70 kart up into P2.
Yeah, we'll see as the day goes. I know there's a couple karts, like we said, kart 48 back, that was Mache, or was it 69 of Coggins, was on dries, 100% sure confirmed on that one. So it looks like McCarthy and Amundsen are both on wets.
Yeah, probably the best option here. The track isn't visibly wet, but I would definitely call it visibly damp. There's only one or two little splotches of puddles out on the circuit. There as we watch coming down into turn 10, Amundsen already starting to stretch his advantage over Eli Yanko. I think the battle here is going to be for P2 between Yanko and McCarthy.
Yeah, I think that's it. Again, Amundsen just continue doing what he's been doing and dominant. I don't think he's had a kart in front of him since we've been doing this, so I don't know what he'd do if he was behind somebody, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I mean, as we said previously, this really is, he went for the Grand Chelem last time, going for it again here this weekend to see if he can carry on in those winning ways. The absolute dominant performance there as they go. There we watch Yanko already losing a little bit of time to him, falling back, but that's that battle for P2 between Yanko and McCarthy, dropping Eric King a little bit in that number 04 kart. This battle for P2, really we're going to want to keep our eyes. McCarthy, for everything we were talking about, looks like he's losing a little bit of ground here, but with the condition change that we saw from yesterday, it may just be a little bit of a setup issue here for McCarthy.
Yeah, I just got a message from the grid. So everybody was on reins except kart 69. He was the only one on slick. So I love to gamble. The track starts drying out. 69 will actually start moving up and get a lot faster. And we're going to start probably seeing your guys on wets as the track starts drying out. They're going to go down and start hitting those puddles to cool those tires off.
Well, we already saw a little bit of that from Amundsen off of the junkyard turn 9, kind of diving down to that inside lane to see if anything would happen there. We also saw McCarthy start to take a little bit of the fight here to Eli Yanko. Orsolon versus Burrell Art right now. Eli in that green and white kart, followed by Burrell Art in that number 3 of Owen McCarthy in the 67. So they're going to start pushing on here through the corner. That's the battle we watch on screen. All of the races today, by the way, with the exception of the micro and the mini category, will be 10 minutes plus 2 laps. Those are the heat races. The pre-finals will be a little bit longer.
Yeah, and that's just because, you know, you expect to have a longer race, manage your tires, to be able to go into. And again, we didn't see this. Remember the gamble we had last round? You know, it was like it rained, and then people went out on brand new tires for the pre-final because they knew it was going to rain the next day. So a little bit of different strategy this time around is my guess, especially if the earlier groups through this Heat 2 are on rain tires. They're not using up their primary tires as much.
Yeah, so that's going to be a big change to that. Yanko continuing to lead here over McCarthy. The gap about 0.4 of a second. We saw McCarthy start to close in a little bit more going down the stretch, but I've got to give credit here to the 04 of Eric King as well, trailing behind McCarthy right now in that 4th place position. I thought Yanko and McCarthy were going to be able to drop King relatively easily, but Eric definitely sticking around, making this a little bit harder. The low-key racing driver in that Sodi chassis really keeping this competitive and making this a 3-kart battle for P2.
Yeah, King was fast last time around. He was fast in the rain, if I recall right. So not surprised that he's staying up there with McCarthy and Yanko and actually closing down the gap.
Yeah, and there's a little bit of that alternate line that we saw last time out as well as this time around coming into turn 7. A long, long right-hand corner that brings your way then into the tight left-right that is 8 and 9. And differing lines there for McCarthy and Yanko. McCarthy taking a little bit of a narrower line. This is the area, though, down into turn 10. That is where McCarthy made up a lot of ground on the last lap. Didn't look like he was able to close nearly as much up in this time.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if that was something that Yanko maybe just got a little squirrely and scrubbed some speed there that allowed McCarthy to get that run. But they all kind of settled in here. You know, Adamson is just doing what he's been doing, and what, comfortable 4-second lead right now, going perfect with 10-3. You know, 8/10 faster than the rest of the field.
Yeah, just putting the pressure down. A little bit of a look to the inside there for Eric King. Maybe just trying to unsettle Owen McCarthy coming down into turn 5. Didn't necessarily play out. McCarthy not phased, but I would definitely say McCarthy's got to start looking behind him a little bit more than he is in front, especially here coming into turn 7. King is on a run in that Sodi chassis.
Yeah, he came out of that corner with a lot of momentum. And like you said, McCarthy needs not worry about what's in front. He needs to worry about what's behind now.
Yeah, and there's the check behind from Yanko, but he's got a little bit of breathing room. Call it about 2 kart lengths in between him and McCarthy.
Now he got
10. Now it switches back as McCarthy gets another good run out of the junkyard turn down into turn 10 and starts pushing ahead.
Well, what's interesting, too, is when you go to a rain setup, you change your gearing. So what you're probably seeing is that McCarthy has a little bit more geared for the straightaway, and you're seeing Yanko kind of get that gap in the tight section because he just has a little bit of gear in the back to get off this corner a little faster. So we'll see it again. You can see it right here perfectly. He gaps him a little bit in the tight section, so we'll get to the straightaway. And probably this time he didn't gap McCarthy as much, so we'll see if McCarthy can get a run down that 9 and 10 and get that pass on the inside.
Yeah, McCarthy responding well to pressure here, it has to be said. I mean, and there you see him kind of doing that lean forward, that duck down, willing the cart forward, just trying to put a little bit more momentum in this cart.
Yeah, and I think that's the scenario here. It's a gearing difference, and that's what we're seeing. We probably will end up seeing McCarthy up on Yanko's bumper by the time we get to the end of going 10. Yeah, so it's just depends what Yanko can do. If he makes one mistake, that allows McCarthy to be on his bumper going into 9 down that back straightaway into 10. There's definitely going to be a pass made.
Yeah, it's just a matter of time to see if he can do it. Amundsen just cruising up front, 4.6 seconds up at the front of the field. He's going to cross the line, set another personal best, and indeed the fastest of the race with 1:10.20. And now that gap has grown up to 5.5 seconds between Amundsen and Yanko. Tighter line there for Owen McCarthy coming through turn 2. Going to try to put some more pressure to the back here of Eli Yanko. Does he go for the move into turn 5? Yes, he does. Gets it done, but the crossover comes back around for Yanko.
Yeah, that's... If I was McCarthy, I would have just been a little bit more patient. Uh-oh, Yanko just went off.
Yeah, that's going to bunch up everybody there
what
at that
happened
point.
Okay, never mind. Something nice, weird camera angle. All right. McCarthy's right there, so this is, if McCarthy's smart, he's going to get on his bumper, and this is where the pass is going to be made right here.
Yeah, this is where we've seen him be strong out of the junkyard turn, coming down into turn 10.
Not enough.
No, doesn't quite have it.
He thought about it.
He thought about it for sure into 10. 2 minutes left on the clock, plus 2 laps. Here they come. Looking backwards again. Defensive line there, as we said, for McCarthy. He's now got to be worried about Eric King behind him as he's wasted up a little bit of time on those attacks.
Yeah, and Yanko's just like, keep going, guys. You know, someone needs to tell Dylan that if he wants more track time and coverage on video, he needs to stop leading places.
Yeah, well, there is your leader. You actually saw him on screen there for a second. Wide line for Yanko. That could have been a little bit of a mistake. Does this open up the opportunity for McCarthy to pounce?
Defensive line right there with Yanko.
Looks for the crossover, does McCarthy, gets the run to the outside, side by side, coming down into turn 6, has to fall back in line, didn't have the momentum, didn't want to carry it around the outside.
No, and like you said, with the range, you're on kind of limited track where you can go because of the rubber that was laid down yesterday and the day before. All right, setting them up right here, going into 9. We'll see what happens, what kind of run he can get. I tell you what, though, Yanko gets through 7, 8, into 9 very well.
Yeah, he really does. And again, those varying lines through 7 to set up for 8. McCarthy thought about a look, goes for a look, a little bit of contact there.
A little bit of a friendly gesture.
Well, that was a little bit of how you doing there, definitely from Eli Yanko. Not too pleased about that contact between himself and Owen McCarthy into 10.
Yep.
All right, now McCarthy's got to worry about from behind him as Eric King gets a good run coming through the last couple of corners. Defensive line there for McCarthy. That's going to scupper any opportunity that King has to be able to fight back on him. 3 laps to go at the line for these drivers.
See, if I'm King at this time, I'm looking at McCarthy and I'm like, I'll push you past you. Don't defend me. You know, let's just go. I'll push you through, and then you and I can battle for second with 2 laps to go.
Yeah, I think they've got more speed here than Yanko. Yanko's just doing a good job of positioning that Kart to prevent any overtaking opportunities to really present himself.
And I think King's just got a faster kart than both of them. Yeah, he's setting faster laps.
Oh, sneak move coming down into turn 9. That'll be side by side between Eli Yanko and Owen McCarthy. 3 wide coming down the back straightaway.
McCarthy's going to win. Oh, look at nice move.
King able to take the opportunity. McCarthy fights back.
That's some good passing right there.
And there it is going to be. King holding on to that position in that Sodi kart. McCarthy losing out. He'll drop back to 4th. Meanwhile, that's music to the eyes of Eli Yanko as he's been able to grow about a 2.5 second or a 2.5 kart length gap over Eric King.
Yeah, this is fun. Like, I wish, you know, this was for the lead, but, you know, kind of checking out there. Now we got a good little battle for second here. Now the question is McDill going to be able to do something when we go back to dries? Because he's been fast.
Yeah.
You know, Coggins is sitting back there on dries. So, obviously, you know, the gamble didn't pay off for him.
No, it really didn't. And a gamble of a run there for Eric King into turn 6 didn't pay off as well. He indeed lost some time there to Eli Yanko. And now look at this, another sneak attack maybe coming from McCarthy. No, he's going to think better of it into the junkyard turn. They head onto the back straight. McCarthy leans down, trying to gain a little bit more speed. As they continue to push down into turn 10, they will be coming to the white flag this time around. All right, here they go. Out of the final corner, Amundsen has crossed over the line, tickling down into the 109s, the only driver to do so here in heat number 2 for the Briggs 206 category. All right, here they go. Here comes a run for Eric King. Does this patience pay off for the 04 kart? Almost gives a little bit of a shot to the back bumper of Eli Yanko. Goes for the over-under.
Move.
Brilliantly done. He's just got to hold it through turn 6. Yanko fights back.
Not going to happen.
Oh, that was brilliantly defended there from Yanko. A little bit more overspeed there from King, but not enough to make it pay into 7. Now he's got to watch out for McCarthy. We know he likes to make that move into 9.
Right there.
Here he comes on the outside of it. The Burrell Arc chassis now up into the podium position for Owen McCarthy. Yanko able to relax a little bit more as they come down into turn 10. Let's see for that 67 of McCarthy if he's able to hold off the attack. I think Yanko's in good position to go on to P2. And there is your leader, Dylan Amundsen, crosses over the line to take his 2nd victory of the weekend, this time in heat number 2. Meanwhile, Yanko will come to the line to gain that P2. Here comes a late charge from King. Is it going to be enough? McCarthy just barely at the line.
Yeah, a little bit of a late defense right there from McCarthy on King. I don't think King was too happy with that.
There's definitely some frustration. Good sportsmanship there between Michael Coggins, and Riley McDill. You saw the two of them kind of applauding each other as they come to the line. I think that was a good fight farther back in the field.
Yeah, and I think Coggins was applauding just to come off with the wet tire, with the dry tires on a wet track. So
yeah,
very good. So we got our micro up next.
Yeah,
Aiden Go won the Heat Race 1 yesterday.
And
with
this
Madero, Scotch, Chalk, Goobert, Francisco, Westbrook, Nario, Lockhart, and Chiavo, and Carvajalo as the top 10.
Yeah, this round going to be presented by Orsalon Racing. We should be able to stay live with you here as we're not going to have any kart collection, so the driver should be able to head out on track shortly. This, as we always like to say, one of the cleaner and more fun ways to race. We do love seeing this. This micro category continually puts on some of the best action and continually puts on some of the cleanest action of the day.
Yeah, they really do. And, all the kids' classes, we say that all the time. But, yeah, it's going to be interesting. I thought we had some of the faster karts fall out yesterday, and I couldn't. Was it Baradas? No, he didn't even start. Oh, it was Chaveri. Yeah. He was the one that had some, mechanical or something, so he didn't get a lot of run time in. So we'll see if that makes a difference here. All right, those are coming on track right now.
Well, here as they come out right now, it is going to be Alvaro Medeiros, your winner from last time, that will lead the way, bringing themselves out here. As you said, Aiden Go was able to take victory over Medeiros and Gottschalk. Pretty decent battle, all things considered, last time around.
Yeah, so it looks like we're going back to the qualifying position for Heat 2. So it didn't result how you came through. It's a point system. So however you finished in Heat 1 doesn't mean where you're going to start in Heat 2. So you go back to your qualifying position.
Carters work their way around right now, getting ready to form up on the back straightaway. Oh, we've got one kart. That's the 33 stopped there. I think that was Dutch Westbrook that we saw. A little bit of a spin coming down through 7, 8, and 9.
Yeah, so I'm just getting the report from the grid. So it looks like everybody's on slicks except for Supka, kart number 85. He is on reins, and he's starting in the back. So gamble. Yeah, that's what you do when you start kind of back in the field. You take a little gamble there. If it pays off, great. If it doesn't, really no harm, no foul.
Yeah, exactly. Just kind of take that opportunity, see if you can do something a little bit different. I like that call.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm a gambler myself, so it works.
All right, here they come. Medeiros and Goupert up at the front. Goupert in that black and yellow liveried kart, led by Medeiros in that Orsilon Racing green and white machine. Here as they run, coming out of turn 13, lining up onto the main straightaway. There you see the officials.
Yeah, they did it again. They had a fast start yesterday and another fast start today, but kept in line. Good. Oh, Gubers. Oh, no.
Oh, big hits. Big check around there.
Second place kart got spun.
Not entirely sure what happened to cause that. Big movement farther back in the field, but this could open up the door here for Alvaro Medeiros.
It looked like Gubert got on Medeiros' left rear.
Yeah.
And got his nose, put it in the air, and just spun him.
Yeah, definitely sent him around. Question's going to be for Medeiros here if he's going to be able to just press his advantage, slipping and sliding down through turn 7. That's going to be the real danger zone for these drivers. Remember, almost all of them on slicks. That's going to be a area of high commitment, low grip.
Well, and it's going to make passing difficult.
Yeah.
Because, it is becoming a one-lane track right now because it's the only dry area that's on the track. So how are these young kids going to be able to handle the kart control and braking on dry tires, on slicks, on a wet track?
Yeah, exactly. All right, here we go as they cross over the stripe line now. Medeiros continues to lead. We check through the rest right now. As they come around back through the field. That's the number 78 of Aiden Go. Zev Gottschalk directly behind them as well. Chaveri, this is the battle for P2 as Medeiros definitely just kind of leading up into the front here and trying to see what he's able to do.
Yeah, and that's Chaveri, who actually had the DNF yesterday with only a couple laps in, who I was expecting to kind of move up today. For one, he has a little bit fresher tires than everybody else because he didn't have to run too many laps yesterday. So good for him. Glad to see that. As someone who didn't finish a race, just mentally to be able to come out and compete for the top spots. That's just a good mental state.
Yeah, and Cheveri there sending a big move. I think that was actually Carvalho that was able to send the move of the 66 cart up to the inside of them. Indeed, that is going to be that 66 moving into third place over Godschalk and Cheveri. Let's see as they fan out a little bit. There's the 66 and the 1 of Godschalk and Carvalho. They're going to come across the line. Go holds on to second. Carvalho is third. Godschalk, Westbrook, Nario, your top 6 as they run. Very, very close battling here. As there we watch that third place position. Everybody trying to hold it. Oh, a couple of close calls down into 5.
Yeah, and I'm looking back there. So Supka's made some spots up. He's went from 19th to 14th. As you said, he's the only one that's sitting out there on rain tires.
Yeah, he'll have a little bit more grip, but those tires may start to fail a little bit more. Side by side here, that's going to be Carvalho and Godschalk. Godschalk trying to get aggressive down into turn 8. Didn't pan out for him. Go still has a nice, probably call it 3-4 cart length advantage as they get onto the binders down into turn number 5 or turn number 10. Here they continue to go. Working their way on through, down into 11 and 12, into 13. Nario thought about a little bit of a look in that green and white Orsilon machine. Not going to be able to get that to play as they continue on forward. And Aiden Go definitely looking good here as he has lost a position to Carvalho. And now continuing to try to push forward a little bit. Madero's just in control.
Yeah, Nario is on the move with the 102.82. Fastest lap of the race. Good 0.3 faster than the rest of the field, so keep an eye on that cart number 99 of Nario.
Yeah, Klubo Gubert has rejoined the race, by the way, currently running in 16th, as you can see on that timing and scoring screen.
And just went purple.
Yeah, just set the fastest lap of the race. Oh, Kart turned around there. That's the number 41. That's Lennox Lockhart.
I don't know if he just got out in the wet and spun it or if he had a little help.
Yeah, not sure either. That is normally an area of high contention, so it very easily could be one, could be the other. Carvalho leads right now. There you see him on your screen. Close battle between Go and Godschalk. Go in that red and yellow helmet with the white, largely white chassis. Godschalk in the Orsilon chassis. The green and white trying to close in behind. Couple of looks behind. Godschalk is falling down to 5th. That's Mauro Nario in the Orsilon chassis. And that the battle for the final podium position of P3. Looks like Jack Katowski's been given a warning. Not entirely sure what that was for, but given a warning by race control. There comes a little bit of a move down into turn 6. It's going to be side by side between the 78 of Go and the 66 of Carvalho. Big snap oversteer there for Carvalho. He's going to be able to hold on to it.
Nario's right there just about ready to pounce on them both.
Yeah, I think if this battle continues on for a little bit more, Nario's going to be ready to go. Losing speed here is Godschalk. He's under pressure from Westbrook, Katowski, and Cheveri.
Yeah, and I tell you what, though, these two guys, with Carvalho, Go, and Nario working with each other right now, they're slowly closing down that gap on Madero. So there's plenty of time in this race. I will not be shocked if they play it smart and don't start racing each other, that they'll end up catching Maderos before the end of the race.
Yeah, but Nario, I don't think, wants to hold back here at all. 2 minutes and 35 seconds left on the clock. Nario took a peek. Here comes Go with a good run out of turn 4. Let's see if he can make a move to the inside. He leans for it. He goes for it. Coming with the fight back is Carvalho, but not able to get it. Aiden Go up into P2, and I think that was a little motion there that we saw from Go saying, push me, let's go get Maderos.
Absolutely. And there we go. We've got Nario going on the inside of Westbrook, right?
No, that's Carvalho that he just got by. Carvalho losing 2 positions in about 4 corners.
And look what happened behind them. You got a trio coming up on them.
Yes, you do, in the form of Westbrook, Godschalk,
and Cheveri.
Yep, they're coming on strong. No real concern here for Maderos still.
He actually stunted his lead a little bit that time by 0.3, so yeah. Don't listen to me, people. I'm a horrible gambler.
All right, they are up on the wheel is Carvalho trying to push ahead. Nario in 3rd in line. Westbrook 4th in line. This all the battle for P2. Here comes a good run from Carvalho. I'm a little surprised there, Jason. It looked like he had the overspeed. I'm surprised Isaac didn't go for the move.
Just being patient. I mean, I think he understands that if it didn't work out, you got a stack of cars behind you, that you're going to go from 3rd to 7th pretty quick.
That's a good point. Discretion.
Way wide there. Who was that? Was that Westbrook?
I think it was. Yeah, that 33 Kart. Able to gather it up, but
caught a little bit of probably.
happen.
Just got outside that dry line and just washed up the track. Great recovery for him.
All right, here as we continue to watch, Go leading this battle for P2. Big move to the inside there for Dutch Westbrook on Mauro Nario. We said you could get a sneak attack into turn 13. That's exactly what Dutch Westbrook just did.
Oh, absolutely. And I'm looking at the times right now, and Goubert is still turning purples every single lap. So it's going to be interesting because, as we know, Heat 3 comes around today. He's going to start on the outside again. So Medeiros needs to be concerned that he has got a cart down there that's going to probably give him a run for his money. But again, Medeiros is comfortable with the 2-second lead right now. Is he just kind of on cruise control right now? So we don't really know what Medeiros has as in his cart.
I'm not entirely sure. Here they go down through 7 into 8 and 9. Don't see any of those sneaky moves that we've seen as the clock strikes 0. That means when they come to the line, it'll be the 2-to-go signal for Alvaro Medeiros.
A little peek on the inside there. Decided not to. Probably pretty smart. A little check behind by all of them going down that way. Have a little bit of time. Oh, big curb hop there. Cost them 2.
Yeah, that's going to cost as Carvalho's able to get the move, and that's Nario's going to be able to try to get the run as well. And yes, indeed, he's got it. It's now Westbrook, Nario, Carvalho, Go.
Yeah, it doesn't happen. It doesn't take long. Aiden Go went from 2nd to 5th. Like that. Yep.
Very, very quickly. Let's see, though, if Nario's got anything for Dutch Westbrook. Does he get the run off of turn 6 that I think he necessarily would have liked to?
No, looks like he got a little, and there we go. Is that Westbrook that just went a little wide there, let Nario around? Absolutely.
So good heads up there from Mauro Nario, just kind of recognizing where that opportunity is. Defensive lines there behind from Carvalho, Go, Gottschalk as they kind of pile in and pile on for about that 5th position on back. This line does really extend all the way down to 7th with Chevary.
Yeah, and Chevary's been all the way up to 4th, back to 7th. I mean, it's, one little mistake, and like we've talked about before, you can go from, 2nd, as Go knows, to 5th in no time.
A little bit side-by-side there between Go and Carvalho. Here they come out of the line, led by the 99 of Nario. Then it's Westbrook trying to hold in as much as possible. Maybe a 2-cart breakaway up at the front here as they continue to try to go. This is Nario and Westbrook. Let's keep our eyes here as they come down through turn 7. No moves there for Westbrook. Doesn't look right. Tries to keep pushing ahead. There's a little bit of a poke out for Westbrook, but not quite close enough. More movement from behind.
Yeah, here we go.
Oh, sent it down for Dutch Westbrook. A little bit of side-by-side contact. That's going to scupper some momentum of Nario. Trying to make the run there is going to be the 78 of Aiden Go, who now finds himself in 4th place. Here they come through the final corner. Go now has to go defensive. Medeiros will cross the line to take victory. Then it's Nario, and willing the cart forward will be Westbrook, Nario, Go, Carvalho, Gottschalk.
Yeah, that was good. That was some great 2nd to 7th place racing. Good, clean fun, good passing. It shows to me that the track's starting to dry out now, so it's going to get a little bit more racy, which is going to work out great for a little bit higher horsepower carts that are just about ready to come out on the track.
Yeah, and the next group that will come out onto the track will be the ROK GP Junior category presented by PSL Karting. Happy to have them on board. Medeiros doing what he did last time out, able to take the victory. That's going to feel pretty good for him.
Yeah, that was a dominant run by Medeiros right there.
It really was. All right, we're going to take a quick break away for about a minute or so and pay some bills. We'll be back right after this.
27 years ago, Bill Wright began the Florida Winter Tour to break up the slow winter months for karters. And as the word spread, the tour grew. Importers, teams, manufacturers, and drivers alike all came to Florida to prepare for the upcoming season. One weekend became 2, and the fun became serious fun. Since then, the karting season has started with the Florida Winter Tour, where teams compete to establish dominance for the coming summer. Drivers from all over the world look to make their name and leave their mark on the national scene, much like Pato O'Ward, Enzo Fittipaldi, and others have done in Florida Winter Tours of the past. The original Florida Winter Tour, the series that made karting a year-round sport in North America and where tomorrow's superstar drivers are discovered. 27 years later, you can still go karting and have some serious fun. Are you ready to join the action?
We are back from the Orlando Kart Center as we get ready to go for ROK GP Junior presented by PSL Karting. If you want more information about them, head on over to pslkarting.com. Cole Medeiros, the one to really watch out for here in this ROK GP Junior category, as he was able to take victory last time out. Edward Kennedy, Sarah Bradley, keeping them honest. We'll have to see how this all fans out, though, as things could get a little bit interesting.
Yeah, there's a good battle back there with Vanchev and Bradley and Shermer, if I remember from yesterday. So, did they make the changes to their cart that they need to do to be able to get up there and run with the top two?
Yeah, that's the question, and that's always the thing to keep in mind here is those little tweaks and tunes you're able to do on the cart over time, over the course of a weekend, because it's to use an American sports analogy, it's a little bit like March Madness. You want to get hot near the end of the season, get fast near the end of the season, and push ahead there at that point. So that's really what you want to try to do. Waiting for carts to head out onto the track, and I do believe, Jason, you've been able to check out some of the tire selection here for these drivers.
Yeah, they're all on slicks right now. I'm guessing that's probably going to be the tire choice for the rest of the day. The track is grayed up. Just a little bit of standing water on the track, so definitely, we know slicks are a lot faster than rains. So I don't think we're going to see any more people gambling on rains.
Yeah, I think that's probably the option to be able to take here. As you said, even the areas where there's the divots on the track, the little bumps that we talked about when we were here about a month ago, even they are starting to kind of dry out, so it's definitely looking better and better.
Yeah, and you know what that means? Dry track, great racing.
Yep. Always good to be able to see that. All right, let's see what they've got as we ready ourselves for this. Yeah. What's interesting here from this last one is Victor de Alencar, who was your victor last time out, not racing in this round. So that kind of opens up the door for a lot of these drivers.
Yeah, it definitely does, and I'm surprised that he's not here. You win the first round, like we talked about yesterday a little bit. It's like running for points or you don't run for points. He may not be able to make the Houston trip for the final leg of our Florida Winter Tour. It's been there's been 6 straight weeks of racing here for most of these racers. So it's a long time to be down here. I know I talked to a couple teams yesterday that some of their drivers aren't racing and they just wanted some time off and they headed to the beach.
I can't necessarily say I blame them. It is even just one weekend is a little exhausting here with the number of races you have to do out on track. I can't imagine what it's like to be doing ostensibly 6 consecutive weekends of this.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing about ROK is you get so much track time when you're here that when you leave, you probably really don't want to be in a go-kart for a little bit. It's like, I'm done. All right, let's look here. So we got Medeiros, Kennedy yesterday, 1-2 with Bradley, Vanchev, Shermer, Shi, Dupuis, Cordero, and Katowski with Martin coming in 10th. So that's your top 10 from yesterday. Let's see what they can do today.
Here at this point, it will be Medeiros leading off in pole position. Cordero starts second, Bradley third, Kennedy and Shermer.
Yeah, what happened to Miller yesterday? I don't remember.
I think there was an incident, if I remember correctly, that they ended up near the back of the field.
Yeah, so that's a name that we need to watch out for that we didn't get to mention too much yesterday because he had a DNF. But, he's got a good little starting spot today. We'll see if he can tuck in behind and maybe give Medeiros and Kennedy a run.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Medeiros will start the way in that purple chassis up front. the 207. The 225 to his outside will be Cordero.
And this is the GP Junior, so it's a 125 single speed kart from ages, I think it's 13 to 10 to 11, 13 to 15.
I think that's about right. I'd have to double check my notes on that, but I'll take your word for when it all shakes down. But Medeiros brings that field through the final kink on the track. Call it, turn 14 maybe. A lot of smoke in this field here at this point.
Yep, motors are rich right now. So
yes, they are, as they line up into that acceleration zone. Oh, contact in the back. Couple of karts getting out of line a little bit. Woo! That's very smoky out on track.
There's somebody.
And they waved it off. We are waved off.
There was a kart that's still pushing out. And sometimes when I see that much smoke, and these are water-cooled engines, that could be a head gasket leak, and that's actually coolant going into the cylinder, but it looks like he got it cleared up.
Yeah, it looks relatively clear. I saw a few puffs of smoke out of the farther back carts in the order.
Yeah, that's normal there, but that was an excessive amount of normal. So, but it is awfully humid out today as well.
It is.
It's a different day. I don't think we've had a day like where it's kind of chilly, but it's humid, and you kind of walk outside and you get hit in the face with a sponge.
Yeah, a little bit. So, and that obviously changes the composition of how you run the engine.
Yeah, absolutely. And I noticed that like they're on their carburetors right now, leaning them out, and Medeiros is sitting there at a crawl's pace, bringing them to the line here in a little bit. So that definitely has a tendency to load those motors up.
Yeah, it does. All right, we're going to try this again here. Medeiros and Cordero. Shermer Bradley behind him.
A little gamesmanship there. It's like Medeiros is like, all right, where you at?
Go too wide. There we go.
This is off, by the way, if you're looking over
Yeah.
here.
As we look at our timing and scoring screen there, just changed a little bit because when they came across the line at full chat, things did change. There you see, by the way, that was Cordero just making a little bit of an adjustment there to that carburetor, trying to get it to go. Low speeds, smoking again. A lot of smoke.
Yeah, it was hard to even determine what was going on in that start.
It almost
so much
was.
smoke. I'm like, I just saw heads bobbing.
All right, and there we go. We are green here for ROK GP Junior, powered by PSL Karting.
Bradley got pushed out on the start.
And that's going to be a little bit rough. Still a lot of smoke coming on through. Medeiros does continue to lead now that these karts get up to full song, and that's going to be that's the 258. That's Bradley.
Oh, darn it. That's our Redford F4 scholarship winner right there.
Yeah, shaking and shimmying that kart a little bit, just trying to get those tires up to temperature and get everything to go. Medeiros will lead here around the first lap, has a nice little healthy advantage. Nice little battle taking place for P3. A little bit more crazy behind as well. They come down into turn 10, pushing their way forward. Oh, somebody off in the background there. Big hop, skipping a jump over the dirt.
Wait until we get across. Oh, back on that right rear. Oh, kept the karts going. All right, this will give us an update of what's going on. So it's Medeiros, Vanchev, DePue, Miller, Katalski, Kennedy, Shee, Hernandez, Cordero.
Good battle up at the front here between Vanchev and Medeiros. This is for P1 as we watch Vanchev, who set the fastest lap of the race last time out. A little bit of signaling there to each other.
Yeah, Vanchev, I think, definitely has a faster kart than Medeiros does right now.
That's Dupuis third in line.
He's like, I'll just go around the outside. No! Around the outside. Nope.
Keep an eye there on Vanchev's bumper. That may be slightly pushed down. It looks pretty low to the ground.
Yeah, I'm just trying to see if it's popping and hopping around. That's what we need to look for. But Dupuis sitting back there in third.
Dupuis got some time. Let's see as they come across the line. We just set the purple lap. That's fastest lap out of anybody. So he's certainly got the speed to try to catch up to these two, especially if they continue to battle as Vanchev throws a move up to the inside. Medeiros responds with a crossover. The preferred line goes to Alexander Vanchev, and the 206 up into the lead.
And what did that do? That closed that gap to Depew, and he's obviously the fastest car on the track right now. So is he just going to sit back there and be patient, or is he going to be able to get a move on them?
That'll be a good question to try to figure out. Here they go down into turn 10. Down into 11 and 12. That chicane that leads into the hairpin. They get
got a Kart off to the 225.
That's the 225.
Back in the field a little bit there. That would be Cordero, who's at 10th at the time.
And that's a rough break for him there. Remember, he started all the way up in second position, just kind of hemorrhaging lap time as this race went along. Sarah Bradley, by the way, setting the fastest lap of the race down in 16th position. Meanwhile, up front, it is Vanchev and Medeiros. They've been able to hold a little bit of a gap over Dupuis. Katowski and Kennedy run 4th and 5th, but they've got a little bit of gap in between them.
Yeah, I thought Dupuis would be able to close the gap a little bit there, but it looks like, with Medeiros and Vanchev kind of settling down a little bit, just getting that rhythm and running good lap times, stabilize that gap.
I think that's a big part of it, is that they're not fighting anymore. When we saw Vanchev and Medeiros really duking it out, getting their elbows out, pushing as hard as they can, that's where Dupuis was able to get some advantage. Not so much now.
Yeah.
Although I'll tell you what, Medeiros is definitely taking every inch of the track that he can, trying to look this way and that, to see if he can find any advantage over Alexander Vanchev, but it's just not presenting. Vanchev is doing a very good job of just driving his own racing line.
Yeah, I think they've just kind of settled in. Understand there's still a lot of racing left to do here today. A lot of racing. I mean, today, guys, is a
busy
day of racing. Tons of lap time. We've got two heats and a pre-final today. So, you're looking at putting 30-plus laps on the track today. So these guys are there is a thing of you just pace yourself. You don't want to leave it all out there on heat 2. And like we said before, some of these guys are running 2 different classes. They'll be running this GP Junior, and then they'll also come in and run VLR Junior.
Big move to the inside there for Medeiros. He's going to go for it, but Vanchev tries to look at the crossover. That's Medeiros getting a little bit squirrely off into the grass on the exit. Vanchev fights it back. No change in position by the end of the day.
Yeah, Medeiros just went purple there as well. So, and that showed almost with the pass, just didn't make it stick.
I wonder.
Kennedy, Acevedo, Shermer, Hernandez, and Miller.
I wonder there from Medeiros if that was maybe not the best of maneuvers, maybe showing his hand just a little bit early of an opportunity.
Yeah, but sometimes you get that run.
Yeah.
You just don't want to have to hit your brake.
Yep. It's a nice another little run here. Not able to make it work into turn 1. That's not surprising. We haven't seen a whole lot of overtakes going into turn 1.
Oh, a little wide there, but still kept his momentum going.
Yeah, just kept his foot buried.
And does he get the inside there?
Yes, he does, but can Vanchev fight him back? Vanchev does, pushes him out a little bit, and for the second time in as many laps, Cole Medeiros finds himself looking at the back bumper of Alexander Vanchev.
Yeah, absolutely, and we've got a good little battle looking back there for 4th and 5th, too, between Katowski and Kennedy. They're definitely bumper to bumper on that, and then you've got Shee slowly behind those guys who just went purple.
Yeah, and there we see it on your screen. That is going to be Katowski leading over Kennedy. Shee, that third kart in line. Katowski in the blue and white machine, and Kennedy in that largely white and red. Kennedy leading the way in that blue and red kart. Then Katowski in the white and red. Shee following. Let's see if anybody's got a move here coming down into turn number 5.
Shee went deep with that kart 286 right there into turn 5 and made it stick. Nice move.
Very impressive there from Fionn Shee. Very, very impressive.
Yeah, so that makes the 2.92 of Katalski now in 6th, and then Kennedy sitting there with the 2.69 in 4th.
All right, here they go.
Yeah, the leaders got tightened it up a little bit there. Looks like Moderas in the 2.07 is all over Vanchev's back bumper. See if the 2.06 is going to be able to hold him off.
Yeah, that's the question. Medeiros has looked largely faster. It's just been Vanchev has been quicker, frankly, in the areas that he needs to defend.
Yeah.
And he's been able to hold it out in that way.
Absolutely. That's exactly what he's been able to do. And I think if Medeiros is going to be able to get around Vanchev, I think he's going to be able to gap him.
Well, the only time we've really seen them swap positions is through these two corners down into 5 and 6. So I wonder here if Medeiros is able to maybe gain a little bit of speed at a different portion on the track if he's able to get a run then.
Yeah, and I'm keeping an eye on the gap between Medeiros and Dupuis over here. It's at 8/10 right now, and it looks like it's been stabilized that way. But if Medeiros and Vanchev keep fighting, that's going to allow Dupuis to come up and close that gap on them.
Yeah, and that's going to be the question here. 2 minutes, just under 1:45 to be exact, left on the clock. And remember, this will be a 10-minute plus 2-lap race, so we'll keep you updated onto that. Good run here from Medeiros.
Great
that
run.
Front straightaway, but that turn 1 braking zone just not fast enough. And look at this, Fianchi able to get 4th over Edward Kennedy, setting the fastest lap of the race as he does. Oh, there's the move down to the inside for Medeiros. He's going to try it again. Preferred line coming into turn 6. I think he may have just forced Vanchev out enough. Yes, he has. Medeiros to the point, but here comes.
Give it up that easy either.
Vanchev tried to fight back, but Medeiros shut the door.
It looks like Vanchev got a little loose coming, a little pushy coming through 8. And then look what happened. Here comes Dupuis on the outside. Vanchev tried to go around the outside.
There goes Dupuis way off into the outside. Right. Now Fianchi gets the position. What a great run for that 286.
Yeah, what a great run. Absolutely. And this is going to be a fantastic final 3 laps.
Yeah, this is going to be really, really interesting. So as they cross the line, it is Dupuis in the lead, Medeiros, Fianchi, Kennedy, and Vanchev. Vanchev was actually the one who fell back in the order. So there's that 241 of Dupuis. Really tight squeeze down to the inside for Medeiros. That's going to shut the door. And big jump,
and almost made the pass going into 6 after that. And you can see right there where Dupuis is like, let's go.
Yeah, Dupuis wants to push ahead here, but Fianchi may have intentions of trying to win this race. Under 10 seconds left to go. That's Medeiros in 3rd. Lucky there wasn't anything crazier to it. Dupuis in that Sodi Kart up in front right now, going to lead the way to the line with 2 laps to go.
Yeah, what a great run for both Dupuis and Shi, coming back from, pretty much Vanchev and Medeiros were pretty much dominant there. Had a nice little gap, but like we've been talking about, they start battling, they start being cute with each other, and look what happens.
Oh, little poke to the inside there for Fianchi. 2 laps to go for both drivers. She's going to look this way. Heavy defensive line for Dupuis. That's going to open up the door for an over-under there for Fianchi, but that's the lesser preferred line, and now Medeiros has entered the conversation.
Yeah. All over that back bumper is Shi.
Really is, and Medeiros is all over his rear bumper as well.
Here we go. Drag race. Into 10. Dupuis drop a tire?
Yep. And now Medeiros is going to come back to the point. She loses a position to Dupuis.
And that allows Katalski, Vanchev, and Kennedy to close up on that top trio.
All right, they're coming to the white flag here, and as they do, it'll be the 207 of Medeiros, followed by Dupuis, followed by Fianchi. Then it's going to be Vanchev, Kennedy, Katalski. This could be a 6-way fight for the top step.
Look at that. Sarah Bradley's all the way up to 8th.
It's a good run here for Sarah.
She would have been right there with them if she didn't have that little incident at the beginning.
Yeah. All right. Dupuis up to the point, or up to the 2nd place position. Medeiros starting to run away a little bit. Fianchi holding in line. Anybody going to try a sneaky move down into the junkyard turn. Doesn't look like it. Farther back, I think that's Kennedy poking out a line. Here comes the defensive line from Dupuis. Fionchi tries to get it. No contact, thankfully, in between the drivers. Vanchev's now going to be third in line, fourth position overall. This is a cruise for Medeiros up at the front of the field. A little bit of a gap. Big coming together into turn 13. But here they come. It's going to be Medeiros to take victory, followed by Dupuis, followed by Fionchi, Vanchev, Kennedy, Shermer, Katowski, Bradley, Acevedo, and Cariati.
Yeah, that lined up to be exactly what we thought was going to happen, and then that's just going to line up for the third heat. That those cars, have a feeling Vanchev, Kennedy, Shermer, Katowski, add Bradley to that with Depew and Medeiros just got lucky because they were battling back there. I think that's going to be the top 10. You'll be able to throw a blanket over them when we come down to the Heat 3 and on.
Yeah, completely agree. And you've got to keep your eye open for Alexander Vanchev. That was a very, very quick kart there as well that just kind of fell back in the order as they go. And we're going to have to keep an eye on him.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, are we going to jump on here? We'll take a quick commercial break and be back with you as we go for ROK GP Pro, powered by Velocity Racing.
27 years ago, Bill Wright began the Florida Winter Tour to break up the slow winter months for karters. And as the word spread, the tour grew. Importers, teams, manufacturers, and drivers alike all came to Florida to prepare for the upcoming season. One weekend became two, and the fun became serious fun. Since then, the karting season has started with the Florida Winter Tour, where teams compete to establish dominance for the coming summer. Drivers from all over the world look to make their name and leave their mark on the national scene, much like Pato O'Ward, Enzo Fittipaldi, and others have done in Florida Winter Tours in the past. The original Florida Winter Tour, the series that made karting a year-round sport in North America, and where tomorrow's superstar drivers are discovered. 27 years later, you can still go karting and have some serious fun. Are you ready to join the action?
All right, welcome back for our ROK Pro GP race here. Yesterday, Blake Nash took a pretty dominant 3-second lead for the victory, followed by McQueen and DeAlencar for your top three. The question is, when you go back to your pits, what does McQueen do? Does he just let the kart sit or got a tune on a little bit? Didn't really get much out of this morning session because it was wet. So the changes that she probably made yesterday didn't get to test out this morning.
Yeah, not really going to feel that out. So you're going to have to try to fight Blake Nash here. And as we've seen before, for Caden McQueen, starting on that outside line, going to be a lot more difficult to carry on that speed. I'm going to be watching here for Victor DeAlencar, who was the victor in the junior round last time around when we were here last time. So we'll have to see how this shakes out. But Nash, definitely the one to watch. Only finished 6th in the final when we were here about a month ago. So we'll have to see what shakes down here as they get their way on in. This, again, powered by Velocity Racing. So happy to have them on board. They're going to enter on into the acceleration zone here as the green flag is in the air. And there's Caden McQueen taking the fight right away to Blake Nash.
Yeah, I don't think Nash was ready for that. That was a really fast start.
Yeah, it was. Very, very fast. And Nash is actually going to get shuffled down through the order already. He's down in 4th place. I believe that's Caden McQueen. That's the 357 up in the front there. This is impressive stuff already.
Yeah, DeAlencar is doing what he needed to do, continuing on being dominant at the 357, correct?
Yeah, that's DeAlencar who's up into the lead. I think that's McQueen in 2nd. Nash now fighting with a teammate there. That's the 324 of Nash. He's going to be in 3rd as he tries to push his way back forward. Not the start that Blake Nash wanted, but it's the one he's got to deal with.
Yeah, he had the pace yesterday, but he wasn't used to being from behind. So let's see what he can do if he can catch that lead duo right now and see if he can close that down and actually have a battle with it. As we cross, so we've got DeAlencar, Ardilis, Nash, Ingrata, Questo, Carvajal, Karai, Yasso, Eugenen, and you. top 10.
All right, here it is as they continue to push their way along. We watch this battle for P2 right now. Ardias, Nash, and Ingrata really holding on to that. A little bit of a closer battle farther on in as they try to be able to get themselves together. Here we watch it. Nash tearing off a piece of that tape off the radiator again. That changing out because of the changing temperatures here. Want to make sure that that engine is operating at the peak window. Ardias just trying to hold on here as much as possible. He's definitely starting to feel the pressure from Blake Nash.
Yeah, it's just a matter of time for Nash to get settled in. I think he got a little jostled there at the beginning, but just went purple as well with the 54.67, that Kart 324, so he's definitely rolling.
All right, he's starting to take a look here on Ardias. He's going to take a look down to the inside of turn 5. Gets the move done, but Ardias is going to fight back into 6. He's got it right back from Nash, and Nash now going to force open the door. I didn't think that was possible, but gets it done into 7.
Yeah, you know your Kart is feeling really comfortable when you make a pass where we haven't seen any passes almost in the last 2 times we've been here.
Yeah, so now it's going to be down to Nash to try to catch up to Dayalen. Aiden Ingrata there, third in line, 4th overall, starting to look a little threatening as well. He's in that purple and black Kart. Also, that's going to be Eric Questo, Nash's teammate from Nash Motorsports, runs 4th in line. They come across here. Ardias not giving this up quietly. Ingrata try to push ahead as well. There comes that move from Ingrata down to the inside. We saw Ardias try to fight this last time around. He's not going to be able to do it this time. And Questo says, thank you, may I have one as well.
Oh, absolutely. He came from 5th all the way up to 3rd right now, so good move for him. Let's just see if that's going to allow, Karai and Carvajal to be able to close up on him. That's a big group of karts right there, but who's benefiting from this is Nash.
Yeah. Nash is just able to kind of check out ahead of this battle. I don't know if he's got the speed for Dayalen here, as Dayalen's already got a 2.4 second advantage up at the front of the field.
Yeah, I don't know if there's enough time. I was trying to see what our gap is right there. So we're sitting at Dayalen's got a little over a 2-second lead. Let's see if Nash can. He's setting purples every lap, so just barely, though, over Dayalen.
Yeah, he cut it down by about 0.2 on the last lap. A little bit of side-by-side here farther back in the field as they try to sort themselves out a little bit. This, I believe, is Ardias and Questo. Yes, that is. Ardias leading the way right now over Questo as they try to sort themselves out. They've got to be a little bit careful. Dominic Karai, Felipe Carvajal, Caden McQueen.
Oh, there's a late move right there, and that was
Questo. That's the 300.
Yeah, it was a very late move.
Very late move, but pulled it off.
Oh, absolutely. So now he's leaving that group of 5 karts.
Nash again with another fastest lap of the race.
And cut it down 0.3 that time. So this may be a nice little battle with 5 minutes plus 2 left to go. Oh, tried to shut the door on him, and that allows the 396.
That's Karai
to get around, and I believe he had a little trailer with him on that one as well that went around him. Was that McQueen?
Mm-hmm.
The 395 of McQueen?
Yeah, McQueen trying to make it work. He didn't get it to play. Ardias and Questo will stay in front of him right now.
Oh, a little off back there. That was the 300 of Questo, I believe.
Yeah, and he's going to fall back through the order. Locked up the brakes. He'll fall back into 3rd in line in that little battle. That should be about 7th, 8th position.
Yeah, he actually ended up 4th.
Oh, yeah, he did.
Kind of got suckered out on the outside and had to just give up the spot.
Yeah, that'll be 8th position behind Carvajal.
Yeah, Carvajal just, the 311 just moved up. He's fast right now.
Well, Pierce Jaso also in this battle in that 325, so Jaso in it.
Nash just went purple again, 0.5 faster. Closed that gap to 1.3, so in 2 laps he's closed the gap 0.8 of a second. So Blake can smell the blood in the water.
Yeah, he's definitely starting to push here. We keep our eyes fixed on this battle farther in the field. This is going to be Caden McQueen, this is going to be Questo and Jaso. That's who you see on your screen right there. Questo has been able to get by Jaso. That's for 8th position. It's the closest battle in this little group right now. Right in front of them, that's Carval and McQueen. McQueen, I believe, leading the way. There is your leader, Victor de Alencar.
And Nash is now within vision in the same shot, so she closed it down to almost a second now. So shot that down another 0.4 of a second. Yeah, Blake definitely has that Nash Motorsports chassis just moving really fast through that 7, 8, 9 section. A little peek on the backside right there by the Alencar, knowing that Nash is coming. Let's see if the Alencar can sit there and actually have a response by start laying down some purple.
I mean, he's not quick. I mean, he's running 54 flats, which is a good lap time compared to the rest of the field. Nash is just quicker.
Yeah, he's the only one in the 53s.
Yeah, exactly.
And deep in the 53s, too. So just set purple, 53.51. So he's faster. This is going to be it's just a matter of time before he's on the back bumper of the Alencar and, making that move to see if he can actually take the lead.
Yeah, and de Alencar, once again, set a personal best last time, able to get down into those 53s with a 53.8, but Nash just with that 53.5, bringing this closer and closer, raising the bar as much as possible.
Yeah, and good. I mean, that's great for the Alencar. He's responding to it, but he just can't. Just doesn't have it in his chassis today to be able to go around Nash. Nash is just really, really fast right now.
He really is. He's going to keep pushing here through 11 and 12, down into 13.
Purple again for Nash, a 53.49 to a 53.92, and only 0.3 now behind the leader, the Alencar. Less than that is my guess by now.
Call it about 4 laps to go at the line based off my very, very rough math, and never trust a commentator's math, but I think this is a matter of when, if not if, Blake Nash is able to make this pass. De Alencar's quick, but Nash just looks like he's on another level.
Yeah, and we actually had Ingrata just actually broke into the 53s as well with that. So looks like the rest of the field's pretty spaced out, except for, Yaso and Questo back there fighting for 8th. Looks like they're swapping back and forth, but definitely the battle on the track is going to be de Alencar and Nash.
Yeah, it really is. Here they go. Down across the start-finish line. Now it'll be 4 laps to go as they crossed over with about 2 seconds left on the clock. Difference between lap time and total time. Nash playing this well. We're not seeing crazy jumps. We're not seeing him move up and be too nuts about anything. He's just slowly but surely working his way forward and cutting that gap down to Victor de Alencar.
Yeah, we'll see if he'll stay patient with 1 lap to go. If he'll be, I don't think he's going to be happy with second.
There it is.
Yep, he saw an opening right there. And I tell you what, I've walked this track and I've looked at this track. To make that move in the 9, coming off of 7 and 8, which is a really tight hairpin, you've got to trust that chassis to stick.
Yeah. I mean, it's such a high commitment corner. We heard Sarah Bradley talk about it when we were here last time, that it's such a high commitment portion of the track, and if you could just carry that extra mile an hour or 2 coming off of the exit of turn 8, it just opens up the door for an overtaking opportunity, which is exactly what Blake Nash just did. De Alencar's now just got to kind of hold on, maybe learn a few things from Blake's line, see if he can carry anything into Heat 3.
Yeah, is it drive line or is it just Kart's just set up a little bit better, maybe a little bit motor? Gear could be a little bit different. That's the things that you got to be looking at as de Alencar. Again, like we said, de Alencar is not running slow times.
No, he's not.
It's just Nash is just running blistering laps.
Yeah, he's just absolutely on another level here. It'll be 2 laps to go at the line for Blake Nash. Looks like pretty much all those pieces of tape off that side radiator have been flicked off, have been taken off by Blake Nash, presuming that engine is running at full temperature and the speed he wants it to.
Yeah, I'm looking down. Looks like a lot of people maybe went out a little conservative on tire pressures because it seems like everyone, and Caden McQueen just went purple with the 53.44. So, when you're setting fast laps late in the race, kind of went out maybe with too low of tire pressure.
Yeah, that could very well be the situation here for some of these drivers, and that's something that they're just going to learn from. They're going to take into Heat 3, take that into consideration, and keep pushing ahead.
Yeah, I mean, the rain kind of throws a guessing game in when you didn't go out yesterday, cleans the track off a little bit. They probably thought maybe there's a little bit more grip in the track than what was, and go out there just a little more conservative on tire pressures.
Yeah, and, that's something to learn. That's why we have this multi-race format where you have the heats and the pre-finals to be able to learn as much as you can. Blake Nash, however, wanting to leave no room for doubt as he sets the fastest lap of the race, grows the gap between himself and Victor Dayalankar up to about 9/10 of a second as he takes the white flag.
Yeah, I'm saying right now, it's going to be interesting to see. I mean, the karts behind them now are impressing me. McQueen running a 53.44. You have, a 53.85 with Kavala. It's, if the karts don't get that advantage of fighting behind them and the leaders checking out like they did, we're going to have some really good battles for the remainder of the races that we have.
Yeah, I think you're right about that. I mean, the battles that we were seeing farther back in the pack have fizzled a little bit here, but they're still going strong. Ardiles and McQueen continuing on. But here comes Blake Nash, recovered from a bad start to take victory here in ROK GP Pro. Heat number 2, powered by Velocity Racing. Dayalankar second and Grada third. Good job to Caden McQueen, able to make that run on Ardiles on the last lap.
Yeah, that was good. We had some great battles there early in the race, and then everyone kind of just settled in and kind of just started picking their way up. But yeah, Blake just, cream of the crop in this heat. Earlier heat yesterday. See if he can continue that run through 3 into the pre-final.
Yeah, it's just all about keeping that momentum up, keeping it building, keeping it going. That's really what you want to see here at this point in the running. All right, we're going to go take a quick break away, pay the bills for a moment. We'll be back from the Orlando Kart Center.
27 years ago, Bill Wright began the Florida Winter Tour to break up the slow winter months for karters. And as the word spread, the tour grew. Importers, teams, manufacturers, and drivers alike all came to Florida to prepare for the upcoming season. One weekend became 2, and the fun became serious fun. Since then, the karting season has started with the Florida Winter Tour, where teams compete to establish dominance for the coming summer. Drivers from all over the world look to make their name and leave their mark on the national scene, much like Pato O'Ward, Enzo Fittipaldi, and others have done in Florida Winter Tours of the past. The original Florida Winter Tour, the series that made karting a year-round sport in North America and where tomorrow's superstar drivers are discovered. 27 years later, you can still go karting and have some serious fun. Are you ready to join the action?
Welcome back to the Orlando Kart Center for round 2 of the ROK Cup Florida Winter Tour. We are ready for the ROK Mini Series presented by AM Engines to take to the track for heat number 2. DJ Clark up here in the booth alongside Jason Ewers. And Jason, this is one that, like the micros we saw earlier, you and I have really come to love in the way that it's been clean, it's been fun, it's been exciting, and it's been a big question mark as to who's going to take this top step.
Yeah, you have one of the larger classes, that we have here, especially for the little kids. And I mean, Lopez was fast yesterday. I mean, Battle by Francisco was right with him. I mean, it was a close 1-2. They kind of checked out a little bit on Salazar and Chandler, but Scheinengerber is right there with them as well. So it just depends if they can stay together off the start and just not let someone get that gap. That seems to be the tendency we're seeing. It's like 2 through 6 and 7 are all together. And then we always have that one kart that just kind of checks out, has a pretty commanding lead, like we saw last time, our last race that we just viewed. Nash was able to run him down, but kind of got caught back there with 2, 3, and 4. But was able to get around and then end up catching for the lead and taking over for the lead. But I'm excited to watch this because I think Lopez and Francisco is going to give us a great race again. And hopefully Salazar and Chandler and Scheinenberger can sit there and help join.
Yeah, we'll have to see how everything shakes down. And I think a lot of exactly what you were talking about, kind of that gap that gets built, at least early on in the race, down to the treacherous nature here of Turn 1. Turn 1 and 2. And what we've seen time in and time out, if you're running on that outside lane, more likely than not, you're going to find yourself getting put out a little bit. You're going to find yourself in trouble, falling back a couple of positions, and that's what really creates that gap.
Hi, Mike Burrow.
There's the big boss man.
Yep.
Looking on from the visitor center there.
Yep. Has no clue that we're camera on him right now.
No, he'll go back and watch this later and then yell at us.
Yeah. He's got a Roger Penske look to him right now.
Hey, it kind of does.
Yeah, nice clean shave.
Nope.
All right, here we go, getting ready to line up, get to that formation cone here shortly. As you can see, it should be going into, I thought the cone was right there going into 10, but I don't see it.
Waiting for the rest of the pack to join up here. There's just a few stragglers coming on through.
They moved the formation cone this time. See the red right there? That's the formation cone. So they need to be in line by that time and no more moving around.
There they come.
I love the colors. Like, there's so many colors. You know, like we said, the CRG was running great yesterday, that 104 of Lopez. And it's good to see CRG being, back and being pretty much not dominant, but up front pretty much in a lot of these races.
Yeah, good to see them there. Always good to see a red machine do well. That's just something red about it. As Enzo said, you ask a kid to draw a picture of a racing car, he'll always draw it red. Gets out of the way early and gets going early. Looks like we are going to stay green as here they go. And again, that outside lane going to lose out as we've got a Kart off into the grass.
Oh, no. I hate to see that at the beginning of the race, even if it was, I don't know what happened. Looked like he got high on that and didn't have any help, just kind of washed out. But you got the 104 of Lopez continuing doing what he was doing yesterday, followed by the 117 of Scheinenberg, who was doing what we talked about he needed to do. Don't get shuffled back. Stick with the leaders. They won a little bit by a 2 to 3 second margin yesterday. And we'll see what happens here, see if Francisco can do anything.
Yeah, Francisco, I believe, shuffled down to that maybe 4th or 5th. It was not a good run.
But we have Kanash all the way up to 3rd, I think. That 126 of Kanash. And I tell you right there, Lopez and Scheinenberg got through that section of 13 really fast.
Yeah, they did. That's going to start to build their gap a little bit here. Lopez, Scheinenberg, let's see if Scheinenberg is going to be able to get a run into turn 5. Not going to play out. Behind them is Salazar and Kanash, as you said.
Yeah, and we've got a couple duos here, so let's see if they're going to work together as teams until later, but you're not going to be able to sit there and battle. Last thing Lopez wants to do is sit there and be fighting with with the 117.
Yeah, you really don't want to have that happen. You want to just try to pull away here. So I think for Cooper Lorenzo Lopez, maybe we'll see that little bit of a hand signal of, hey, come on, give me a push. Don't fight me. Fight me later on in the race. They don't want to give an opportunity for Nico Salazar, who's now started to get a little bit of a gap over Camila Kanash and started to build up. Keep your eye on 5th, though. That's Jaden Francisco. Francisco, we know that 131's got some speed.
Yeah, absolutely, because he was there yesterday. Kind of surprised, got shuffled back, but again, that's that outside line. Just, we've seen it in other races right now, and how do you strategize that in qualifying, though? It's like, I would rather be 3rd than 2nd.
Yeah. Well, and it's not like you're going to tell them to back off. A little bit of side-by-side there as that Scheinenberg able to get the move on Cooper Lorenzo Lopez. Change for the lead as Colton Scheinenberg up to the lead.
Yeah, I think that kind of caught Lopez off guard right there. I don't think he was expecting that, but Scheinenberg saw an opening and took it.
Yeah, he did. Again, those sneaky areas where we normally don't see a move sometimes is what plays out best for these drivers.
Yeah, and I think that goes back to them being at this track so much the last 6 weeks that they're starting to find a little holes in the track to where you can make moves where you normally would look at it and go, that's not going to happen.
All right, here comes Lorenzo Lopez. Good run down the front straight away. Is that enough to pull him in front? Yes, it is.
And Salazar closed in on them as well. They weren't really battling too hard, but that whole group is starting to close in on them with Alex Chandler just going purple on that 196, sitting back there in 6th. I have a feeling that Chandler's not going to sit there, be patient too long back there in 6th, turning laps like he is.
No, I don't think he is. Everybody willing the carts forward out of turn 6 through 7. 8 and 9. Little peek to the inside there for Salazar. Salazar's got it. Move him up to P2.
Yeah, we've got a nice, what is that, the 6-cart, 7-cart run now, right now for the lead?
Yeah, that's first of Scheinenberg all the way back to Asher Pavin.
Yeah, Pavin in that 154. It's so funny to see these little kids. Like, you have some kids, you look at them like Pavin at that Kart 154. I don't even know he can even see over the steering wheel. Like, he's, so low in that go-kart, but he's making that thing work.
Well, that probably brings up a point here that we should mention. If you're a little bit lower in the cart, that's less aerodynamic resistance. It's not going to help you a whole lot, but it's something.
Well, it's also less side bite on the cart, so it helps out a lot. Lower you can put that weight all in one central area of a go-kart, the better the cart's just going to handle.
That's another good point. All right, here they go, coming back down through that sort of infield section into 7. Lorenzo Lopez back up to the point.
With Salazar sitting in 2nd, Kanash, Schneiggenberg, Francisco, Chandler, Pavon, Besserell, Orioli, and Perriman all sit there in the top 10. And that's Lawrence Perriman. Haven't talked about that gentleman very much lately, so that's good to see up there in the top 10, running some very competitive lap times as well.
Yeah, we called his name a few times yesterday. There comes the move for Salazar up to the inside of turn 13. He gets it done on Lorenzo Lopez, and now it looks like Camila Kanash may be trying to go for it as well.
Is that the 126?
Yep.
Yeah, the 126 of Kanash. Right when we start talking, the kids make it exciting.
Yeah, but she's got to watch out. Jaden Francisco looked pretty aggressive from behind. There comes the move back from Lorenzo Lopez, though.
On the 138 of Salazar back to 2nd with the 126 of Kanash just sitting there, waiting for those two to continue battling. And Francisco just went purple with the 1 minute 1.3, 3/10 faster pretty much than the rest of the field. I think that 4th, 5th, and 6th is faster than the top 3.
We know Francisco's got the speed. We haven't really seen it out of Chandler and Pavin, but I think you're right. I mean, look back at 7. Colton Scheinenberg definitely has the speed. We saw him up near the front of this field earlier on. Lorenzo Lopez back up to the point over Nico Salazar. Camila Kanash holding in behind. Good run here for Salazar. Is he going to try to make a move into turn 1? No, he'll hold back.
Smart. Because he knows he's probably going to go in here into 5, where it's a slower area. But you got a little defensive move sitting there with Lopez. I like what Salazar's doing right here. He understands it. If we're going to sit in battle, we have 7 carts sitting behind us that are ready to take these spots.
Yeah, and especially considering I think they're going to have 3 laps to go at the line. They're working on 4 to go right now. Why risk it?
Yeah,
Why really go crazy for it when you take that high percentage move? It's going to be a lot better.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, just being patient, minding his business.
All right, here they go. Cooper Lorenzo Lopez, Nico Salazar.
Yeah, not much activity right now. Everyone's kind of just settled in. Like you said, we're going to have, 3 to go?
Yeah.
And your battle's sitting there for 3rd right now, 4th right now with Chandler, Kanash, and Pavon.
Not seeing anybody pull the trigger. Kanash fell back just a little bit. There's Cooper Lorenzo Lopez up front. Salazar, Francisco behind.
Up on that wheel, trying to get as much out of that cart as he can. That was a good run by Salazar coming through there. Let's see, continue that momentum down into 10, but that allowed Francisco to he must have had a heck of a run through 7, 8, and 9 because he closed that gap fast.
Yeah, keep an eye on that 131 on this next lap around. I've got a sneaking suspicion we may see a purple lap out of Francisco here, not out of the realm of possibility.
Yeah, he was 7/10 behind at the line, and now he's on their bumper. So,
yeah, now he's going to come across with 2 laps to go, the official signal being given by the marker. And, yep, Francisco, fastest out of anybody.
Yep, the only kart that's in the 59s as well. Great run from that 131. That's a good lap for Francisco. That's great. Let's see if he can. 2 laps to go, close in on. This is where he was really fast the last time. Let's see if he can keep this momentum going into 9, out to 10.
Oh,
there it is.
Yep, that's where he gets the run on Nico Salazar. Does he get the move? No, he's got to fall back in line. Going to take a little poke to the outside into turn 10. Not going to do it. Kanash and Pavin behind him. Meanwhile, we're side by side into turn 10. Let's see what they're able to do here as they go down into 11 and 12. They're going to be coming to the white flag.
Yeah, I guarantee you're going to see Francisco stuck in him on Salazar going into 9. He knows he's faster than they are right there. Let's see if he learned from that last time and be able to do it.
All right, they're going to bring it on back through. Here we go, down into the best overtaking opportunity. Salazar thought about going for the move. Now he's going to have to fall back into line. Francisco just waiting for his opportunity to be able to pick and choose where it is. Again, defensive line for Nico Salazar, but that's going to open up an opportunity on the exit there for Jaden Francisco, but not able to get it done into 7.
But this is where Francisco's faster. Let's see if he can do something. But little defensive line right there, going for the move on, and he got it stuck on Lopez. Lopez back to 2nd. Salazar to the lead, and is Francisco going to be able to make the move from the outside?
He's not, but
oh, he did. He took the inside. The 131 of Francisco takes the lead from the outside. What a move.
Absolutely fantastic reading of the situation. Now he's just got to hold out here for a few more corners. Willing that kart forward is the 131. The Canadian of Jaden Francisco crosses the line to take victory ahead of Nico Salazar and Cooper Lorenzo Lopez.
What a great race, that top 3. What
that
a move
was
by
fantastic.
Francisco. What a move.
Absolutely wonderful stuff there to be able to see. Kanash comes home in 4th, and 5th is Asher Pavin. Chandler, Besseril, Schenenberg falls all the way down to 8th. Johnson, Orioli rounds out your top 10.
Yeah, this karts were, for Schenenberg, it's one pass.
Yeah.
You get stuff shuffled to the outside. These karts are so close to each other and so equal in speeds that, you get bumped out, you're going to go back to the back. Just like we see in NASCAR.
Yeah.
You get out of the draft, you can go from 2nd to 20th.
There's a reason why they call it the sucker hole, and that's a little bit of what happens here at this point. All right, that's going to wrap up our coverage here of heat number 2 for ROK Mini presented by AM Engines. We are going to get ready for ROK VLR Masters presented by Rocket Racing Engines. That'll be coming up here shortly. Again, the Young Guns definitely giving us a good show and a good display, so no cleanup here. We should be able to get into this next series pretty quickly.
Yeah, I tell you what, I'm looking forward to this. We were able to go down and interview Paul Elefante here, who set purple laps, definitely the fastest VLR master on the track yesterday. But it was interesting. We were talking to him. We were like, what happened yesterday, Paul? Because we didn't get a chance to see it. We look on the camera, all of a sudden we see him facing the wrong way on the track. So it was interesting what he said. He said he got a great run on him. He goes, I either run him over or I lock my brakes up and spin the kart. So, being a Masters driver who's been around for a long time, he definitely understands that, it's better to sacrifice yourself than sacrifice a fellow racer.
Yeah, it's good heads up. It's good, courteous, consistent driving. Very much what we like to see. We will be airing that interview a little bit later on in the day.
Yeah, and I'm looking at the lap times yesterday. This is going to be really interesting. Mardan had a checked out, had a great little lead there. Elefante just crushed it. Coming back from, spinning a kart to making it all the way back up front. But, you got Johnny Ruck, who was fast. You have, Scott Falcone, who won here last under the wet conditions. But, my money's on Elefante here. I think Elefante is going to be able, now is Mardan going to be able to respond to what Elefante has? We don't know. We'll see.
Well, and I think one of the things to keep in mind here is both Falcone and Elefante, as you mentioned with Elefante, had incidents yesterday.
Yeah.
They found themselves either facing the wrong way, off into the dirt, something of that nature. And so for the rest of this field, and particularly up for Martin, this is going to be interesting to see what they're able to do if they don't have those issues. Martin walked away with it, but there's an asterisk to that. And I'm going to be interested to see how Elefante and Falcone are able to respond here today.
Yeah, and you can't forget Mark Pavon over here, too. Mark was fast. He's, second fastest car on the track yesterday. So it's going to be interesting to see. I'm excited to watch this. If we don't have any incidents to start and they're patient and they all work together with each other, we're going to see, a good 8-kart battle. The top 8 karts can all sit there and have a chance to win here. I don't count out Christian Vermeer either. He was talked to him a little bit. He's struggling a little bit with some speed. He talked to me about, but he got all the way up to 3rd yesterday.
Yep.
Ended up 8th, or 6th yesterday. But he's got the pace to be able to be up there. Need to pick it up just a little bit more, and I'm sure, with Christian's background and his knowledge of karting, he's figuring that kart out and going to be able to find that pace that he needs.
Yeah, he should be able to be up on pace. I don't really have any questions of that, but we will have to see exactly where everybody's going to shake out again. Just wait for the karts to come out onto the track, which I think we can officially say is dry.
Yeah, track is dry.
We are seeing it completely gray in the way that you like to see it. Plus, we're actually seeing some increased rubbering in of the track, so definitely starting to take rubber here. The dampness all the way gone.
Yeah, the question is there's some iffiness about tomorrow.
Right.
So are we going to have the same situation we did in round 1 to where everyone's going to go into pre-final on stickers thinking tomorrow and gambling tomorrow that it's going to be a wet condition track and they're going to go out on wets?
Well, I am taking a look at the weather right now, and I can tell you that we will be up and going at around 8 or 9 tomorrow, much very similar to what we did today. It's a 5% chance of rain from 8 o'clock to about 11 o'clock. Then it looks like it's going to be clear. Then it's about 10 to 20% between 11 and 3. At 3 o'clock, that's when the rain looks like it's going to come down heaviest. Well, that doesn't sound great. We've still got those chances. Well, the counter that I will give to all of that is the fact that we're done by about 2:45.
Yeah.
So
it can rain all at once after 3:30. We don't care.
Right, exactly. So that's how that'll shake down, and that's how that'll look.
All right. I don't know what the hesitation is.
Just hearing the carts are just fired, yeah. So they'll head out here shortly.
We run here they come on track now. We run a very tight schedule here. Mm-hmm. We run on time. We'll never be before time. So many a times we will hold classes until it's time to go. That way we just keep on schedule. And I'm assuming that's what's going on there. So, all right. Karts are out on track, getting those heat in those tires. Let's see if Martin has anything. He wasn't pushed yesterday, so I'm not 100% sure what Martin has in that go-kart.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not sure how he's going to be able to do it. Let's see, though, what he is able to do when that pressure is applied, because we have to remember, driving with that pressure, driving with another driver on your rear bumper, applying that pressure, trying to see if you'll make a mistake, that's a completely different driving experience than just laying down the fast laps.
Yeah, but Martin is an expert.
Oh, there's no question.
He's got more laps in a go-kart than probably all the mini kart kids together. So being pressured by him, I don't think is a concern at all. My question is, does he have that pace in that techno kart to match that Rocket Racing chassis that Elefante's on?
All right, seeing him come down through turn 10.
Did you see Elefante's shoes?
No, I didn't actually.
He had some nice Nike shoes on that were they're Jordans, but they had their RRC colors and they had RRC engraved on them.
Oh, I love that.
They're nice. First thing I caught. So,
I love that.
As my son would say, he had some nice drip.
I am too much of an old man to say that.
Yeah. I struggle with bro.
That one I can get away with. That one fits into my generational abilities, but drip, I don't. It just sounds foreign. But can't do bet either.
Bet. Am I talking to my 16-year-old son? By the way, my son is out here running one of the cameras for us.
Yeah, I want to give him some credit.
Amazing
He's doing
job.
A great job. There he is. That's his camera right there. Way to go, Nixon. We appreciate it, my friend.
Yep.
All right, into the acceleration zone. We are racing. Marden's going to lead it. Delbon trying to hold around the outside. Elefante's
no!
Big contact.
Not again. Start it up and go. Paul. Well, that helps out Mardan now. But I'm telling you right now, I mean, we still have. Where is. Are we missing ROK?
Yeah, I don't see ROK on the timing and scoring, so maybe something happened there too. I'm not entirely sure, but he is not listed right now.
That's interesting. Wow. All right. Well, that helps out. Let's see if Delbon can capitalize on that. But I'm looking for. I don't even see. Oh, there he is right there. There's Falcone sitting back there in 5th, I believe.
Yeah, Falcone didn't have the best of qualifyings, and that definitely put him down the order a little bit. But we'll have to see how he's able to respond here, coming back up through. Some of what he was able to get yesterday was as a result of some attrition farther in the field. Mardan leaves Pavin with a great start. He's going to be up into 2nd, starting to apply some pressure here to the back of Mardan. And then it looks like it's Delbon, or excuse me, it's Bernabu in 3rd, then Delbon, then Falcone and Vormir in 6th. All right, here they go. Out of Junkyard Turn right now. Mardan trying to grow that gap. It was about 0.5 of a second as they crossed over the start-finish stripe. Bernabu looking right now, just trying to hold off Delbon. Delbon not about to move to the inside on the exit of turn 10, but that didn't play out.
Yeah, I am just still sitting back here going, what happened to Johnny ROK?
Yeah.
Like, I'm trying to find out right now for our listeners and viewers out there. Delbon just went purple with 58.53. You know, Mardan's not doing what he did yesterday, checking out. So this is going to be interesting. Pavon, when we just mentioned Pavon earlier, how fast he was yesterday, and he was equal to Elefante. So, and then Paul just went in. He's like, I'm out and saved my tires.
Yeah, and you know what? I think that's a relatively good call from Elefante. You know, you're this far down in the order, you're probably not going to make up all that much. Just try to come back in rather than racing on tilt.
Yeah, and the key thing, too, is you have 9 karts out there pretty much. You know, it's like if I start 7th or 6th, I have the pace to be able to get up there. And it's not like the group is slow. Like, look at everyone. You can throw a blanket over the top 7 right now.
Yeah, you really can. The only driver that's off the pace in that is Pellegrino, and that is because he's involved in that opening lap skirmish. Pavin bringing the gap down here. It came down by about 0.02 of a second. We watch Bernabu and Delbon right now.
He actually pointed him around him.
They traded earlier. They traded coming into turn 11, so I'm not sure what's happened, but they've got to be careful. They got to stop playing games because that's Scott Falcone right on their 6.
And, you know, there's things, and you've been around racing long enough. There's guys that can qualify great and not race great.
Yep.
There's guys that qualify okay and race great.
Yep.
Scott is one of those guys that, you know, qualifies okay, but races way better than when he qualifies.
Yeah. I used to be the qualifier. I could lay down a 1-lap pace, no problem, absolutely spectacularly, and now I've switched that over. That it's much more of I qualify okay, but I've got good racecraft. Speaking of good racecraft, though, battle for the lead, Mardan and Pavin right now just all on top of each other.
Yeah, Pavon just went purple with 57.92, couple tenths faster than Mardan. But, you know, as we've always been saying, it's easy to catch, not easy to pass.
No, it's not. That's Mardan leading the way in that white cart, largely white helmet. Pavin in that black and red suit, and then the yellow helmet. That's how you can tell those two apart. Yeah. Looks like there Mardan was able to get a little bit, but keep your eye here on Alexander Delbon and that bright blue cart behind them, metallic blue. Now that he's able to get behind Lucas Bernabu, this has the potential of him closing in, making this a 3-part battle.
Yeah, and especially if Mardan and Pavon are going to start battling a little bit up there. But, you know, these guys are experts. They've been in this field for a long time. They understand how this works. They're going to sit there and just kind of work with each other until there's about that 2 to go, and then we'll see if Pavon, unless Mardan makes a mistake that opens the door that would slow Pavon down. And
and there he goes. That's Pavon down to the inside, tries to get it around. Mardan's going to fight back, but Pavon's got the point.
Yep. I mean, he is faster, so we'll see what happens here. Let's see if that slowed them down enough momentum-wise to let Delbon start closing that up. We had a 1.75 second gap between Delbon and Pavon last time. Let's see if that is shrunk or if that is extended a little bit there.
I don't think it's going to shrink all that much, largely because he was able to get that done at a heavy braking zone. It wasn't like they were going side by side through fast sweepers that was really going to throw them off. That was just a battle of light breakers.
Yep, absolutely. Now as we come to the line here, let's see what we got going on. Pavon with a 58.41, 58.77. Delbon with the fastest lap that time around. Not purple, but the fastest car on the track that lap. Did shrink it down a little bit, but I'm guessing that's because a little bit of battle up front.
Yeah, and now at this point it's down to 1.19, the gap between Mardan and Delbon for second place. Pavon starting to stretch the gap a little bit here. It was about 0.2 of a second when they crossed the line. Now it's going to be about 2 kart lengths as they come out of the junkyard turn. Little look behind.
Yeah, Pavon's got the Parolin. I mean, it's great to see Parolin back. Parolin is a large chassis manufacturer over in Italy. So they actually, their factory makes different chassis brands. But it's nice to see that, just like Tony Kart does, OTK does. They make Cosmic, they make Lando Norris, they make Tony Kart. Parolin does similar things for them. But, it's nice to see the Parolin brand branded themselves and out here doing very well.
Yeah, holding on to a 0.4 of a second advantage. Mardan has grown the gap between himself and Delbon, so that's going to extend up to about 1.4 seconds as they come down in. Call it about 3 minutes left to go on the clock. 3 minutes plus 2 laps. Pavon responding well to this pressure. He is keeping this gap comfortable, let's call it. This looks pretty good for him right now. Hold it as much as possible. And come down into turn 10. A little bit more spread out as they run. Keeping ahead. A little bit of a look for Mardan. He looks better on this second half of the circuit.
Yeah, he's gaining in on Pavon, but Pavon, he was faster. Must have just made a bobble somewhere on that lap because he was faster, but this time a couple tenths slower than Mardan. And they're extending their lead a little bit over Delbon. But again, is Mardan going to sit there? And as you're playing, as you see Pavon sitting there playing more of a defensive role, that's just not the fast line around a track.
And it's going to open up the door here for Mardan down to the inside of turn 6. He's got it. Pavon tries to fight back, not able to get it done. And so swap around there for that top position. Once again, Mardan back to the point. Here they go. Pavon holding in, waiting to see if he's going to have any opportunity to get an overtake.
And Delbon definitely closed the gap.
Yeah. Visibly closed the gap here.
Yeah, I think that going through 6 too wide slowed them down enough just to give Delbon that run on them through that fast sweeper into 7, 8, 9.
Pavon not letting him slip off into the distance. Delbon has gotten it down to 1 second. So that's definitely a close, but it looks like he lost some time there on that last run.
Yeah, and you got Mardan going back down onto a defensive line again.
That's going to allow for Delbon to close back in.
Yeah. Yeah, and you just have Pavon. It's just faster. He just made that little bobble somewhere on the track that allowed Mardan to close in. And Mardan being who he is and how much just experience he has, just pounced on it when he had an opportunity.
Well, that's what you've got to do. I mean, you've just got, if you're in this close of a battle, you've got to recognize it. But Pavon right now trying to do the same to the back of Mardan. Not sure if it's going to play out. Not sure if he's going to get it the way he wants to. But at the same time, they'll come across the line with 3 laps to go. Let's see what Pavon is able to do. right. Carries a lot of momentum here, does Pavon. He's going to try to go around the outside.
Over-under right here. Nope. Martin just got that. He had that cart just ripped and gripped through 5.
Yeah, that was really impressive.
No loss of speed at all. And looks like he's got 3 laps to go, 2 at the line. And, you know, Del Bon's back there sitting at 1 second, can't make any line. He's seeing them battle, and he's like, come on, guys, come on, guys. And he's right here again. He looked like he got through 7, 8, and 9 pretty well and has closed that gap within a second to Pavon. And Pavon needs to be careful here because if he's trying to make a move on Mardan, is Mardan being defensive, Del Bon is right. He's in enough distance to where he can make a move on that.
Yeah.
But then it seems like going into 13, he loses a lot.
Yeah, it's that last sector of the track, that last couple of corners, it just looks like it scuppers Del Bon's momentum.
Yeah.
And it really blunts his progress. You're right. Through the first, call it 3 quarters, he's really, really good. And then in that last part, it just kind of falls apart for him.
Yeah, this is where he closes in a lot. He carries a ton of right there. I mean, you can physically see it, how much room he closes in on Pavon. But then, you know, he gets a good run down 9 into 10. 10 through 11, he's fine. And then at that back section, like you said, that final sector just kind of loses it.
Yeah, and you see him hopping the cart a little bit, trying to get a little bit more speed behind it. But there he loses it again. Just that run through 11, 12, and 13 not looking like it's playing out nearly as well as he wants it to. Crossing the line here for the white flag. Battle is on for the top position. Mardan and Pavon trying to see what they're able to get. Pavon runs the cart a little bit wide on the exit of 4.
And Mardan just ran a conservative line there, not too far out. Not inside enough to where Pavon would really have to commit himself to it, but not losing any speed, which is very impressive.
Yeah, very impressive indeed. Really held it together, did a good job. He goes down into turn 10.
Little look over there. Everyone's just looking over their shoulder. Like,
yeah, double checking it. I think Mardan's got this. I don't anticipate a move from Pavon coming into the final corner, and indeed, it looks like it's going to stay that way unless Pavon gets a monster run here. Checkered flag waving. It is Mardan, Pavon, and Del Bon, your top 3.
Yeah, and I tell you what, this is going to be interesting because Del Bon, I think, had the fastest cart on the track. Mm-hmm. You know, although, you know, Pavon did go purple, but he had that one lap of 57.92, but then consistently Del Bon was a couple tenths faster than the rest of these guys. So it's going to make an interesting Heat 3. Add Elefante into that mix again. Find out what happened with ROK. Yeah, I can't find out. I don't know what happened to him. He was fast, and we'll just see.
We will see indeed, but that is going to conclude our ROK VLR Masters series presented by Rocket Racing Engines Round 3. We're going to head on off. We're not going to actually pay the bills. We're going to give you a little bit of an interview here. So we're going to head off and do that before we get into VLR Juniors presented by Royalson Performance Group.
All right, hey, back. Jason Ewers here with Rock Cup USA. I have Ruben with Velocity Racing Sody Kart USA. Ruben, we're trying to go around and kind of highlight some of our class sponsors, and they are our VLR Junior sponsor. And again, we appreciate you guys. This all cannot happen without our sponsors, so we appreciate that. Tell us a little bit about yourself, how you got into karting, your choice of chassis for your team, and basically how someone can get involved with you guys.
I first got out into karting when I was 10 years old. So I lived 10 years in Europe racing. I was world champion in go-kart in '98. And I got the opportunity to come to America to work in go-kart a couple years ago. And I have the opportunity to work with the Sody. And we build up now the Velocity. And we are a fresh team. We have just 4 months. And we're trying to build up our mark, our brand. And our focus is in the driving. The engine is important, chassis is important, but I think the most is the driving. So that's why we focus that.
Fantastic. So what do you guys do as your coaches? Like, what are some of the fundamental things you guys focus on when you have your drivers here and the coaches have to, like, literally coach them?
Yeah.
So if someone is watching this right now and they're like a local grassroots racer, but want to experience that next level of running events like this, how do they do that? How do they get a hold of you guys?
You can reach us in the Instagram, Velocity Racing USA, and do an inbox message. Then you can reach out and mark a test, schedule a test with us, and try to do the race with us. And we try to get the best opportunity for your drivers.
So if someone comes in and does, let's say, an arrive and drive with you guys, what are they getting for that?
They get the karting, the engine, the tires, and the coaching, all of that.
That's fantastic. You heard us right here, velocityracing.com on Instagram. Check test. You can come see Ruben in your home tracks right here. Yeah. You get to drive this wonderful track out here. So, hey, Ruben, we appreciate it. Appreciate the sponsors, and good luck this weekend.
They enter into the acceleration zone. Green flag flies. We are racing. Big slide farther back in the pack. Couple of micros going a little bit slideways, but they're going to hold it together. Pressure from Luca Besseril. Besseril looks outside for speed. Now down into turn 4. Got it. This position going to go to the inside of turn 1. Got it. The lead of it. Whoa! Cross back, crossover.
I don't think battling each other is the way to go right here.
Oh, almost a little bit of a swiggle there for Trusho in that purple car. Here comes Delbon to the line. Look at him, he's so excited. Welcome back to the ROK Cup Florida Winter Tour Round 2 from Orlando Kart Center for the VLR Junior Series presented by Royalson Performance Group. Very excited to be able to bring this out here. One of our biggest fields on the day. It's going to be Alexander Vanchev that will lead the way. Vanchev took victory back in round 1 in the final, so he's definitely... that's something to hold on to here at this point.
Yeah, pole to pole with a dominant win yesterday by over 7 seconds. So let's see, what they have for him. If anybody's going to be able to match his pace with, Edward Kennedy second, Madero's third, Centillion fourth, Steinbreck fifth, Orbezo sixth, Salamao seventh, Romero eighth, Gutierrez ninth, and Jensen 10th, finishing off of our Heat 1 top 10 there. Vanchev did by far the fastest lap yesterday by almost 3/10. Again, like I said, he almost had an 8-second margin of victory through that Heat Race 1. You go back to the tent after seeing a dominant win like that. Do you make some changes on your cart, or you just sit there and leave it? Kennedy and Medeiros went after something to find that different, to make up that pace right there. So.
Well, we'll have to see as they enter on in there. The pink and blue cart of Vanchev will lead the way. There we go. We are racing once more. A couple of carts popping out of line there. This is going to get a little bit spicy coming down into turns 1 and 2, but it looks like everybody's through at least the first part of turn 1 cleanly. Indeed, through turn 2 cleanly as well. There they go. Vanchev has been able to hold on to the lead. That's the 850, I believe, that's able to move up into P2.
I think that's the 858 of Drew Jensen.
All right, that may be second place as there they go. Everybody filing their way on through. It's a little bit chaotic here, but single file through the majority of the field down into turn 7.
Yeah, everyone's just kind of settling right now. It's a long race, 10 laps, or 10 minutes plus 2 laps. It looks like Vanchev is doing what he did yesterday. Oh, big dive in right there by what cart number was that? So we got the Orsolon, we've got a couple Paralins fighting each other, a Burrell Art in there.
Big hop, skip, and a jump over the curbs there for that first place machine. Now as we watch, that's going to be Vanchev crossing over the line. We'll get a double check on who that is in second place. You were right, it is Jensen. Varela moving up into P3, then Gutierrez, Salamao, and Medeiros. There we see it shutting the door on Medeiros as they went. Man, this is spicy.
Yeah, again, Vanchev is doing what he did yesterday, slowly checking out a little bit. Can Jensen sit there and match that pace? But that last lap, Vanchev was 4/10 faster. already at about a half a second lead. I bet you anything by the time they cross the line, that's going to be close to a second.
Yeah, we watched the 8:54 there of Theo Salamau as he tries to work his way forward, holding off Cole Medeiros behind him. Little check behind. That's that Orsilon Racing green and white cart of Salamau that we watch right now. And here they come out of turn 10, trying to see what they're able to get done. Bringing their way on through. Oh, they're being really aggressive with that curbing coming through.
Yeah,
10,
Varela had got that parallel all up on that curb. But again, we sat there, at 6-6. So, Jensen's not letting Vanchev really step out too far on him. But, right there, Vanchev did go purple with the 50 Sif 1.9 in that Kart 806. But the 858 of Drew Jensen is kind of trying to battle in with him, learning those lines, trying to figure out what he needs to do to keep that pace.
Yeah, he's trying to do everything that he can to just keep up and as you said, learn those lines. This is the battle a little bit farther back. This is for, I believe, about P3 that we watch right now. Varela leading the way in that parallel cart. Then here comes the Orsilon machine of Theo Salamau down to the inside. Looks like following him on through is going to be Gutierrez. They're going to be able to get ahead, and is that going to be a 3-for-1 with Medeiros? No, Medeiros is going to have to fall in line, or Bezo and the other Orsilon is going to be 5th in line there. This, again, the battle for P3.
Yeah, absolutely. So that's going to be a great battle back there for 3 on back.
Oh, sneaky moves there for Medeiros, trying to be able to hold off Orbezo as much as possible. Now a little bit of a breakaway, side by side. There they go into the corner. That was Varela and Medeiros trying to sort it out. Medeiros has got P5.
Yeah, my question right now is, where's Kennedy at? Our second place finisher yesterday.
Yeah.
Sitting back there in the top 10, sitting at 9th. Orbezo just went purple, who's a little bit right in front of Kennedy. So we'll see if that group are going to be able to kind of team up together, try to catch the leaders. But right now, you have Vanchev with a comfortable, little bit over a half a second lead. Jensen's sitting there being comfortable in second place, and you got some good battles going back there behind them.
Yeah, and this battle that we watch right now, this is Theo Salamau and Ruben Gutierrez. This is the battle for P3. Salamau in that Orsilon chassis, the green and white. Going to try to hold off as much as possible on that parallel behind him, as Gutierrez really putting pressure to the back of Salamau. Medeiros has moved his way up into P5. He's going to be looking to join this battle as well.
Yeah, the 890 of Gutierrez is all over the back of the 854 of Salamau. So we'll see what happens. He's going to be patient, or is he going to make a move like we've seen through into 9 down to 10? It seems to be the move a lot of these guys have liked, and he's going to be right here.
Yep, down into there. Did he get it done? Yep. Yes, he did. Gutierrez up into P4. Now watch the attack from Medeiros coming into turn 10. Defensive, no offensive line for Salamau. He's going to get the position back.
Yeah, and then who went right behind Salamau was Gutierrez.
Medeiros.
Was it Medeiros?
Medeiros,
yeah. 807.
Yeah, so he's able to do that. Varela now also going to try to add to Gutierrez's misery here, as it looks like that's going to be 3 wide, coming down into turn 1, holding off. Medeiros now shuffled back into the order. My goodness gracious, don't blink or you're going to miss this action.
Oh, absolutely. What great racing right now. And then we have 807 right there. Was that Medeiros that just took 2 spots? But then you got the 808 sitting there of Orbezo, just passed both of them back.
Yeah, Orbezo able to get that battle that we keep an eye on there. This again, the battle for 3rd on back, as it does look like that Varela's been able to hold on to that 3rd place position. Are we going to see a little bit of a sneak attack there from Medeiros? No, it doesn't play out. So it is Varela and Salamau leading away in a little bit of this. Then Gutierrez, I believe. Oh, maybe some contact there between the 854 and the 864.
Yeah, Varela and Salamau. But I'll tell you right now, keep an eye on that 869 of Edward Kennedy. Just went purple, and with that group in front of him battling, he's going to be up there pretty quick.
Yeah, he'll be able to pick his way through that relatively easily. Varela, Salamau, Gutierrez, the 3 on your screen right now. Varela trying to hold off. Let's wait and see here if Salamau's going to have a run down into turn 5. He indeed does, trying to follow him on. Oh! Gutierrez, big contact!
Hit that outside tire, and they both went for a spin.
Oh, my goodness gracious. That was massive contact.
Yeah, I'll be shocked if he doesn't have something bent on that cart, trying to make his way back on the track. Upset with himself, upset with his competitor. To me, that just looked like a racing incident. I didn't know if there's anything that was ill will on that. You know, it's such a high passing corner right there.
Yeah. You're battling hard for position. It just kind of happens sometimes, and I hate to use that as an excuse, but we check back in on the battle for the lead, and folks, it is still technically a battle. Alexander Vanchev not having it all his own way, as Drew Jensen is definitely keeping pressure to the back of him in that Nash Motorsports machine.
Yeah, and with that incident that we just had with the 825, that allows Edward Kennedy to move up into the top in the 5th. Still turning some very, very fast lap times. We'll see if he has anything from Loderis right on the back bumper of Loderis. But then there's a little bit of gap between Loderis and Salamao. And Salamao is kind of like you like to say, on an island on his own right now with a little bit of a second breather room to 4th place.
You just got to be careful, though. We still have 2:45 left in this race, and there could be a little bit of a battle here as we watch Medeiros holding off Kennedy or Bizzo, and name we haven't called in this race, that's Marco Romero running in 8th.
Yeah, and you got Centillion sitting right there behind Kennedy within striking distance, but the 908, the 808 of Obezo, I mean, they're all within striking distance. One little bobble and you're losing some positions.
Yeah, exactly. As right now, we keep our eyes fixed on that battle. There they come out and around. Very, very close, contentious racing farther back in the order.
Oh, another up and over.
Oh, he's stuck. He's stuck on the back of him.
Hit your brakes. And who did that just mess up right there?
That's not something you see every day from racing. My goodness.
Yeah, especially with these bumpers. These bumpers cover up the rear tire pretty well, so I've been shocked that we've seen it twice now.
All right, here they go. Now, I believe this is Kennedy in the 811 there of Centillion.
That's the 819 with the move on the inside right there. That was Luca. A little help on that name.
Popescu.
Yep. Name we haven't said much, but great pass right there on the inside. I'd love to see the diciness back in the field a little bit. So we've got the 890, 841 there of Depew, who we talked about in the GP class quite a bit. So sitting in here on the VLR junior class against the 838.
Yeah, and this is this is 11th position that we follow right now as we try to keep our eye on that. Very close running back from behind them as well with Popescu, Grace, and Lavin. To check back in, battle for the lead looks like it's closed down here. No, excuse me, that's not the lead. That's the 890 trying to close on in a little bit more. There's your leaders there at that point. That battle's still close. Vanchev and Jensen keeping it close. Now it's going to be Medeiros up into 3rd place, followed by Salamao. There's Kennedy. So a 3-car breakaway here for the final podium position.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious what happened to Kennedy. I mean, he didn't get a great qualifying run. He's got the pace, which I'm shocked. So they either made the adjustments or he just couldn't get some clean air in qualifying. You know, we saw that yesterday, and I heard some other people mention, like, why are they all going out in groups? Why aren't people? You know, a lot of that is drafting, helping each other, teammates help each other try to get the faster lap time. And that maybe could have been what happened to Kennedy yesterday. Just got kind of stuck and never really got a good, clean lap. But showing great pace racing-wise. Got a good 3-car battle right here going into 10.
That's with Medeiros
69, of Kennedy taking 2 spots right there, but then lost it again.
It almost looked like Medeiros was signaling for them to go on by. That may have been an indication to give a bump, something like that just went a little bit wrong. But they've got to be careful. Nico Orbezo now is joined onto this battle, and Valentino Centillion also may be joining this shortly. We've only got 2 laps to go here, but this is a real pressure cooker situation right now in this battle for 3rd place.
Oh, absolutely. It's fantastic. And then we're looking at Centillion is just right back there as well, not too far off the pace. They keep battling. We're going to have a 6-car battle here for 3rd.
Yeah, we certainly could. Here they go, down into 8 and 9. Nobody's sending a big sneak attack there at that point.
Oh, dropped a tire right there.
That was Salamao. And now Medeiros tries to fight him back, but a very defensive line. Kennedy goes around the outside. Here they come.
Kennedy,
Wide
there.
into 11's not going to play out.
Oh!
Kennedy up and over on the grass.
And made it stick. You know, take the curb out of the equation, I guess. We're going to go the smoother route right here.
And that's Orbezo, who's now found himself all the way up into 4th place. We are on the white flag lap. 1 lap to go. Medeiros has been shuffled all the way down into 7th behind the 8-11 of Centillion. Very defensive line by Kennedy. And it looks like Orbezo's trying to fight back on it.
Yeah, the 808 over the 854. A little over-under take right there, but good run with Orbezo and Salamao. So looks like Vanchev has just got this under control. But Jensen did cut into the lead a little bit on that last lap. Just not enough time left.
Yeah, I'm wondering here if Drew Jensen is really just taking that wait-and-see kind of patient. There comes a move from the 854 of Salamao. That'll move him up into 4th place. Medeiros tries to follow him on through. Orbezo fights back. Medeiros gets the position. Your victor here in Heat 2 will be Alexander Vanchev, followed by Jensen. But this is where the action is. It's going to be Salamao, I think, is going to have this at the line. It's Kennedy in 3rd. Salamao, Medeiros, Centillion, and Orbezo throw a blanket over 5 through 7.
Yeah, I tell you what a great run from Kennedy from coming all the way back from 8th or 9th, I believe is where he started at, to finish 3rd, respectively 2nd yesterday. Kennedy's definitely going to be going to have some points, so he's going to start up in the top 2 or 3 for the pre-final that we have, and then, you know, if he can run through it, I think he's definitely can give Vanchev a run.
I think he can too. I mean, I like the fact that we didn't see him go too aggressive here or anything like that. Well, folks, that's going to conclude this part of the racing action. We got one more Heat 2 coming up for you. That's VLR Senior presented by Nash Motorsports. But before we do that, got a little interview for you, so we'll head to that now.
All right, hey, back. Jason Ewers here with ROK Cup USA.
Yeah.
Ruben with Velocity Racing, Sody Kart USA.
No one wants to see my face again.
Ruben, we're trying to go around. Hello, everybody. Jason Ewers with ROK Cup
There
USA.
we go.
Hey,
We played
I
that
have,
one yesterday. We can do
Seth
it again.
Nash here with us, who is our VLR Senior sponsor. Kind of doing a new segment here, Seth, just kind of highlighting some of our class sponsors and just kind of a little bit of an advertisement for you guys. Just talk about your program, the karts that you run, and what kind of brings you to run ROK Cup.
Well, first of all, we're from Southern California. For the past 4 years, we've set up an East Coast team so we can handle the West and the East at the same time. I don't know, every time we come out here, we love attending the ROK event because of the people. I think the tires are really good. I think all my clients enjoy running with this group of people.
Awesome. So what's next for you guys? I know we have the Florida Winter Tour stop in Houston with, you know, SCUSA following after that. I'm sure you guys are going to follow that. But is that an East Coast team or is that a West Coast team then?
So for that event, it's going to be our East Coast team. These past few weeks have been a grind for us. We were here for the first round of ROK and SCUSA. Then we headed west for our 2 Challenge of America weekends that we did for testing in the race. Then we're back here again for 2 weeks. So when we go back home, instead of 3 weeks off before the race in Texas, we got 3 rounds at K1 Speed with our local events, Pro Kart Challenge and our Challenge of America. So we're working every weekend. I mean, the first 3 quarters of the year are insane. I'm never home. But this is what we have to do to keep developing drivers, getting them better. That's why we're here.
Yep, absolutely. So speaking of developing drivers, so let's say some young kids out there watching us, how do they get a hold of you guys? You know, what's the step for someone who's maybe never even been in a go-kart? What would you recommend for them?
Well, I mean, we advertise on social media. We have an Instagram account. We have a website. And then obviously at the track with our setups, everybody comes over and talks to us. We have new drivers joining all the time. I mean, just approaching me at the racetrack or hitting us up on Instagram or on our website.
Awesome. All right, guys. Well, appreciate it, Seth. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good luck this weekend. And, guys, look up Nash Motorsports if you want to get a hookup on some national events.
27 years ago, Bill Wright began the Florida Winter Tour to break up the slow winter months for karters. And as the word spread, the tour grew. Importers, teams, manufacturers, and drivers alike all came to Florida to prepare for the upcoming season. One weekend became 2, and the fun became serious fun. Since then, the karting season has started with the Florida Winter Tour, where teams compete to establish dominance for the coming summer. Drivers from all over the world look to make their name and leave their mark on the national scene, much like Pato Award, Enzo Fittipaldi, and others have done in Florida Winter Tours of the past. The original Florida Winter Tour, the series that made karting a year-round sport in North America and where tomorrow's superstar drivers are discovered. 27 years later, you can still go karting and have some serious fun. Are you ready to join the action?
Welcome back to the Orlando Kart Center for round 2 of the Florida Winter Tour, a part of ROK Cup, and we are headed out on track at this moment for VLR Senior presented by Nash Motorsports. Again, another one of our big fields of competition. Always an exciting event to see these seniors making their way out onto the track. It was Caden McQueen that took victory last time out when we were here about a month ago. But once again, things change around a little bit more as we have to see exactly what will shake down with all of these drivers.
Yeah, and it's been interesting to see what's going on with the earlier classes. But it's always fun to watch the senior class, big senior class go, because we had some great battling going in the junior version of these guys. So I'm hoping that they learn some things, and we can see, a couple karts that I'm going to be watching here again. Mick Gabriel jumped up 5 positions yesterday. You had Alabahi 8 positions, DeLeo 4 positions. So, they're all starting back in their original starting position and qualifying position. So we'll see what they can do here in the main and see if they can make that up again like they did yesterday.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of movement as they try to get their way up and through the order, and they try to get everything that they can. It'll be very interesting as well, because this track has just presented fantastic overtaking opportunities, and as we've talked about several times over the course of today, we're seeing the sun come out more and more and more over the course of the day, changing track conditions and really making things different and more exciting out of the track. But right now, as they head their way through, Chase Gasoli going to bring us around to the green. Diego Ramos and Sebastian Garzon, your top 3. Gasoli will bring the field on in that Nash Motorsports machine. There you see him on the left of your screen, getting ready to take to the green flag. Oh, contact farther in the back. That's a slower start there from Gasoli. I don't see any yellow flags. We're ready to go, and sweeping around the outside is Ramos.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting. Gasoli did a DNF yesterday, so your pole position guy did not finish the race yesterday. So it'll be interesting to see what he does here. His tires are a little bit fresher than everyone else's out there in the track. Got a Kart offline right there, but great start from Ramos, proving us wrong that you can take the lead from the outside line.
Yeah, just absolutely full commit around the outside and made it stick. Very impressive stuff there from Ramos, and now he's got some pressure up from behind with Garzon.
He's going to make it stick, and he sure did. And that's fun for us to watch because we can't see going into 9, but we can see them setting up going into 8, and then we just can't wait until we see what happens in 9.
Oh, and Caden McQueen getting his elbows out there on Chase Gasoli. Gasoli now all the way down to 5th, call it 6th position.
Yeah, another bad start for Gasoli yesterday. I can't recall what happened with him, but he ended up 27 spots down.
Yeah.
So he had a DNF yesterday. So got to be a little frustrated on his part by far being the fastest car on the track by setting it and the pole position and just kind of finding your way, walking yourself back.
Yeah, this is McQueen and Della Vecchia right there as they try to sort themselves out. Somebody got a little bit bogged down there. That looks like to be the 955. And so that's going to be a little bit of a bad run for them. That really bogged up the rest of the field.
I think Grata, I don't know what happened there. Got the car a little overstuck. I don't know what happened there. That was interesting to see. But as you see, Ramos is commanding lead right now by Garzon and Hernandez. McQueen, Delavecchi, Ingrata, Gasoli, Gabriel, Alabahi, and Manning is your top 10 last time by.
Let's see a big
couple of carts
contact back
hopping
there.
into the air.
Interesting.
Wow.
Everyone's looking around. That looks like a start right there.
Yeah,
not lap 2.
This is what we call in the business a gaggle.
Yes.
It is a gaggle of carts in the middle of the pack. They're very, very tough. All right, Della Vecchia and Grata. Gasoli is settled into 6th place. Then it's Gabriel, Manning, Alibai, and Hernandez. This right now is the battle for 3rd with Garzon, McQueen, and Della Vecchia.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. Gabriel's cart was a missile down the straightaways yesterday. Let's see if he can take advantage of that. If he still has that cart freed up enough just to get through 9 into 10 and start picking off some of those carts in front of him.
We'll have to see. Cade McQueen, though, looked like he had a pretty decent run coming out of turn going into turn 10, but nothing really happened there to it, so he'll stay in line in 3rd place. Della Vecchia losing a little bit of ground, and now it looks like the battle is on for P2 between Garzon and McQueen. They're going to try to sort themselves out a little bit, leaving Ramos up at the front of the field. He has got that car tuned up and ready to roll up front.
Yeah, he set the fastest lap of the race yesterday. No surprise there at all that he's leading right now. And again, he's setting some blistering laps. But, McQueen did go purple that last lap, but not enough. I think Ramos has got this comfortably in hand with almost a 2-second lead already in the race, and nobody to battle. And you got Garzon with McQueen all over the backside of him. We'll see what happens here.
It really seems like in these races we've seen today, if you're able to do what Ramos is doing here, get yourself out into the front and push ahead, as there we see McQueen trying to take that look down to the inside of Garzon. He's got it. But to finish that point, if you're able to get out into the lead and establish about a second worth of gap, you're fine.
Yeah, you might have somebody a little bit faster, but they're only a 10th faster.
Yeah.
And, you just can't make any mistakes. And at this level, these drivers just don't make that many mistakes. They're professionals. They're all looking to go to the next level, and they all have so much seat time that the only reason they're going to have any issues is if they get punted.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, Hernandez with the 56.38 in the back of the field, but McQueen battling a little bit right there before with Garzon, so a little bit slower lap right there, which allowed Ramos to check out with a little bit over a 2-second gap lead right there over that 9:42 of McQueen.
All right, let's see if he's able to try to close this in a little bit more, but it looks like he's got to be looking more behind than he does in front, as Garzon is definitely applying pressure to the back here of Cade McQueen. Della Vecchia, though, not out of the conversation either. That's 2nd, 3rd, and 4th there on your screen. Behind them is Grata, Gasoli, Gabriel, and Ali Ba. So they're not too far behind as well. You see them kind of flick into the shot.
Yeah, and again, McQueen ends up a little bit further back. Ramos extends his lead just a little bit right there. Hernandez purple for the 2nd lap in a row with a 56.26. Fastest car on the track. So if I'm Gabriel, you need to be looking behind because Hernandez is coming like a freight train.
Yeah, really and truly is. That cart is going to be quick, and it's going to be fast, and you have got to be careful about it. All eyes, though. Ramos continuing to build that lead, and it looks like Cade McQueen finally getting a little bit of breathing room over Sebastian Garzon.
Yeah, they're all kind of settling in here. It's going to be interesting to see what's going on. Back in the pack a little bit here. Really the battle that we have is 5th, 6th, and 7th. Then you got a little bit of a gap between 7th and 8th. And then there's a nice little battle between 8th, 9th, and 10th.
Yeah, it's definitely kind of typical of what we've seen in these other races, that this is a lot of fanning out and spreading out through the field, but there are certain pockets that things get absolutely crazy.
Yeah, absolutely. So it looks like commanding lead still for Ramos, but then we're falling to 9:42 there, and McQueen and Garzon for that 2nd spot, which not a lot of activity going on there, just really comfortable. And Gasoline just went purple with the 56.03, so obviously they're getting settled in, getting comfortable. Starting from the pole and being shuffled back to 6th, it's got to be a little frustrating with you knowing that you have a horse that wants to run.
Yeah, exactly. You've got the speed. You've got the ability to really push it ahead. You just got to be a little bit careful about it and make sure that you're not going too hard and driving on tilt is really the way to describe it.
You don't want to push to where you're almost going to have
at the ragged edges, like I like to call it, every single lap just to be able to do it. But it looks like, Gasly is comfortable. Hernandez went purple again, the only kart in the 55s. Closing that gap on Gabriel pretty fast there with a little less than 3 minutes plus 2 laps to go. That battle sitting right there, 4-7, is going to tighten up and heat up here pretty quick.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit spicy, I think, as time goes along. Now Gasly has been able to clear by Andrade, so he's got clear track up in front of him to Della Vecchia. No, excuse me, Gasly's been able to get by Della Vecchia. He's now got clear track up to Garzone. So with 2.5 minutes left to go on the clock, it's not another realm of possibility he's able to close this gap back down.
Oh, not at all, especially with the pace that he's had. We'll see what happens here as they cross the line. That's not a typical lap because he's in a battle there, but still, a tenth faster than Garzon in front of him. Second, 1.3 second gap between him and Garzon, so we'll see what he can do, especially with clean track right now. But Hernandez at a 55.9, purple again. Very impressive run for that gentleman back there, running an 8th, and that kart definitely isn't representing an 8th place kart right at this time.
No, it's really not, and I've got to think that he's going to have some more speed as we get into Heat 3 and the pre-finals later today. So we'll have to keep an eye out for that. Meanwhile, the battle between Garzon and McQueen continues to rage on. Gasly has been able to pull away a little bit behind them. Della Vecchia continues to bleed positions as it looks like he's been able to be passed by Andrade here at this point. Nick Gabriel, the latest, to try to make a run on Della Vecchia. Thinks about trying to go into turn 1, but that won't play. Hernandez able to get by Ali Bai.
And Gabriel, too. Gabriel went down 2 spots back to 9th place right there. And that probably was just Hernandez taking advantage of Gabriel at the time, and Alibi just kind of tucking in behind.
Yeah, Hernandez just got by Della Vecchia on your screen as well, so that's another good run for the 917. Very heads-up driving there for them. Again, putting in those fast lap times, timed in and timed out. That will just keep coming to you just like that.
Yeah, McQueen and Garzon, that battle's tightened up again. So I don't know what's happening on with if McQueen maybe dropped a tire or slowed down, or the kart's just tightening up a little bit, but it definitely allowed Garzon to close in.
Yeah, definitely allowed him to close on in. Let's see what they do. So come through 11 and 12. This long snake of cars make their way through turn 13. Look behind there for Garzon. Going to check to see Gasly setting a personal best. Here they come down into turn 5. 20 seconds left on the clock, which means that there are 3 laps to go. Call it 2.5. They don't get that 2 to go mark at the line.
Yeah, Garzon and McQueen are identical on lap times right now. So I don't know if Garzon's just going to sit back there comfortable and just kind of run through these 2 laps. Again, it's a point system. Still have a lot of racing left. We're going to have another heat after this, and then we'll end up having a pre-final later today. There's some birds, folks. Yeah, look at the birds.
All right, 3 laps to go, 2 at the line as it looks like McQueen's continues to hold off Garzon here. Garzon willing that kart forward as much as he can. Gasly just hasn't really been able to close that gap down nearly as much as he'd want to. It's down to about 2.2 seconds there or thereabouts. Just trying to close on in. Garzon trying to do the same thing on McQueen, although he's got a lot less distance to try to cover.
Yeah, much less difference there. I think it's probably going to end up this way, Rainbows between Garzon and Gasly, unless McQueen makes a mistake somewhere here. Their pace is so equal to each other, unless Garzon just sends it into a corner.
And there you just caught on the screen Diego Ramos, your leader here, who has just been dominant from the drop of the green flag, sweeping around the outside of Chase Gasly and able to take this away. So he's been doing an absolutely fantastic job, and I want to give credit here to Caden McQueen. So often we see drivers in this position frantically checking behind them, looking around, trying to check behind. I haven't seen McQueen look back hardly once. He's just focused on the task at hand.
Yeah, I would get smacked by what's behind.
Yeah,
my dad would literally smack me. Like, you don't worry what's behind you. You worry about what's in front of you.
Yeah.
And you know it. You hear it.
Yep.
You catch it out of your peripheral going through a corner where they're at. You know if they're closing in on you. It just amazes me how many of these kids do constantly look back going down straight. Like, oh, behind you. You're past. I just want to see what's in front of you. And run good lines and don't run defensive lines. Make someone pass you to mow that.
Yeah. No, it's the way to do it, because if you run those defensive lines, you can find yourself in more and more trouble. It's going to be a bad situation. You're going to put yourself into a little bit of danger and be slower in doing so.
And we had a little look there by McQueen, just a little glance on the inside just to make sure. And nothing wrong with that. Just kind of check to see the gap of the lead. And yeah, good for him. Great clean racing that round. I think some great racing Heat 2.
Yeah, very, very good Heat 2 racing. And if you like what you see, well, folks, we've got another round of heats coming up right after this as we get ready to get going. We'll be jumping right in the 206, the Briggs 206 senior category. So that'll be coming up shortly. Again, Diego Ramos, your Victor here, Caden McQueen, Sebastian Garcon, Chase Gasoli, kind of ping-ponged up through the order there, but ended up in fourth. Then Aiden Ingrata in fifth. Hernandez, Alibay, Gabriel De La Vecchia, and Rosso, your top 10.
Yeah, we will be back here for Heat 3 at 11:30. So we have a little bit of a break.
It's 11:30 right now.
It is 11:30. Guess what, guys? We're going right into 206s. 1 minute break. Never mind. So no rest for the wicked, as my dad used to say.
Yep.
We are up here providing you guys with amazing color commentating. Yeah, so we have a ton of racing today, guys. It is, and so far, no disappointments.
None at all. Absolutely fantastic to see. Exactly what you want here from all of this. And you got to say here that this is kind of exactly what you want to tune in for when we talk about all of this racing. So we'll take a quick break away from the microphones here while everything gets set. We're not sure if we're going to have maybe a little 5-minute break in between as the Briggs 206s come on out. But as soon as they do, we'll be back with you live here from the ROK Cup Florida Winter Tour. All right, welcome back to the ROK Cup Florida Winter Tour. We are ready for the Briggs 206 senior category, and the question that has to be asked once more, who can catch Dylan Admonson, as he has been the dominant force not just in round 2 here, but in round 1 as well. He has been the driver to try to catch in on and has been absolutely untouchable for the rest of this field. They make their way on through. Always love to see that. That's Blake Mache and Ryan McDill giving each other a little bit of a high five, a little bit of a how you doing. Love to see all of that in between the two. Now, as they make their way through turns 11, 12, and 13, we get ready to go around to the green flag, and the dominance of Dylan Amundsen certainly will be on display. They get their way around. A little bit of weaving there. Owen McCarthy going to be starting to Amundsen's outside. Then it's Yanko and Cariotti lining up into the start zone. As we get ready to go green. Green flag is in the air, and Amundsen takes off like a bullet out of a gun. A little bit of contact there. I think that was McCarthy trying to get a little bit of a move on, and he's able to get it on Eli Yanko. And so now Amundsen's going to try to pull away, but it looks like that's the number 70 cart right there of Yanko has been able to pull back into second. Little bit of a battle hop, skipping a jump over the grass there for Owen McCarthy. That's not great. As it does look like Yanko's going to try to hold off here. That's going to be McCarthy in that yellow fire suit. And I think Cariotti's also in there in that red and white cart. Everybody just trying to hold their own here as they continue to go and try to not let Dylan Amundsen streak off too far into the distance. Yanko closest to him here at this point. Gonna try to close on in. He's closer than we've seen anybody be, really, to Amundsen at any point over the last 2 times we have been here. Question's going to be is if in the long run he can pull it off. The 67 there of McCarthy sits in 3rd, Cariotti in 4th. Excuse me, that's Coggins in 4th in that yellow cart with those yellow overalls. He takes a look down to the inside. That's Yanko. And for the first time, it is somebody else leading the race other than Dylan Amundsen. Eli Yanko up into the point position. And now trying to fight back is going to be Owen McCarthy trying to get a run on Amundsen. Let's see if he's able to make it play. Here they go down into 7 and 8 to turn 9. Amundsen takes a peek to the inside here, trying to assert his dominance once more. He's got a little bit of a run on Yanko. Yanko down to the inside. He's got the move on Yanko, and the 67 of McCarthy is going to pass him back by. McCarthy tries to slot himself into order. Michael Coggins is now going to take 3rd place. Yanko still all over the back here of your leader, Dylan Amundsen. Going to lose a little bit of momentum there. Amundsen, Yanko, McCarthy, Coggins, your top 4 that we keep our eyes fixed on. Trying to be able to hold as best as possible. Amundsen starting to let that advantage grow a little bit. They push themselves ahead. Trying to go as much as possible. Get themselves into good position here, and Amundsen starts to press his advantage as much as he can. A little bit of a pass there. That was Owen McCarthy making the move on Eli Yanko. Looks like it didn't play out nearly as well as McCarthy wanted it to. But Yanko keeping up pressure to the back of Amundsen. Here they go down into turn 5, into 6 now. McCarthy trying to put pressure here to the back of Eli Yanko. Yanko takes a look behind him. 6 minutes and 10 seconds left on the clock. Hop, skip, and a jump over the curb there for Yanko and McCarthy. Coggins has kind of dropped off the back of this battle. Amundsen doing something he really hasn't had to do over the course of this weekend, and that's check behind him. See where everybody else is running.
Here they go.
Yanko really pushing ahead here at this point. And Amundsen under pressure, and that's not a phrase we have said really ever over the course of these weekends, as Amundsen just continues to find himself being pressurized here by Eli Yanko.
Yeah, that's surprising. I run to check the temperature outside. It's super nice and warm and beautiful outside, and come back in thinking Amundsen would have about a 6-second lead, and come to find out he's only 0.3 above Yanko. But remember, our first session this morning was under wet. So obviously they've made their changes. They've got their cards dialed in, and I mean, you got McCarthy right there with them too. So this is great. I love watching this. And I bet you anything else, you know who's probably happy too is Admonson.
Yeah.
You don't want to sit out there and run by yourself every single race. So, you know, it's just making for a great battle here. And these 206s are so much fun to drive, but you have to be so smooth on that wheel.
Yeah, you've got to be very, very careful with it. You can't make any mistakes whatsoever. And that's what Amundsen's been very, very good at, it has to be said.
I mean, look at the last lap times. It was a 106, well, it was a 106.18, 106.16, and 106.13. I mean, that's pretty impressive that they are that equal to each other.
Yeah, it's a very impressive run. But here comes McCarthy taking a look to the inside of Eli Yanko. McCarthy now going to be the one that wants to take a look to the back of Dylan Amundsen.
Yeah, I would have never have done that one. I would have sat back and just pushed Yanko to catch Admonson, and then we just worked that deal out later in the race. But
McCarthy thinks he's got more speed.
Yeah.
He wanted the position, and he went for it.
yeah, he may be a little bit faster and has something for Admonson. I am not sure, but you know, when you have a kart that doesn't have anybody battling and you start battling, the non-battling kart's going to win.
Yeah, exactly. That's how it's going to play. But only 0.5 of a second the advantage here for Amundsen. All right, let's see if he's got anything here. Yanko all over the back of McCarthy. This is the battle for P2.
Yeah, just keep pushing. But, you know, it's fun to see somebody has a battle sitting there for Admonson. And like you said, that's something that we have not said in the 2 turns that we've been here. Good pass there by Yanko. Will he make it stick? Oh!
Will not.
Yanko was like, oh, outlaws that one.
Yep, a little bit of a shake of the head there from him.
And we had McCarthy went purple that last lap.
Yeah, McCarthy
Big
still got
push
the
right there by
speed.
Yanko.
Yeah, there it is. They want to close on in. They don't want to let this slip away. 2 minutes, 50 seconds left on the clock here. Amundsen's starting to press a little bit of an advantage.
Because they're battling back there. I always made it a point. The guys I knew I was pretty close speed-wise, I'm like, listen, let's just tag up, catch the guy in front of us, and then we, like I said, we'll sort our thing out with 2 laps to go.
Yeah. That's the old Roger Penske rule of racing. You race his teammates until the last 10 laps, and then you go for it.
Yep. And I'm assuming McCarthy 67's on that Burrell AM29 chassis, which is designed for the 206 class. And it is an absolute rocket ship. Like in the Midwest, that's the chassis to have in the 206 class.
He certainly does look like he's got it pretty well hooked up here at this point.
Well, and it's interesting, too, because they don't have this engine package over in Europe. They do not have the 206. So when you talk to the chassis builders about what we have, they have no idea what we're talking about. But it's the biggest class that we have in the United States. So companies like Burrell R and OTK are getting smart and starting to design special chassis for these lower horsepower karts.
Yeah, I mean, it would make sense. If it's a popular item here, you might as well market yourself for it. Amundsen, though, not in that Burrell art, and he's starting to pull away.
I don't know if he is or if he isn't. Like,
no, he's lost on this last
Yeah.
lap. I stand corrected.
Yeah, and I guarantee, I think McCarthy's going to go purple again.
There you go. He just did.
Yeah. 3/10 faster than Admonson. A couple more laps like that, they're going to be right there on his tail. And you had Yanko matched to 105.64.
Yeah.
I mean, you have 2 laps that were both, or 2 karts that were the exact same lap time that both were purple. And Yanko's being very smart here, and I like what he's doing.
Yeah, he's sticking behind. He could have had a look there into 7, decided not to go for it, keeping everything together, being very, very heads up about a way to make this play.
Yeah, because we'll get 2 to go by the time we go to the line. Yeah, they're definitely closing in on him, and they're working really well together.
Yeah. I think that's the way you've got to put the challenge here to Dylan Amundsen. I mean, this is the closest we've seen him to being under pressure for this entire Florida Winter Tour, and now as they continue to push ahead, let's see The gap was about 0.6 of a second. Now they're going to cross over the line. It's down to 47 hundredths with, I believe, 2 laps to go. It was a little close at the line. No, it's 3 laps to go. So they've got more time to try to close them in.
Oh, absolutely. What happened to King? I'm sorry, I had to go out for a little bit. King qualified P2 and dead last right now.
I think he just got shuffled down through the order as a result of that start. It looked like he did not get the momentum he wanted to. I may have missed something as he was trying to go, but
Well, because we're not used to seeing a battle for the lead in 206.
Yeah.
And look at that right there. McCarthy's all over the back of Adamson here. So this is definitely with 3 laps to go, 2 at the line. Adamson's going to be under fire.
that really is. A little bit of a duck there from Owen McCarthy. Again, just trying to make that body as small as possible down the straightaways to try to minimize some of the drag on the cart.
And I'm telling you right now, Yanko, McCarthy needs to buy him a beer if he's able, old enough to drink. Because he's doing a great job of not fighting him, pushing him, and that's the reason why they've caught Adamson.
Yeah. And there he is. I mean, they are there. It's 0.3 of a second across the line, less than a cart length as they come through turn number 5.
Yeah, Yanko with the 105.33, fastest cart on the track. But 2 laps to go, right all over Adamson. And if Yanko's smart, you're going to sit there and you're going to be patient until the last lap. Don't make your move yet. Keep helping McCarthy, and they've done what they needed to do. Oh! What happened there?
Was that a little bit of a coming together? Was there a push mid-corner, or what happened there to McCarthy?
What happened there? All of a sudden, I looked like he was. Did he hook his bumper? I am not sure what happened there. What a shame.
Oh.
You know, Adamson, another dominant victory now, but
yeah,
he knows he's got some competition. And like we said, we still have quite a bit of racing left and into today and into tomorrow. So, yeah, if I'm Dylan, I'm going to have to maybe have to turn a wrench for once.
Yeah, maybe make a little bit of adjustments to the cart. Maybe think about those lines, because the other thing that we haven't talked about here in the course of all of this is the fact that for Yanko and for McCarthy, both of them have been able to study Amundsen up close and personal for the better part of the heat.
Oh, absolutely. And no one's been able to do that.
Yeah. And so that's going to be a huge boon to them.
Yeah, I'm still not sure what happened there. They look clean going in, and I'm just not sure if maybe McCarthy just got a little loose, and that caused Yanko to get onto that inside bumper and just turn him. Nothing intentional, I don't think. They were working so well together that I think they were really setting up for that last lap pass on Amundsen.
Yeah, well, Amundsen's not going to have to worry about it here as he'll cross the line to take victory yet again. Eli Yanko second, 3.3 seconds back. Owen McCarthy, what could have been were it not for that errant spin coming down into turn 10.
Yeah, no, we've got a good little battle there between Mache, McDill, and Carlotti. So that's going to be something to watch in the for the remainder of the events that we have here. That wraps up our 206 Heat 3. Heat 3. Now we're going to walk ourselves into the micro Heat 3.
Yeah, and this presented by Orsalon Racing. We'll take a quick break away from you here while we get set up for that. Do a little bit of a change behind the scenes here for a second, and we'll be back with you in short order from Orlando Kart Center.
Yeah, they got it. They got it.
27 years ago, Bill Wright began the Florida Winter Tour to break up the slow winter months for karters. And as the word spread, the tour grew. Importers, teams, manufacturers, and drivers alike all came to Florida to prepare for the upcoming season. One weekend became two, and the fun became serious fun. Since then, the karting season has started with the Florida Winter Tour, where teams compete to establish dominance for the coming summer. Drivers from all over the world look to make their name and leave their mark on the national scene, much like Pato O'Ward, Enzo Fittipaldi, and others have done in Florida Winter Tours of the past. The original Florida Winter Tour, the series that made karting a year-round sport in North America and where tomorrow's superstar drivers are discovered. 27 years later, you can still go karting and have some serious fun. Are you ready to join the action?
Welcome back to the Florida Winter Tour, part of ROK Cup. DJ Clark up here in the commentary booth as we get ready for ROK Micro, presented by Orsilon Racing. It is Bernardo Kupel-Gubert up front, Aiden Go, Liam Francisco, Gottschalk there as well. Very quick drivers here in this series. One we got to watch out for, though, that unfortunately had a rough run last time around is Lennox Lockhart. I had the opportunity to talk to Lennox when we were here about a month ago. Great kid, really knows his stuff, very excited to be able to be out on the circuit. So love to see that kind of energy and enthusiasm from these young drivers. Dutch Westbrook, another one that's particularly quick to watch out for. He'll be rolling off in about 6th position. Plenty of good drivers here to be able to bring their way on forward. It's going to be very, very interesting as this micro category has consistently been some of the best racing we've seen. Alvaro Medeiros able to take victory last heat race. Does look like the field's a little bit spread out as they make their way back around and on through, but we'll hopefully get them all stacked up and ready to go by the time we reach that start-finish area.
Yeah, I tell you right now, I've went outside, check out the weather. It's getting warm.
All right.
Breeze is warm. You know, if you're in the Midwest right now listening, it's just miserably hot over here, I guess.
Well, I'm just happy not to be in California where there's rain and tornadoes and earthquakes and name a natural disaster. We have it.
Yeah. All in one day.
Exactly.
Yeah. So here we go. We got the
All
micro here with Medeiros, Westbrook, Nario, Go, Gottschalk. I mean, this is going to be some great talented drivers up front. So, and they are just, this kid's like, what? Did it go? Well, you better put your hands on the wheel, son.
Yeah, you got to turn, but there it is. They're through turn one cleanly as they get going. It is going to be Medeiros that leads the way, pushing his way ahead. A little bit of a battle for P3. That's going to be the number 78 Kart of Aiden Go that slots into P2 at the moment.
Is that Go or is that Gubert?
The 78 is Go. Gubert's up in the lead right now.
Oh, Gubert. Okay, well, I thought we had Westbrook. Okay.
No, that's the 10 of Gubert.
Sometimes we can't get a good vision from our screen.
Yeah, it gets a little tricky.
Yeah.
And obviously the timing and scoring updated when it does, sometimes it gets a little confusing. But good breakaway here for Aiden Go and Bernardo Kupel-Gubert as they continue to try to pull away a little bit more. It does look like we've had some movement farther back in the pack. Everybody trying to work their way up forward.
Yeah, I mean, Gubert had the fastest car on the track in Heat 2. He just got that incident in the beginning that caused him to get sideways, and obviously we know he's got one of the fastest karts. So first time he's really been out front.
Yeah, so we'll see what he can do up in the front of the field. Dutch Westbrook is up a couple of positions there. Liam Franco trying to get his way as well. He sits in 4th place, but there's Gubert on your screen right now, holding off a pretty substantial gap from Aiden Go and really pushing his way ahead.
Yeah, I tell you, our biggest gainer right now is back there to 11th, which is Pujalis Basse, sitting there, that cart number 64. So keep an eye out on them. They got their cart kind of set up and rolling, and looking for them to move up to the top 10 here.
close little battle here between Francisco and Shivari. Shivari's going to try to take a poke to the inside here in that Orsilon racing machine. Gets it down to the inside, but Shivari's going to try to, or Francisco's going to try to fight back on him a little bit. I think Shivari's been able to get that position, but they've allowed for Isaac Carvalho to get involved in this conversation as well. Excuse me, that's Mauro Nario that's been able to get it on Shivari. Nario, Francisco, Shivari as they sort themselves out. Little bit of contact coming through 1 and 2. Here they go, and again, slideways coming down into the corner for that 06 of Shivari, and pushing that Kart is Samuel to the absolute limits.
Yeah, and we were watching him in Heat 2, and he got up, I think, into the top 5, and just because of the nature of these karts and how close they all are, got shuffled back a little bit. But, you know, we know he has the pace and speed to run up there. Does anybody have anything for Joubert? We just, at this point in time, he's proven there's a reason why he had a pole cart.
Well, 1.62 seconds up in front here, absolutely pulling away. Westbrook and Go also relatively separated. The best battle we see here is really with Francisco and Shivari.
I mean, he is a good 7/10 faster than anybody else on the track right now.
Yeah.
I mean, that's amazing.
Yeah. Nario starting to pull away. Shivari has gotten the position over Liam Francisco. Carvalho trying to close in and hold on to that gap as much as possible.
Yeah, and Medeiros is all the way back there at 8th, who was our winner in Heat 2. So I don't know if he did he get a bad start, but Medeiros just went purple with a 101.37, so he must have got shuffled back in the
I don't
start
think he qualified all that well. I think that's part of it. If I remember correctly, Medeiros was definitely down through the order a little bit more, and that may be the reasoning for it.
Worked his way back up. Let's take a look where his qualifying run was yesterday. Well, Alvaro Medeiros was.
Did he have a penalty, maybe?
Micro. He put it on pole.
I'm not sure why he was down through the order. We're going to check in on the battle for 4th right now. Dutch Westbrook, by the way, has been able to get by Aiden Go. This is actually the battle that we see on your screen. Westbrook and Go right now. Aiden Go giving a little bit of a wave. I'm not sure who that was to. Maybe to us. If
up here in the suite, sure thing. I mean,
yeah, there he is. But right now, Go trying to close in behind as Westbrook has been able to get that pass done. Coming down through 7, now down to the braking zone of 8, into 9. We sometimes see that little opportunity present itself.
I'm thinking that the Medeiros maybe have I'm not sure why he wouldn't have started back on pole. Did he have a drop-down bumper penalty? I can't remember yesterday. But anyway, he's one of the fastest karts on the field, sitting there at 8th, that kart number 5. So keep an eye on him working up through the field. But really, the kart right now that's the cream of the crop is your kart number 10, Leader Joubert.
Yeah, he is just absolutely rocking it. Here comes the battle, though. Go sends a move down into turn 1. This brings Mauro Nario into the conversation as well. Westbrook able to get the cross back to be able to get that to go. Also, Shivari in this conversation. Big move to the inside for Nario. That'll be 3rd place taken away from Aiden Go. Westbrook's got a little bit of breathing room.
Yeah, and I tell you right back there is Francisco going, come on, guys, keep fighting, because I am not too far behind. In that same camera shot, which is good, but these 4 are fighting. We should have a battle right there for a position change, and I believe that was Shivari and Nario. Nario got passed by Shivari.
Tried to get it. Here they go.
And number 6 is sitting back there with just Shivari. So Nario got a spot back on Shivari. That little pack is being led by Nario, right? Or does that Go?
No, that's Nario up in front right now. It's Nario, Westbrook, Go, Shivari. As here they come down into turn 1. Only 1:45 left to go, plus 2 laps, obviously.
Yeah, and Francisco's right back in there in the same camera angle. So.
Oh, double pass there as Westbrook gets by. Go tries to make it as well. Go's going to lose out here as now it looks like Nario fights back on him.
Yeah, absolutely. Good, clean racing right there.
they're trying to be able to get themselves sorted. Here they go. Contact!
Up on the back bumper of Go. Not Go. Who is that?
That was that Medeiros that may have popped up into the air. Yeah, oh, that Orsilon cart.
Yeah, I think that was the Burrell Art.
All right, now we watch as Norio leads Westbrook, leads Go for that battle for P2. 3 laps to go at the line. Goubert way out in front. He's in a league unto himself here at this point.
Yeah, and that's just a battle right there for second place where he has 7 carts all. And we've got 2 laps to go at the line, so we're going to see some slicing and dicing here is my guess.
Yeah, we certainly are right now. Oh, fighting through those corners as much as possible. You can see him seesawing at the wheel was Maronario.
Yeah, and the interesting thing here is I'm looking at the group right now is Gottschalk's down there at 10th, so
not what I've expected.
No, he's been up front, and we talk about him quite a bit, but I don't know if he got shuffled back in the start, but
he's just kind of been a non-factor here in this race. We haven't really called his name once.
No, but what a great battle right here with these 4 going in for the second position right now with Nario, Westbrook, Go, and Medeiros. But right there, the 90 was at the
Whoa, Aiden Go with a big move to the inside of 13. That's 2 positions in 1 corner. Yeah. Sets it up. Westbrook gets by Nario, and now here comes Alvaro Medeiros.
And here we go. 2 laps to go. Who's way wide
That
there?
was Go.
Wow, that was an interesting line to take. And very protective line there, and on the outside, I believe that is Medeiros who just dropped 4 positions. But
clobber into the back. I think that was Medeiros that got into the back of Westbrook.
Yeah, but that allowed your Carvajal and Garduno and Francisco to all close up on that group.
Yeah, everybody's running nose to tail here. So at this point, there was a big move to the inside. I think that was Westbrook trying to sneak a position or 2 away. Seeing what they can do. 2 laps to go. It'll be white flag at the line. There's your leader, Bernardo Clupo Goubert. And there is that gaggle of cars coming in behind. Aiden Go leads over Medeiros. Shivari right there, Carvalho, Francisco Norio has been shuffled all the way back down to 7th. Westbrook shuffled down to 8th.
Yeah, Medeiros took a very inside line, but kept the. I felt like he gained some momentum there. On Go, is he going to be able to stick? No. Go is really wide lines, I've noticed. Even through 2, he went super wide. So, but that allowed Medeiros to get around him. I don't know if he's just losing some grip in those tires, but these kids have got some laps on these. Yeah, third heat on the same set of tires. This group was the first group to go out on heat 2 on slicks, not dry or not wets. So Godin's got to be careful here because he's got Chiavari right behind him.
Oh, Kart spun around into turn 10.
That looked like that was an Orsilon Kart.
It did.
So maybe that was Nario?
Maybe. Goubert takes the victory here, as it looks like here Medeiros will hold on to P2. Then it's Go, Chiavari, Carvalho. Nario crosses the line 6th, so he's okay.
Yep.
Francisco, Gottschalk, Westbrook, and Brody. I think that car we saw spun around was Murado.
Well, some good racing there. I mean, Goubert just checked out, and like we've nothing unnormal that we've seen so far. The 1 kart check away, or breakaway, but the battle's been through, for that 2nd through 5th place.
It really and truly has. All right, folks. Well, that's going to wrap up this round here. This is Heat 3 for ROK Micro, presented by Orsilon Racing. We'll get ready to go here for ROK GP Junior, presented by PSL Karting. That'll be coming up here in just a few minutes.
27 years ago, Bill Wright began the Florida Winter Tour to break up the slow winter months for karters. And as the word spread, the tour grew. Importers, teams, manufacturers, and drivers alike all came to Florida to prepare for the upcoming season. One weekend became two, and the fun became serious fun. Since then, the karting season has started with the Florida Winter Tour, where teams compete to establish dominance for the coming summer. Drivers from all over the world look to make their name and leave their mark on the national scene, much like Pato O'Ward, Enzo Fittipaldi, and others have done in Florida Winter Tours of the past. The original Florida Winter Tour, the series that made karting a year-round sport in North America and where tomorrow's superstar drivers are discovered. 27 years later, you can still go karting and have some serious fun. Are you ready to join the action?
Welcome back to the Florida Winter Tour, a part of ROK Cup here at the Orlando Karting Center. It's round 2 of the Florida Winter Tour, and it is Heat 3 for ROK GP Jr., powered by PSL Karting. Cole Medeiros, Nathan Dupuis, they were the drivers to beat here in Heat number 2. And don't sleep on Fianchi. Definitely a driver that could be able to get some good speed as well. But this is going to be an interesting one. Medium-sized field, let's call it. And it'll certainly be one to keep an eye on, as we always have some good slicing and dicing. Just waiting for the karts to make their way out onto the track to give the official go code for them here at this point. And there, we want to give a little bit of a shout out. There he is.
There's my boy Nixon. First time on a camera. Now he's not doing his job. Oh, that's funny. Getting a little drink. Oh, yeah. His boss is going to tell him to go over there, but no. Little break. That's a lot of work, man. Today's a long day to be able to just look through a little 2-inch camera all day long. I mean, he looks at his phone all day long anyway, so I mean, no different, I guess. But
Yeah.
It's a family event here, people, and that's what we love.
Oh, there he is. That's the most crucial thing. Get some sunscreen. Make sure you do that there. I have been sunburned one too many times at a racetrack.
Yeah.
And I've been running up and down pit lane.
And us pasty Midwest people right now,
Very
we've
much
been
so.
under a cloud for the last 3 months.
Don't get me wrong. I tan stupidly well, and by the end of the season, I am very, very – oh, there he is. There he noticed.
Hey! Wave at the camera, Nixon. So back at it. Back at work.
Let it never be said we don't have fun here at the Florida Winter Tour. Having a good time as we get ready to go. Oh,
Our camera people, absolutely. Where's Andrew at?
As for Andrew, if he wants to wave back, I still can. Or camera 3, you there? There you go. You want to give a wave over to camera 2?
hey, there's Andrew, another one of our great camera guys. There's
Another
a little
Indiana fella.
wave. Exactly. All right, as we get back to your regularly scheduled programming here.
A little fun up here in the suite, but here we go. Kart's coming on track. The junior ROK class we have here with our winner last time, I believe, was Cole Medeiros from Canada with the victory, followed by fellow countryman Nathan Dupuis. Yeah, French name, I'm guessing.
And I'm guessing he's from the Quebec area.
We could be hacking that up, as far as I know, but yeah, and then.
There they go as they get everything ready to roll. Coming back around here at this point. Yeah, as the track is heating up, this is that time that you really got to be checking the kart, making sure everything's still working okay, because you changing conditions so much from this morning.
Yeah, and I talked about it. I talked about it in round 1 a little bit. Tires. So now they're starting to get some laps on these tires. This is coming to Heat 3. We're going to see most of these teams run the same set of tires all the way through today, and then they're going to put stickers on tomorrow. Somebody may gamble in these larger classes and in the pre-final run stickers.
I'd rather gain positions in the pre-final and make someone try to pass me in the final. You know, I can make my cart pretty wide, and from what we see, these guys can do the same thing.
Well, and we saw a lot of people take that gamble last time out. Now, granted, some weather played into that effect where we anticipated there being rain on Sunday, and so that's why they took a little bit more of that gamble in that pre-final atmosphere. But nevertheless, still a little bit of that strategic thinking that needs to come into play.
Oh, absolutely. You know, if I'm starting mid-pack, and we got a cart off over there, that's the 201.
That's Nitre, I believe.
Yeah.
Gabriel Nitre.
I hate to see that, but
Oh, and we've got a couple of carts stalled. Looks like they're going to be out and going. So a little bit scruffy here of a start for this GP Junior class.
yeah, and I think we saw that the last time. How much smoke came off, you know?
Yeah.
And I understand that, been around this a long time, but that was an exceptional amount of smoke. And we had a couple restarts earlier too, so we'll see what these if these youngsters learn something from that and see what we can do.
All right, they enter into the acceleration zone here. Medeiros getting ready to go, and there they go indeed. Smoke coming off. Brilliant getaway from Medeiros. Outside line, I think it was Sarah Bradley able to get a pretty good run as well. Everybody going to be out and on their way. It's not Bradley, excuse me. She's back in third right now.
That was Cordero, I think. Cordero did a great job. The 225 with Cordero. Really learning and got down on the inside. He kind of saw Medeiros get a gap and immediately went down on the inside to get below, so he did not get caught up in that inside freight train.
Yeah, and that's really what you got to be careful for when you're coming through that first corner. But it looks like everybody threw the first half a lap or so cleanly. A little bit of a gap being going here for Cole Medeiros as they continue to try to pull away. There they run down into turn 10 right now, starting to get a little bit of a gap. That's that 812, the 212 there, the 225 rather, of Cordero starting to close in on the back of Medeiros.
Yeah, and you got Sarah sitting back there on that 258 in third. Don't want these guys to check out too far. I mean, I believe the last race on heat 2 through 5 was pretty tight.
It was. Everybody taking some pretty wide liberties there, coming out and through that final run on the exit of turn 4. Now down into turn number 6. They run, not seeing too many passes up near the front. Everybody about 3 or 4 cart lengths away from each other as they continue to try to go down into that tricky turn 8. That's that sneaky overtaking opportunity that we've seen every now and again.
Yeah, I'm going to be interested to see because if we looked at the heat 2, a lot of the fast laps for these guys were set late in the race. So we're going to see if their engineers sat back and are going to add maybe just a little bit more tire pressure to get the cart to come in faster.
Yeah, maybe that's what it is, just kind of playing with it. But then again, hotter track conditions, that's going to affect that calculation as well. So it's that back and forth, that give and take you constantly have to be doing.
Yeah, got a little battle up here in the lead against Medeiros here, so we'll see what Cordero can do. Medeiros already being on the defensive line right there.
Yeah, starting to try to just keep an eye behind as much as possible to see if there's anything he needs to do.
Yeah, and it looks like I was watching Bradley through that, so she looks really good going through 1, 2, 3, through 5, and then it looks like just got past the one little corner right there, the junkyard corner. But we'll see if she can sit there and tag on Kennedy's bumper, and if they can work together, try to catch that lead duo.
Yeah, that's going to be a big question there, I think, for Kennedy. If she can just hold on in there. We know she's got outright pace. Again, one of the gamblers last time we talked about those that took that strategy change knowing that there was rain coming on Sunday. That was one of the drivers that decided to take that opportunity.
And she won that. She won the pre-final.
She did.
So, yeah.
It played out well for her.
So Medeiros just went purple with 55.14. That's the cart 207. With Cordero just a couple tenths behind in the 225. Kennedy in the 269 and Bradley in the 258. Then we pretty much got a little bit of a gap there, but then the next close battle on the track is at 206 and 286 of Vanchev and She sitting back there in 6th and 7th.
Yeah, she's fallen down a couple of positions here off of that restart, and we're starting to see that gap starting to go up at the front of the field, as you said. Still within striking distance there if you are Cordero. Again, just wait to see what those karts are going to do. How's it going to play out? How is those tire pressures going to adapt as the time goes along?
Yeah, you're exactly right. And we just got to see what goes on. There's plenty of time in the race. And they're just all trying to gather as much data as you can to be able to just go back to your team, get back to your engineers. What is my kart doing? You know, they haven't had a lot of opportunity to run back-to-back in sunlight. It was cloudy yesterday.
Yep.
So today is like a very sunny day. Not super hot, but it is humid, so it's learning experience for everybody. And it's who can relay what you're feeling the kart doing back to their engineers to be able to make that kart do what you want it to do.
Well, and that's such an important part of racing, no matter what part of the ladder you are in, is being able to have that communication with your team to let them know exactly what it's doing, tell them not necessarily how to fix it, but just how it is feeling.
Yeah, and you don't see Scott Dixon going back and go, I want more front toe, or I want, he's just like, the kart's doing this. It's the engineer's job to do what he needs to do to fix that kart, to make the driver comfortable and want to do what that kart needs to be doing. And there it is right there, making a little move.
That's the 206. That's Van Chev and Fiona Shi right now.
She got around Van Chev, so okay. And she came on strong later in the race on Heat 2. So definitely has that kart. And I don't know if it's something just kind of comfortable with it, but flying in Heat 2.
Well, I wonder for Shi if it could be a setup issue. You've got to take that into consideration. It could also just be a driver preference issue. I know I'm that type of driver. Then I need to build up a little bit of a rhythm. It can be a little bit hard for me sometimes to just drop and go. Your adrenaline's up and you're trying to fight that off. But when it's just calm it down, build that rhythm, knock off the laps, that's when you really start to get that speed.
And that's probably exactly what it is. I mean, his kart looks great. I'm watching his hands. Not a lot of overcorrecting. Kart smooth, input in, input out. And being battled back right there, though. Teammate battle, a little bump in the back, like, let's go.
A little bit of how you doing there. They're going to carry on that battle, though. They'll come down through turn 9. No real movement there from either of them.
So is that Kennedy and Cordero right there?
It's 2 and 3. Yeah, that is Edward Kennedy.
Is that Bradley back here in 4?
And that's Bradley holding on behind in that yellow helmet. We do see that.
258. Yeah, she gained a lot since the last. Something happened there with Cordero and Kennedy that allowed Bradley to really close that gap, because she closed almost 3/4 of a second that last lap.
Definitely closing in here. A little bit of a different line, aggressive line there. Yeah.
Definitely a fast line through that corner.
We tried to put things together here.
Yeah, she's running under the Speeds tent over there. And if you've been around karting program, everyone knows Scott Speed, Alex Speed, Gadspeed, just names and staples in the karting community. And it's kind of interesting. They run whatever chassis choice. They don't have like your RPGs and your Orsolon teams. They all run a certain chassis brand or speed. You just kind of run whatever chassis you want to run.
I mean, it clearly works out for him. It's a storied name in karting and indeed racing as a whole. So it may be a different approach to it, but it certainly works out.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. Well, Sarah right now trying to close in on the back here of Arthur Cordero to be able to get that final podium position. Again, very quick, very good down into turn 5. We saw on that last lap. There's the move into 6.
Yeah, absolutely. Great move on Cordero right there by the 258 of Bradley. And let's see if she can settle in right here and can get up on the back bumper of Kennedy and maybe give him a little run.
Yeah, I think getting up to Cole Medeiros here with 2 minutes plus 2 laps, probably out of the realm of possibility, but definitely closing in on the back of Kennedy, not out of the realm of possibility. Farther back, by the way, Van Chev holds on to 5th, followed by Shermer, then Shi, Katowski, Dupuis, and Hernandez running at your top 10.
Yeah, it's been kind of an uneventful race. I think everyone's just kind of, like you said, I think everyone's comfortable right now. Got a couple races in today.
setting up for the pre-final, making sure you have a cart to get into the pre-final, and just work it out from there.
Bradley just working her way around here. She hasn't really been able to drop Cordero as much as I necessarily thought she would have, so there's not an outright overall speed advantage here for Bradley, but just enough that she's able to pull a little bit of a gap. Of course, as soon as I say that, Arthur Cordero does close in a little bit coming through Junkyard Turn.
Yeah, she had 0.6 faster the last lap, but I think Cordero is a little bit quicker on this lap. You know, if you're Bradley or you're just trying to push it to catch Kennedy, you know, and it's like I say, it's always easier to be the chaser than it is the chasee. Braking points are different. You drive a little bit deeper than what the cart is in front of you, so it's always easier to be the one that's trying to hunt than it is the hunting.
Yeah, very much so. She goes down into that 34, call it 32 seconds left here in the session, plus 2 laps. Please fall down to position. Though Landry's gained 1 farther back down in the field. Let's see here. Gap between Bradley and Kennedy not really going anywhere, unfortunately. It's just kind of holding steady. So I don't know if Sarah's going to be able to gain it. I think she's got to be a little bit more cognizant of what's going on behind her, necessarily than looking out at the front of that visor. But as we said earlier, you don't want to drive in your rearview mirror. You want to keep your eyes fixed ahead.
Yeah, and I think she's doing a great job. Just drive your line. Don't be too defensive. We'll see what Kennedy or what Cordero's going to do here. Is he going to challenge or just be comfortable sitting back there in the 4th spot? Where did Cordero start?
I think he started P2.
He did.
Yeah, he was able to hold that, and then Cordero lost that position to Kennedy, but he saw off screen, and then Bradley obviously able to get that going a little bit later.
A little check back. She got a good run through 7, 8, 9.
Yeah, she
did close in on Kennedy there. Mm-hmm. But, I mean, the group behind Cordero slowly, not enough time, but they're in the same camera frame, which is, Hanchev, Shi, and Sherman.
Yeah, Fionn Shi didn't run with us last time around, I believe. Good to see Fionn here doing a good job. This is a good run from the, I'm not sure if it's Australia or New Zealand. I need to take another look at the flag, and I don't want to misnomer. That looks to be Australian. All right, here we go, focusing back in on Cole Medeiros, your dominant leader out here at this point. 2.75 seconds the gap up at the front of the field, pulling away more and more. It looked like this one was never in doubt from Medeiros, even when things were at the beginning of the race. Medeiros just put the foot down from the beginning and absolutely pulled away.
Yeah, definitely a victory lap for them to go around this dominant 2.75 difference over Kennedy.
And crosses the line to take victory. It is Cole Medeiros, followed by Edward Kennedy, then Sarah Bradley. Arthur Cordero falling back to 4th from 2nd place. Vanchev 5th, Fionn Shi 6th, Shermer 7th. We'd across the line right now to confirm 8th, 9th, and 10th.
Quite a bit of a gap between 7th and 8th.
Yeah, that's a pretty massive one. That's about 15 seconds or so. There it is. Dupuis, Landry, and Jordan Martin rounds out your top 10. Well, all right, folks, we're going to take another quick break away from you here. We'll be back in just a few moments' time when we get ready for ROK GP Pro, powered by Velocity Racing.
27 years ago, Bill Wright began the Florida Winter Tour to break up the slow winter months for karters, and as the word spread, the tour grew. Importers, teams, manufacturers, and drivers alike all came to Florida to prepare for the upcoming season. One weekend became 2, and the fun became serious fun. Since then, the karting season has started with the Florida Winter Tour, where teams compete to establish dominance for the coming summer. Drivers from all over the world look to make their name and leave their mark on the national scene, much like Pato O'Ward, Enzo Fittipaldi, and others have done in Florida Winter Tours of the past. The original Florida Winter Tour, the series that made karting a year-round sport in North America and where tomorrow's superstar drivers are discovered. 27 years later, you can still go karting and have some serious fun. Are you ready to join the action?
As they enter into the acceleration zone, green flag flies. We are racing. Big slide farther back in the pack. Couple of micros going a little bit slideways, but they're going to hold it together. Pressure from Luca Besseril. Besseril looks inside for speed. Now down into turn 4. Got it. This position going to go to the inside of turn 1. Got it. The lead of it. Whoa, cross back, crossover.
I don't think battling each other is the way to go right here.
Oh, almost a little bit of a swiggle there for Trusho in that purple car. Here comes Del Bon to the line. Look at him, he's so excited.
All right, welcome back. I'm flying solo up here in this beautiful rock suite that we are in, as our co-host DJ had to take a little bio break there. But weather is amazing right now. Wet conditions this morning, dry conditions this afternoon. Tomorrow is a huge question mark. You know, weather right now seems to be in our favor, but it's Florida, so we never know. So as we go out here in the ROK GP class, we have Blake Nash, who won both heats. Now he's taken out on pole position again. Got shuffled back a little bit in the last heat, but worked his way back through for a dominant victory. Fastest car on the track by 4/10. But, you know, we got to look out here. Caden McQueen was quick. Ingrata was quick. Ardillis was very fast as well. So, you know, if Blake doesn't get checked out like he's been doing, we're going to have a nice little battle for the top position here as we go into Heat 3. As the karts make around the track, they are warming up their tires, cleaning out the motors, getting ready to slow down out of 9 back into 10, lining these karts up in the formation that they need from qualifying. So they start the position from their qualifying position. They do not start their position from the previous heat race that we had. So it's a progressive system based off of points. And then that's how we line up for the pre-final. And then your pre-final, how you finish in the pre-final determines where you start in the finals tomorrow. So we are still in heat races right now, which is 10 laps plus 2 for the senior classes, 8 laps plus 2, or 8 minutes, plus 2 laps for the junior division. But as we move into the pre-finals, we extend those just a little bit longer. There we go, down to start. Let's see if Nash can get a good start here. Taking into turn 1, holds in with behind right there. I believe Ingrata followed through in tail. Clean start, little bumping and banging right there, but Nash being very defensive. Holds on to that lead spot as he goes through. That's the 357 of DeAllen car. Help tuck in there. Looking on the inside right there on Blake Nash, but couldn't make it stick. Kind of going through here and lining up. Going down out of 9 into 10. People are sitting there, and Nash still holds on there. Little change for the lead right there. That was the 9-3 of Ardillis passing DeAllen car for second place. Couple situation right there. Let's see if Ardillis is going to be able to run Nash down. Hey, my cohort is back
from the bio break.
And indeed, it's been a long morning. We've had to have a lot of caffeine to keep going, so we'll have to see here if our DS is able to keep that row running. But up in front, it's Blake Nash, much as we saw him do last time around. And last time we were here about a month ago. Close competition farther back in the field as they try to sort themselves out a little bit. Moving on ahead right now, our DS, the Alan Carr McQueen.
And it was a good start for our DS. I mean, going back to fifth, making a couple great passes, ripping off some tape right there for Blake Nash. And a little move on the inside there. Who was that?
I think that may have been Ingrata there to the inside in that 355 cart.
Was that on Questo, the 300? Or
I think so,
okay.
yeah. That's what it looked like at any rate. Nash comes across the line right now.
Yeah, it's actually Ingrata on Questo. The Allen car is just kind of dropping back. Went from second all the way down to sixth right now.
And a little bit surprising there on that. We have to remember that Victor de Alencar was our victor last time out when we were here about a month ago. And so I'm surprised to see him falling down through the order such as he is.
You know, wet conditions, though. Like, that's the great equalizer like we talk about. So maybe he just doesn't have his cart set up for, you know, a little bit more grippier condition. But things that he will learn and go through. And again, he could have his cart set up for a longer run. So we'll see if he can get settled in here. And you know, that second group is a group of about 7 carts. So if you get out of line, you're going to get shuffled back pretty quick.
Yeah, very much so. And that's one of the things, you know, it's not quite the momentum level that we see in those Briggs 206 category that we had early on, but there's still a heavy level of momentum. You've got to keep up and keep pushing on through and keep making sure that you're able to have that minimum quarter speed very, very important.
Oh, tried very defensive, but just not enough. And that's 357 of the Allen car. Just took down 3 spots right there.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't think he's going to give it back up here. He's got the preferred line. Oh, little love tap right there to push him up the track. And who ended up going? Was that McQueen that got around the Allen car right there?
May have been McQueen. I also saw Carvajal in that battle as well, so he's certainly involved in that little back and forth. There as we see the 357 of the Allen car right in the midst of that whole pack.
Yeah. Carvajal is back there in the 311. So we got the 357 to 300 of Questo, D'Allen Carr, Karai, Carvajal, Yasso, and Hugh.
All right, they're going to try to keep this battle up as long as possible. Very close consideration here for all of these drivers. Nash really of no concern to anybody out front. He's already got an 8/10 of a second advantage on the rest of the field. He's pretty much cruising. Ardiles is the same. McQueen looks like he's got a little bit of a nice gap as well, so they're both going to hold on to that. This battle really from 4th on back.
Well, not even 4th. Ingrata's got a nice little back, so it's really 5th from Questo, the cart 300 on back. And it is quite the battle between all these. It seems like it's hard to keep up because they keep switching back and forth about every corner. So good battling here, but again, these guys got to be smart and think about that. There's still a lot of racing left. This isn't the final.
No, it's certainly not. You've got this heat number 3, then the pre-final later today, then you get into the final. So there you've got a lot to try to keep in mind there as we look through the rest of the field here, trying to come back around. Looks like there that's the back of the pack here, absolutely frenetic as they try to sort themselves out. All right. Looks like we're having just a few problems with the camera here at this point, but getting it through. We've got the best crew in the business to be able to make everything work. So I've got no concerns about that. That's Blake Nash out front. Starting to be a little bit of a battle here between Ardiles and McQueen. And that's going to be that battle for P2. That looks like that could be a little bit interesting.
Yeah, that's definitely tightened up a little bit here, and I'm sure that Nash wants to see that. That's just only going to help him out. But, you know, the question is we ask it every single time, what are you going to do to catch Nash? Like, why is he this much faster than the rest of the competitors?
Well, sometimes it's just a matter of getting in that groove, like we talked about around the track, plus helping out that you really love the fact that you get drivers that feel that groove, and you got a good car, good team together, good kart, good way to make it work, and it all plays out well.
Yeah, and we had that interview with Seth Nash yesterday, and he talked about what that team does. And Nash Motorsports is by far one of the bigger teams that's involved in karting, and Seth does a great program over there. And obviously you can tell that they got their karts dialed in, because we've talked about a lot of Nash go-karts throughout these heats.
Yeah, we certainly have. And obviously one of the more distinctive liveries on those cars, that bright sort of metallic teal blue, very, very distinctive.
Yeah, definitely very pretty. Almost that metallic, yes.
But right now, our eyes are focused on this battle between Diego Ardias and Caden McQueen. McQueen, the chaser here. They do have to be a little bit careful. Aiden and Grata not too far behind them. 3 minutes and 30 seconds left on the clock, so there's still some time here to let this all sort out. But you've got to be careful about the way you run it.
Yeah, and again, Nash goes purple again with the 53.62, 3/10 covered field. So, yeah, unfortunately, we're not going to be giving Blake too much love right now, but we can definitely focus in on that battle for second with Ardilas and McQueen.
As McQueen's been able to get on by a sneak attack move down into turn 9, making it play for Caden McQueen.
Well, in that 355 of Ingrata's certain they're lurking, ready to jump on top of those guys as well. So moving fast right there. So you've got Ingrata with the faster lap times. Almost a half a second faster than Ardilas that last lap. I know Ardilas had to kind of hit the brakes a little bit there because McQueen did make that move on him. But Ingrata's got his car really moving right now.
Yeah, it really does. Let's see if we can keep up the momentum here. Sometimes you lose that one position and just be a little bit compounding, as it were. But it looks like Ardias has been able to hold it out relatively well. Is losing a little bit of ground here. Caden McQueen starting to slip away off into the distance, and now Ingrata really starting to put pressure behind.
Yeah, it's just one of those situations where we're towards the end with 4 or 5 laps left to go. Maybe a little bit too much tire pressure. Kart's just getting a little overstuck. Not carrying the momentum that you want to be able to carry. And these karts are so close to each other. All these drivers are so good that it just takes to be off at 10th. And, you're just right there. Here we go. And next thing you see, Grata just makes the move on Ardilas. So,
yeah, able to make a play right there. Very, very good move for Grata down into that turn 5 area. But here comes Ardilas fighting back right now. Ardias trying to be able to get that run. Gets it down to the inside. Fights the position back. Way to go, Diego Ardias.
Nice move. Way to not be frustrated. Knowing that your kart's maybe just a little tight right now. But I just think it's a matter of time before Grata just gets that spot back.
Yeah, I think you're probably right about that, but we'll have to see. McQueen checked out from this battle. Victor DeAllen car also checked out from the battle from behind.
Yeah, so our real battle right now is what we got 6th through 10th, and then this battle for 2nd.
Very much so.
For 3rd.
Yeah, it is for the final podium position. Look to the inside
Deep.
for Ingrata. Deep on the binder. Somehow makes it stick. Is there going to be a fight back here from Ardias? It doesn't look like it. That's going to be positioned with Ingrata, but he gets the same run again. Can he send it down into turn 7? He did this last time. He does it again.
I thought for sure Ingrata would have been smart enough to kind of cover that
off
line,
that
because
inside
he knew that's
line.
what happened last time.
And look at that gap. He's already started to pull again. I mean, that's pretty remarkable there for him.
Got through 7 and 8 and into 9 really well right there. Got a lot of the gap out, but we'll see if Ingrata can close him and reel him back in and maybe learn from his last couple passes and maybe cover that inside line a little bit. But very impressive run by Ardilas to not allow himself to get frustrated because he's got past and stick it, and to be able to keep that kart on that inside line through that high-speed sweeper was very impressive.
Yeah. I mean, that's not normally an area where we even think about going side by side, let alone try to retake a maneuver there. So Ardias clearly has a lot of faith in his kart, knows how it works, and knows how to play it.
Yep, that's the other thing is if your kart is a little tight, you're able to put that thing down on the inside of the track and really let that thing hold it. But again, like I say, tight. I mean, they're just tenths of a second, a little bit off. But, so we still have Nash, Ardilas, Ingrata, the Allen car, Karai, Carvajal, Questo, Eugenen, and Yasso is your top 10.
And we're down to our 2 laps to go here at the line.
There as they continue to try to push their way on through. Look behind there from Ardillas. This is going to be another one of these battles as they try to sort themselves out. I don't think Ingrata's letting this one go quite yet.
No, I don't. Yeah, I mean, obviously he's figured something out because it's Ingrata hasn't quite closed up like I thought he would after he got past it. We got 2 laps, 1 to go at the line here shortly. But Nash, the team, they've kind of got their own little thing going over there. A couple little separate islands for them.
Yeah.
But definitely the rest of the field's got to figure out what they got to do to catch Blake Nash.
Yeah. Because he is just absolutely dominating here. Although we thought he was going to do this last time out, obviously didn't end up taking that. But right now it is the white flag lap for Blake Nash up in front of the field. Trying to pull away here a little bit. More than he already has. Gap's already about 3 seconds for Nash. Caden McQueen in an island unto himself. Battle with Ardillas and Ingrata. Looks like it's satiated just a little bit. Ardillas does have a good advantage. All right, there as they go. Pushing their way through that final corner. And Blake Nash comes across the line to take victory once more in another heat for the ROK GP Pro Series presented by Velocity Racing. Caden McQueen fighting his way up into P2. Ardillas is 3rd, Ingrata 4th. De Alencar is 5th. Waiting for Dominic Karai to come across the line in 6th. There he goes, Felipe Carval, Puesto, Jenin, and Gesso, your top 10.
Yeah, not much activity up front there for the first 2, but definitely some good battle for that 3rd final podium position. It's going to be interesting to see what they do for the remainder of the day for that pre-final. A little bit longer race.
Yep.
You know, looked right there that Ingrata's kart came in really strong and then kind of, I don't know if he overcooked the tires a little bit, trying to make those moves right there. But go back, download your data, talk to your coach, make the adjustments necessary, and see if he can come out and do something to challenge the top 2.
Yeah, we'll have to see what they do, but as of right now, we are going to step away again for another brief moment before we come back for ROK Mini, presented by AM Engines.
27 years ago, Bill Wright began the Florida Winter Tour to break up the slow winter months for karters, and as the word spread, the tour grew. Importers, teams, manufacturers, and drivers alike all came to Florida to prepare for the upcoming season. One weekend became 2, and the fun became serious fun. Since then, the karting season has started with the Florida Winter Tour, where teams compete to establish dominance for the coming summer. Drivers from all over the world look to make their name and leave their mark on the national scene, much like Pato Award, Enzo Fittipaldi, and others have done in Florida Winter Tours of the past. The original Florida Winter Tour, the series that made karting a year-round sport in North America and where tomorrow's superstar drivers are discovered. 27 years later, you can still go karting and have some serious fun. Are you ready to join the action?
Into the acceleration zone. Green flag flies. We are racing. Big slide farther back in the pack. Couple of micros going a little bit slideways, but they're going to hold it together. Pressure from Luca Besseril. Besseril looks inside for speed. Now down into turn 4. Got it. This position going to go to the inside of turn 1. Got it. The lead of it. Whoa! Cross back, crossover.
I don't think battling each other is the way to go right here.
Oh, almost a little bit of a squiggle there for show in that purple car. Here comes Delbon to the line. Look at him, he's so excited.
Years ago, Bill Wright began the Florida Winter.
Welcome back to the Rock Cup Florida Winter Tour and Rock Mini, presented by AM Engines. We are ready to head out onto the track for some more youngsters to prove their worth and to see what exactly can shake down for all of these drivers. Going to be very, very good to see this. Always one of our favorite series to call because, well, the action just always seems to be electric.
Yeah, and action, which we don't see very often for the lead. This was one of the races that we actually did see a good battle there for the lead between Francisco and Salazar, and also Cooper Lorenzo Lopez, all right there. A good little battle, three-kart battle for the lead. And then you had a little bit of a break with Kanash and then Pavin and Chandler and Besserell for your seventh, and then you had Schnegenberg. I'll get that eventually.
We actually got a moment in the chat. Thank you for saying it. It's Schnegenberg.
Schnegenberg. How do you pronounce that in the chat?
Schneegeen.
I like it. Schnegenberg. I like it.
So
right,
thank you, chat. We do notice that if we do happen to butcher a pronunciation, as these two boosters are wont to do, just let us know.
Yeah.
We'll make sure to get it right. So we really appreciate you coming in and saying that. Really, really.
Schnegenberg. All right, Schnegenberg. So then we got Cameron Johnson, which I look for Cameron to move up here.
Yeah.
Like, I know that his engineer really well. I can talk about Jason Bertzel, so I'm sure that they're making some tweaks on that chassis and they're going to make the right moves and watch Cameron move up through the field.
Yeah, we'll have to see how they are able to do. But as we get ready to go, it is going to be Cooper Lorenzo Lopez leading us to the green flag. Colton Schnegenberg going to be the one in P2 to be able to bring them around. But for me, the driver to watch here is going to be Jaden Francisco. Francisco has been very, very quick. Time in and time out, the Canadian has just had a good run here at the Orlando Kart Center. So I'm going to be keeping my eye on that 131.
Oh, yeah. It's going to be interesting to see. Like we said earlier, you had Francisco and then Lopez. Those guys were extremely fast, and then Salazar. Salazar's the one I'm going to keep an eye on.
All right, there we go. Racing at the start here as everybody gets through turn one, trying to sort themselves out a little bit. I think Cooper Lorenzo Lopez was able to get a good run and hold on to that lead. Indeed, he is in that 104 machine. It's going to be a pretty hotly contested battle. We got two karts spun around coming down into turn 5.
Yeah, unfortunate for them, but that didn't have any effect for the top half of the racers that we have going right in here, as we see Lopez in that CRG comfortably taking out a little bit about a 3-4 kart length over the second place kart. Do we have him in second right now?
I'm not sure at the moment. We're going to have to wait until our time to get scoring updates here when they cross over the line once more.
Chassis, so 50, so the 150? You see that right?
I think so. Well, we'll see here in a second when this updates, and we'll know for sure. But a closely contested battle for P2.
Wow.
Good move. Here they go. Brilliant stuff from the 154. They move their way up through
Pavon.
the order.
Not surprised. The name we've mentioned quite
Salazar,
often.
Francisco falling back to 4th there. And then Kanash.
Salazar's just getting some monster starts.
Yeah, really is. Well, I mean, that's kind of what we've seen. If you're able to master that start, really get that run the way you need it to, it just pays off in spades for you.
No, absolutely. And I'm sure he's starting on the inside. That's the only thing I can think of. But he's got that kart hooked up and rolling. The 138 of Nico Salazar on the Orsalon prepped kart. And I tell you right now, I'm seeing Lopez not being as dominant as he was, but I'm waiting for Salazar to pounce on Pavon here and get back up there, because I tell you right now, he's probably wanting to get the victory. He probably deserved over that race number 2.
Yeah, I've got to agree with you there about that. Going to try to push his way ahead here, though, as they go down through turn 13, seeing if there's anything to play. Very, very close is Pavin right now to the back of Cooper Lorenzo Lopez. Let's see if he's able to get a move down into turn 5. We don't often see anything take place into 3 and 4. There they go, going to poke out a line, and there's a little bit of a push. Pavin and Salazar up past by Lorenzo Lopez.
Yeah, way to work as a team. You sat there, and you know what? Good deeds come to good people. He helped to push him around, got back around in 6, and now is in the lead.
Yeah, there it is. I will say that Lorenzo Lopez in that 131. No, that's Jaden Francisco, actually, that's been able to move his way up into P2.
Yeah.
So good heads up there from Francisco. That's going to be Lorenzo Lopez in 3rd right now. Side by side, I think that was Camila Kanash.
Oh, a little off-track
the
excursion right there. I believe that was probably Cameron Johnson. I wasn't sure. Maybe Orioli.
We'll have to get a little bit of a check there to make sure.
Yeah, I told Nico Salazar was so fast in Heat 2 that I'm not surprised to see them up front.
Santiago Orioli, a big name that we saw last time out when we were here about a month ago, up in 5th right now. Here comes a move potentially for the lead. That's going to be Francisco and Lorenzo Lopez working together. A little bit of a how you doing, and now Jaden Francisco takes point of this race.
Yeah, it's incredible. Good teamwork, not teamwork, but working together. Lopez knowing that he wasn't going to get the pass, but he did help shove Francisco around Salazar there for the early lead, but we'll see what happens. Plenty of racing left. That trio seems to be checking out a little bit from the rest of the class, even with them battling like they are. But then we have a great battle back there with Kanash, Orioli, Chandler, and Cameron Johnson.
Yeah, they're all going to try to sort themselves out. I actually saw a little bit of side-by-side farther back in that field, but I'm going to be interested. It really looks like here in this ROK mini-series presented by AM Engines that down into Turn 5 is the action area, particularly for these drivers up front, Francisco, Salazar, and Lopez. Let's see here. I don't think Cooper Lopez is close enough to be able to get the push that he necessarily did on Francisco, and so that means they're going to stay in line for the first time since this race has really started.
Yeah, and if you notice, Francisco took not an aggressive blocking line, but a conservative blocking line, not to give so much up on the inside, and Salazar just didn't get that push that he was getting before, and Lopez was in the cart behind. So we'll see what happens here, but they are definitely smart right now. The gap looks like between 3rd and 4th is increasing a little bit on Orioli. But Orioli's got to be careful because you got Chandler and Kanash right there behind them. Check the timing and scoring here. Nothing exciting happening there. Across the line, Salazar just went purple with 1 minute 26. It's just a touch here faster than Francisco.
Yeah, just a little bit more. But again, 2 minutes and 40 seconds left to go in this race, plus 2 laps. If you've got that overspeed, you get that sense that the kart's a little bit faster, just hold out and wait. You don't need to press your advantage.
Oh, no, not at all. That's a good reference. I think he just passed him right here. No, he held in. Looked like he went on the inside going to 9, but decided to pull back and just tuck in and catch the draft into 10. Stays in line. Follows through, and then you got Lopez back there. Just not enough to be able to catch up on the back bumper of Salazar. But all it's going to take is just one little babble by Francisco that's going to allow Lopez to catch up. It's going to slow up Salazar as well because he's so covered up on the back of Francisco's bumper.
Well, we just had a big shuffling around in that battle for P4. Chandler, Orioli, Kanash, Pavon Johnson, and then Simon Jack Klein, who's a little farther back. Not quite close enough to be able to make a run here for Salazar. What was interesting to me is the differing lines through 1 and 2. Salazar far tighter to the corner. It looked like he was just able to roll a little bit more speed.
Yeah, less distance to travel as well, which is always faster.
All right, here they go.
Salazar got a great run. Just very impressed with the poise that he's having. Not trying to stick the cart in, just biding his time. Probably knowing he has a little bit faster cart, like you mentioned earlier. And just buying his time. Going probably 3 to go here.
Yep. slightly tighter line there for Nico, not nearly as tight as I thought it would necessarily have been. In that Orsilon chassis, gonna just run right in the tire tracks here with Jaden Francisco as they come through the corner.
Man, it just looks like they're just all so equal. You know, as Lopez is back here, I'm looking at the last lap time, Jay. It's, you know, Francisco was a little bit faster, but they're all within a tenth of each other.
Yeah. They're really on top of each other here as they continue to go. Chandler looks like he's starting to pull a little bit of gap over Camille Hanash. Orioli, Pavin, and Johnson a little bit of a battle behind, but we got to keep our eyes right here. Nico Salazar closer than he's been in a couple of laps right now in the back of Jaden Francisco.
Well, it's coming to the end. They're going to get 2 to go here at the line, so if you're going to pounce, Salazar knows, and he knows this is the time to do it.
He's taking a look, and he just set the fastest lap of the race as he did it with a 1 minute flat 13. About 400s faster than Jaden Francisco, but not quite close enough to get that move down into turn 5.
No, I was kind of surprised, and I tell you what, I appreciated that Francisco didn't go down and do an aggressive blocking line at all. Kept his normal racing line held in there, and again, Salazar knows there's 2 laps to go.
Yeah.
And there's no reason to sit there. He's going to get the points because he's starting back. What, he's been 6 or 8? Did not get a good qualifying run. Racing fantastic.
Absolutely fantastic, but just not able to get that quality run that he necessarily needed. He's going to want to be watched out for in this pre-final. I think if he starts a little bit farther up, he'll be able to get a good run.
I think he definitely is going to be the one. I mean, he's one right now to battle, but he's... Wow. All right.
Oh, there it is on the pass. Coming into turn 13, they're going to be side by side coming in the line with 1 lap to go. White flag is in the air. He's going to have to tuck back into line as Nico Salazar. Cooper Lorenzo Lopez, your pole sitter, sets the fastest lap of the race, though. This could be a 3-way battle as Lorenzo Lopez not done yet.
Nope. That's if he could have set the fastest lap of the race with 1 lap to go, I guess that's the way to go, but Lopez is going to do an over-under here, going to be able to take as he learned something from the guys before him. Go to the inside through 7 here. No, just check in line. See if they can get a run. And I tell you, right there, you look at Salazar, really loose going through 7 and 8.
Yeah, there's an offensive line from Francisco. Trying to hold it off on Cooper Lorenzo Lopez, but that's not going to happen. That 104 moves his way on through.
Just wasn't defensive long enough.
Nope.
Oh,
nope.
Lopez got a little push right there by Salazar.
He's going to try for the over-under. Francisco with the run to the line, but it's going to be Nico Salazar up front that will take victory. Big fist pump into the air. Jaden Francisco takes second. Cooper Lorenzo Lopez third. Chandler fourth. Camille Hanash will be fifth.
I love it. Every race win is a win, right?
Exactly.
Doesn't matter if it's a heat race or if it's a final. I love a good fist pump.
You got to feel that excitement no matter what you do there at that point. Very excited to be able to see. All right, here as they go. Looks like we are going to take a quick step away from the microphone yet again. We got a little interview for you to be able to bring up as we get ready to head into ROK VLR Masters, powered by Rocket Racing Engine. So we'll head to that interview right now. As we continue to walk up and down the pit lane, we've been able to catch up with Paul Elefante from Rocket Racing Engines, our absolutely fantastic sponsor from VLR Masters category. And Paul, I want to start with kind of a broad picture on it because you're not only helping to run this team, but you're also racing. How do you go back and forth changing hats like that over the course of a race weekend?
Yeah, I think the most important thing is to trust my guys. You know, you work really hard to build the company, and I think the most important thing you can do is get really great people. So I love my guys from Kurt to Fetty to Andres to Tael and all of our guys here. I think that's the most important thing. It allows me to, you know, sort of keep an eye on everything, but not have to be in everybody's details, and just trust that the guys are going to do a fantastic job with all the kids, and you know, give them all the maximum time and attention that they need. My coaches, Alan and Ali, do a great job with the kids, and then that allows me to just kind of take a peek, see how everything's going, but also, you know, when it comes time to put the helmet on, stay focused for my own driving.
In terms of that own driving, how much conversation are you having with the kids in your team? Are you acting a little bit more of a coach role being in the Masters category, or are you coming back a little bit and learning from them as well?
Oh, it's definitely a little bit of both. I mean, our coaches, Alan and Ollie, are so super talented. We all, have a lot to learn from them. But I think for me, the most important thing I can do, again, is let those guys coach. And for me, I think I try to act as more of a sort of an emotional support for the kids. Let's stay focused. We can do it. Really, really stay positive. Racing's so hard. There's going to be ups and downs in a weekend. Keep them more on an even keel. Keep them confident. Make sure they know that the team's behind them 100%. And in terms of the details of mechanicking and coaching, again, let the coaches and the mechanics do their thing.
Well, Rocket Racing Engine's obviously a big name starting to come out here. What are the goals for this team over the course of not only the Florida Winter Tour, but of course your entire year?
If we're going to do it, I want to do it right, and I want everyone to have an opportunity to achieve their goals, from the coaches. Alessandro's got his F2000 scheduled this year. So cool to have him be part of the team. Alan's done some car racing. That's what he wants to do. To the kids, trying to follow their passion, get good in racing, maybe go to the next step. And the mechanics, who, of course, I have so much respect for. This is how they make a living. So if we're going to do it, I wanted to do it right. We have a full slate this year. We'll be at every race and every series very quickly. Big props to Federico for organizing all of that and taking care of all of that logistics. And big props to Kurt taking care of everything off the track for us financially. So goal is to go win, baby. So, we were this close with Alan last race. I think only the rain slowed us down. But, that's the goal for the team this year.
All right, there you have it. Lofty goals, but certainly obtainable with what you got here at Rocket. Paul, thank you so much.
Thank you.
They entered into the acceleration zone. Green flag flies. We are racing. Big slide farther back in the pack. Couple of micros going a little bit slideways, but they're going to hold it together. Pressure from Luca Besseril. Besseril, look outside for speed. Now down into turn 4. He got it. This position going to go to the inside of turn 1. Got it. The lead of it. Whoa, cross back, crossover.
I don't think battling each other is the way to go right here.
Oh, almost a little bit of a squiggle there for Drusho in that purple car. Here comes Del Bon to the line. Look at him, he's so excited.
All right, welcome back to Florida Winter Tour's top 2 stop to Orlando Karting Center. We are now in our VLR Masters Heat 3. DJ, a little bit of fun that last time. Ardan had some challenges. We had the fastest kart that we've seen on track, Elefante, go off in the start. Back into race, we had another one of the fast karts that we had, and I'm not even sure if he's back. Johnny Ruck didn't even start the last race. So we have some unknowns to see what happens here as these karts line up for the formation.
Well, and not to mention the fact that our winner from the last round in Scott Falcone, he didn't make it to the end of the race either. So between Ruck, Elefante, and Falcone, I think those are a lot of questions. I keep bringing up the name of Alexander Del Bon as well, that LFB racing driver definitely one to keep an eye on as well. There's a lot of contenders here. This may look like it's pretty cut and dry when you look at the results that Mardan has been able to win in the last 2 heat races, but that's not the full tale of the tape.
No, and as I sit here and I look at the stats that we had from Heat 2, everybody's within a couple tenths of each other. So if you don't get checked out early, we have a potential to have a 5-6 kart battle for the lead.
Yeah, I think, and that could really be intense here. Obviously, we talked earlier about Falcone in particular, not the best qualifier, very, very good racer. Elefante starting in 3rd position, that unfortunate takeout there, just putting him back down in the order, not what he wanted to have happen. And I think if Elefante is able to stay clean and green, he could be challenging Mardan by the end of this. And we've also got to keep in mind, it does look like Johnny Ruck is back out on the track, so he's another one to keep an eye for. But they're going to enter on into the starting zone here. It's going to be Mardan and Del Bon. Mardan in the white, Del Bon in that bright blue. Here they come as they enter into that acceleration zone, and we are racing. Poke out a line there farther back in the field, and it looks like Elefante hopefully is going to get through there cleanly. Del Bon trying to take the fight to Mardan.
Yeah, and I tell you, the other thing we've got to think about here is Elefante has much fresher tires.
Yep.
Ruck has fresher tires.
Yep.
Those are the two that you got to look out for here. We got a spin here in 5. Who is? Don't tell me that's Elefante again.
It's not. It's not.
Okay.
It's not your top 3. I'm not sure who it is, but Mardan, Del Bon, and Elefante continue on.
Okay, I just saw a blue card in there. But no. And then we have Elefante going into the pass into 9 down to 10, asking for some help. I don't know what is going on there with Del Bon, but that was fantastic. A lot of fist pumping, a lot of let's go.
Yep. I think they know the game is on here at this point, and they want to push ahead for it. Big hop, skip, and a jump.
Elefante! Get back in there. Start the motor. Let's go.
One of the quickest karts out on track yet again, having a moment. And there, I got to put that blame on Paul. That was a little overambitious of maneuvering.
Yeah,
kind of sent it
that
in.
early in the race, I agree 100%. But that allows Falcone. And look who's already up to 4th, Johnny Ruck.
There it is. Ruck being quick, able to gain his way up and in.
Yeah, it's 7-8-8. Keep an eye out, folks.
Yep, Falcone already in 3rd right now. The battle's still on between Mardan and Del Bon, and I think for Falcone, he wants this battle to stay close, he wants this to stay tight, and he wants this to be aggressive so that he's going to be easily able to catch on in.
Yeah, it's such a frustration for Elefante right now. I'm just feeling bad for him. But like you said, should have been a little more. For me, I would have been a little more patient. A lot of racing to go. Wasn't like, Mardan was checking out on us. You guys were right there. But I think Elefante just wanting to race. He hasn't had a chance to sit there in the last couple of races. But again, small field, damage is minimal. He's got enough pace where he could start 10th and end up still winning.
Well, but let's also keep in mind what we talked about a little bit earlier. Is Elefante really hasn't had the chance to develop that rhythm on the track yet. And so I can understand that little bit of unctuousness and desire to go out and do that early.
Well, he did because he got his way all the way back up to the front of the pack. But that's what Gledis got to know, kind of the pace that he had. But, I'm sitting here watching Del Bon, and Mardan's looking back, and Del Bon's like, just go. Like, don't worry about me. I'm not going to pass you. Let's just check out because they know Falcone and Ruck are coming.
Yeah. I think very, very much so. As there we see the two of them pushing ahead right now. Del Bon and Mardan trying to be able to close on in. Gap was about 1.1 between Mardan and Falcone at the line. Let's see what it is when they come by this. I think it's going to be roughly about the same this time across, 1.18. So marginally the same.
Yeah, they're just settling in right now. I just love what Del Bon's doing here with Mardan. Like, let's team up, let's go. And we talked about it, the Penske rule. We'll battle it out at the end, but if we can't get to the end together, then we're not going to be able to win the race either.
Exactly. There's that little bit of a push to the back bumper, just trying to get a little bit extra speed down the straightaway, working together, as you said. Daniel Dalbon doing the right thing, and Falcone probably wanting a little bit of a push here from Johnny Ruck, but Ruck just not close enough to be able to get it to play.
No, and at some point in time, I've done it before in my racing. Just slow up a little bit to let the cart catch me from behind so we can work together in tandem. But as I look, I think Ruck was able to close down on Falcone.
Yeah, he's right there. We just saw it on the corner of your screen. Meanwhile, at front, Martin and Dalbon have about a cart length gap in between each other. I want to give credit to Falcone, by the way. It's a very sort of Jensen Button, almost Ruben Barrichello style helmet on him, and I've been noticing that for the past couple of weeks. But here comes Dalbon to the inside.
Yeah, and Martin fighting right back, and Martin looked like, all right, what are we doing? Okay.
Yep.
And the next thing you know, you're going to see Falcone and Ruck all in the same camera shot with them.
Yeah, they're going to be right up there pretty soon before you know it. Dan now probably going to try to play a little bit of that team game, work together, because Falcone is certainly right up behind, and now Ruck is at least close enough to be able to hopefully give a little bit of help here as they come down into turn 10, pushing their way ahead.
Yeah, I was a little surprised on that move by Dalbon. I know you want to lead a race, but they were doing such a good job at tandeming with each other and kind of keeping a nice gap with Falcone and Ruck, unless he was under the impression that they were gaining and he needed to go.
Well, I mean, look right now. He's certainly got the speed to pull out. Slide coming through turn 1. All right, it's a 4-car battle now. Caligaro, by the way, just set the fastest lap of the race from back in Alfonte just set it from back in 7th place. But all 4, Dalbon, Martin, and Falcone and Ruck, all on top of each other.
And all I could think about it was having Alfonte just been a little bit more patient. Oh, got a pass for the lead right there with Martin back on the inside, but then you have sitting there Falcone right in the midst of all this. Falcone's going into 9 here with the pass on Dalbon, but that allows Martin to check out a little bit. But then you have Ruck. Is he going to get 2 to 3 here?
I
No.
thought about it.
And then that allows Caligaro to push up right on that group too. So now we have a 5-car breakaway. And then am I seeing Elefante back there a little bit?
He's in 7th. He's still got a little bit to close up to form here, but he's only 5 seconds back. 4 minutes left to go in
and
this
he's
race.
a second faster than Christian. So
Yeah.
that's just, my math and your math, that means about 5.
Yeah, he could do it, and it's, about 5 laps of what we're looking at here. Come down into the corner, Martin, Dalbon, Ruck, Falcone, Caligaro.
I don't care if there's a field of 30 or a field of 8. I just love watching good close racing like this.
100%. 100%. And it doesn't have to be side by side the entire way. We were talking about this when we were going out to dinner the other night, just how much nose to tail racing is just as exciting as side by side if you really know what you're watching for.
Oh, yeah, and the strategy. And these guys have so much racing experience that, the mind games that are going on with them, just the last second late breakout to go in and out dive and out break somebody going into that turn 10. Very interesting. But, right now we still have Dalbon, and Ruck is sitting in 3rd, which not surprised. We mentioned him. Fresher tires than the top 2 carts right there. So we'll see if that helps during the later aspect of this race. But
Falcone just went off. I don't know why. I just saw him kind of veer out of turn 2.
Did he catch a tire on the curb, or was it a mechanical?
I would have to imagine that was mechanical. I haven't seen him gone by. Oh!
Something's going on. But that was a interesting pass attempt right there that got in the back of Dalbon. And that allowed, was that Ruck?
Yeah.
So that allowed Caligaro to get right up on the back of Ruck right there.
And look who's loitering in the background of all of this in P6. It is Paul Elefante.
Yep. And keep going purple. I mean, he is 4/10 faster. He did a 57.75 last. And the next fastest lap is a 58.2. So he is half a second faster than the lead car.
That's remarkable.
Yeah, I mean, it's Elefante's race if he doesn't make any mental mistakes.
Right,
The
exactly.
pre-final and the final.
Exactly.
But it's kind of interesting, though, because you got Martin, who probably isn't really looking at the results. He just says, I'm winning. Yeah, I win. So my cart's good.
Yeah.
You know, not knowing you have a kart that's a half a second faster than you that's back in the pack.
Yeah, exactly. There's that battle for P3 right now. ROK, Caligaro, and Elefante. Elefante closing on in. He's like, let's go.
Don't worry about me. Let's roll.
I don't know if that was that or if that was a hello.
Caligaro right there. Yeah, I mean, what a great run by Elefante right now. And who happens to be our sponsor.
Exactly. It just kind of helps
Fitting.
out there that Rocket Racing Company's been able to do that. Elefante setting the fastest lap of the race again as he comes on by with a 57.61. 1 minute left on the clock.
Faster. Yeah, it's not going to be a matter. He's going to end up in the top 3. Maybe 4th. So we could, 3. That's because that's Johnny ROK.
Yeah, it's ROK leading this little pack here, so he could get a podium before everything's said and done.
So much faster. And he's going to be on the pass through 9 right here, and there it is.
No, he
tucked
couldn't
in.
get it.
He's sitting like something there. I don't know what that was. Did he get cut off? Oh, the hand gestures are cracking me up
They
today.
are.
Oh, he just – oh, well.
Caligaro just let him on by.
You know what? When you know a kart's that much faster, you
Might
just
as well. Oh, there he goes up to the inside again. This time it sticks, and that's Paul Elefante up into your podium positions.
impressive run. What's the gap? So 2 seconds? 3 seconds on Del Bagna. Not enough time for that. But, going right back at him.
It's Johnny ROK.
Yeah,
Looks
Rock's
down to
like-
the inside. Elefante contact out into the
Oh!
barriers.
Elefante's like, I didn't work my way all the way back up here to get past again. Like, not going to happen.
Caligaro now says maybe I'm going to be the one to fight with him a little bit.
And then Mardan and Del Bon just kind of just.
They're checked out up at the front.
Yeah, I mean, this is really going to be an exciting pre-final. Like, I am looking forward to this. As long as our guys can sit, because now look at this. Look who's out of the race, Falcone.
Yeah.
So he's got to figure out what's wrong with his kart. Is it a motor issue? Does he got to put a new motor on? If he puts on a new motor, he's got to start in the back. I'm sure it's probably just a carb issue. They'll get it figured out. So there's our flagman Shaggy giving them 2 to go.
All right, they'll come across the line here. As you said, 2 to go. It does look like Elefante has been able to blunt any attack here from Adamar Caligaro.
Yeah, but I was expecting him to just maybe pull out a little bit faster of a gap there, but last time,
All right, here as they continue to work their way through. Everything has settled down here a little bit as we charge towards the white flag lap. Marden leads over Del Bon.
yeah, it's good to have. It makes it exciting. Gives us something to talk about. I always love watching a kart come through the field, and he did it physically and with speed.
Yeah. 1 lap to go here for Lorenzo Marden.
He's got that techno kart just rolling for the lead. I mean, he's been challenged, but he's overcome and has won every one of our heats, and from pole position.
Yeah, just been a dominant force here, but not true dominance. Not
No.
absolutely put your foot down, no question. As you said, he's had challenges. He's had folks that have come up on him. And so that almost makes this a little bit more impressive, frankly, to me.
Yeah, the resilience to be able to fight back and keep that kart in. But, Mardan's been in this industry for a long time. Tons of experience. He knows those techno karts in and out. So, to me, I think he has that kart set up, and I'm looking at his laps. He's just – last lap was his fastest lap of the race. So he just has his kart set up for the later runs.
And that later run plays out. Marden takes victory over Del Bon. Elefante fights his way back through the field. Caligaro and then Johnny ROK rounds out your top 5. Good to see Johnny ROK back in the field on that speed that we were kind of promising a little bit earlier on.
Yeah, but nothing for Elefante. So they've got to figure out something with him. Or as long as he can keep himself clean, I have no doubt that he will just end up taking over the lead and just checking out from the rest of the field. But
certainly will.
We have it, though. We brought that up earlier with – we do have a pickup, by the way. Mardan hasn't really had to be pushed.
Yeah.
So that techno kart, not sure what's going on.
All right, we're going to take a quick break away, pay the bills for a few minutes. We'll be right back.
"27 years ago, Bill Wright began the Florida Winter Tour to break up the slow winter months for karters, and as the word spread, the tour grew. Importers, teams, manufacturers, and drivers alike all came to Florida to prepare for the upcoming season. One weekend became two, and the fun became serious fun. Since then, the karting season has started with the Florida Winter Tour, where teams compete to establish dominance for the coming summer. Drivers from all over the world look to make their name and leave their mark on the national scene, much like Pato O'Ward, Enzo Fittipaldi, and others have done in Florida Winter Tours of the past. The original Florida Winter Tour, the series that made karting a year-round sport in North America and where tomorrow's superstar drivers are discovered. 27 years later, you can still go karting and have some serious fun. Are you ready to join the action?
Well, hello, everybody. Jason Ewers with ROK Cup USA here. Hey, I have Seth Nash here with us, who is our VLR senior sponsor. Kind of doing a new segment here, Seth, just kind of highlighting some of our class sponsors and just kind of a little bit of an advertisement for you guys. Just talk about your program, the karts that you run, and what kind of brings you to run ROK Cup.
Well, first of all, we're from Southern California. For the past 4 years, we've set up an East Coast team so we can handle the West and the East at the same time. I don't know, every time we come out here, we love attending the ROK event because of the people. I think the tires are really good. I think all my clients enjoy running with this group of people.
Awesome, awesome. So what's next for you guys? I know we have the Florida Winter Tour stop in Houston with, SCUSA following after that. I'm sure you guys are going to follow that. But is that an East Coast team or is that a West Coast team then?
So for that event, it's going to be our East Coast team. These past few weeks have been a grind for us. We were here for the first round of ROK and SCUSA. Then we headed west for our 2 Challenge of America weekends that we did for testing in the race. Then we're back here again for 2 weeks. So when we go back home, instead of 3 weeks off before the race in Texas, we got 3 rounds at K1 Speed with our local events, Pro Kart Challenge and our Challenge of America. So we're working every weekend. I mean, the first 3 quarters of the year are insane. I'm never home. But this is what we have to do to keep developing drivers, getting them better. That's why we're here.
Yep, absolutely. So speaking of developing drivers, let's say some young kids out there watching us, how do they get a hold of you guys? What's the step for someone who's maybe never even been in a go-kart? What would you recommend for them?
Well, I mean, we advertise on social media. We have an Instagram account. We have a website. Then obviously at the track with our setups, everybody comes over and talks to us. We have new drivers joining all the time. I mean, just approaching me at the racetrack or hitting us up on Instagram or on our website.
Awesome. All right, guys. Well, appreciate it, Seth. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good luck this weekend. And, guys, look up Nash Motorsports if you want to get a hookup on some national events.
As they enter into the acceleration zone, green flag flies. We are racing. Big slide farther back in the pack. Couple of micros going a little bit slideways, but they're going to hold it together. Pressure from Luca Besseril. Besseril, look inside for speed. Now down into turn 4. He got it. This position going to go to the inside of turn 1. Got it. The lead of it. Whoa, cross back, crossover.
I don't think battling each other is the way to go right here.
Oh, almost a little bit of a squiggle there for Trusho in that purple car. Here comes Delbon to the line. Look at him, he's so excited. Welcome back to ROK Cup Florida Winter Tour Round 2 at the Orlando Kart Center. We are ready for the VLR Junior category presented by Royalson Performance Group. Very excited to be able to welcome these karters out onto the track for more fantastic racing action. Never a dull moment out here at the Orlando Kart Center, as it looks like we are going to have Vanchev up at the top position. He will be leading us to the green flag. Ruben Gutierrez, Drew Jensen, Lorenzo Varela, and Colmederos will be your top 5. Always a fantastic run here in the junior category. A little bit younger of some folks out on the track, but that always makes for some interesting racing for sure. As we get ready now to be able to bring their way out onto the circuit, we've seen some consternation, some comings together down into turn 1, but for the most part, everything's been relatively clean here today as the field starts to pack their way up a little bit, getting into that formation zone area where they need to be formed up, making sure everything is where they need to be, how they want to be, all of that jazz. So here they go as they get themselves ready, bring their way around. We see Vanchev in that pink and blue kart leading the way, Gutierrez in the white, Drew Jensen in the Nash Motorsports blue there. You can see them as they all start to line in, get into that familiar 2x2 formation. Lining themselves up, checking over to the leader, Alexander Vanchev. Getting ready. There they get the signal for the line. They get the signal from the flagman, and onto the loud pedal they go. And it's a great getaway for that inside line. That's going to be Varela and Vanchev starting to pull their way out. Big lines of those drivers coming on in there as they try to sort themselves out. 10 minutes plus 2 on the clock, and it is Vanchev up into the lead and trying to check out at the front of this field.
Yeah, good. Oh, got a cart off right there going through 5, no surprise there. And another cart up on end. Got a cart turned around facing backwards there, going into 6. Other than that, the rest of the field looks like they're kind of just worked their way out and put themselves back in line. A couple defensive moves going down the backstretch into 10, but no surprise with Vanchev up front.
No, none at all. He's going to definitely start to pull out there and try to press that advantage as much as he can. It looks like Drew Jensen has been able to fight back into that second position in that 855 here as they go. Let's see as they cross over the stripe here, trying to get everything together. Varela, Kennedy, Gutierrez, your top 5. A little bit of side-by-side farther back in the field as they get themselves out. There they come, and there we look at the battle for P2. Jensen, Varela, and Kennedy trying to sort themselves out.
Yeah, and we're sitting there with Varela as a name that we really haven't mentioned much. Trying to figure out where they ended up in Heat 2.
Not sure. They may have missed it. I mean, we saw that from a few other of the drivers out there, so that could be a possibility.
Yeah, I'm not even seeing my DNS, man. Probably didn't even start. I don't remember talking, but definitely a force to be reckoned with right now. It's sitting there in third in the 864. Then we have Vanchev, Kennedy, Varela, Jensen, Gutierrez, Romero, Dupuy, Medeiros, Salamao, and Steinbrook, top 10. With Medeiros going purple that last lap.
Yeah, Medeiros looking particularly good. He's going to be one to try to fight up through the field. Nathan Dupuy, another one to certainly keep an eye on as we watch the 869 of Edward Kennedy, who's now moved up into second place behind Vanchev. Varela trying to close in on him. Jensen's lost 2 positions. May move another one to Gutierrez. Sends a big move down into turn 9. Gets it done.
Yeah, and I tell you guys, we don't have a great camera angle on that. So it's hard to see and respect what it takes to make that pass. There's not a lot of room there. You're coming from a really hard right-left, and you're trying to set up, because that is the fastest part of the track going down from 9 to 10. To be able to make that pass and not lose that momentum is very impressive.
Very impressive indeed to be able to keep that to go, and it really is a sign of just how well you're able to take this kart and make it work. Vanchev, though, continuing to press a little bit of an advantage, calling 6/10 of a second. Close battle farther behind. Jensen trying to get back on Gutierrez, gets it into 5.
Yeah, Jensen went from, second to 5th, now back up to 4th. But again, that just goes to tell you just
how evenly equipped these go-karts and these drivers are that just the slightest mistake is going to cost you. And I think we got rid of those mistakes. Oh, Kart upside down. That is the 838 of Pizarro that was running 16th at the time. Hopefully everyone is okay. I don't know. Seemed like probably got turned and Kart hooked and flipped is my guess. But that leaves a little bit of a battle up front now with Kennedy closing down on Vanchev. Very little advantage now with Vanchev over Kennedy.
Yeah, this is really a close battle here at this point, trying to be able to keep everything up. Kennedy looks to the inside, coming into 5, makes the move, makes it stick. Vanchev didn't fight that one too hard.
No, there's a time when you know someone's just faster than you. It's just not worth trying to sit there and battle fight. Or they just know that their cart's set up for the longer run. So we'll see what happens, see if Vanchev can stick with Kennedy here and then make a later race pass back for the lead.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I mean, it doesn't look like Vanchev is necessarily going anywhere right now. He's certainly keeping it close behind. And they also need to be a little bit cognizant because of Varela behind them. If they start to battle, Varela will most certainly pounce and try to take that opportunity.
Yeah, I'm kind of still trying to figure out what. Varela qualified 5th overall. Not sure what's happened in the previous races that we had throughout the last couple. But let's see what he did in Heat Race 1. As we let the front kind of work their way out. But Varela's definitely catching up on Vanchev. But again, like you said, Kennedy was faster, but isn't really making much of a gap, holding on to about a half a second gap at speed.
Yeah, just trying to hold on as much as possible, I think, is the way to go here for Varela. And he's doing a good job of keeping his way ahead. I mean, it's an impressive run here for Varela to definitely keep that up and going.
Yeah, I would like to understand this. Varela ended up 13th in Heat 1. Can't find anywhere of him in Heat 2, so he probably didn't start. And then now, running very strong here in 3rd in Heat 3. So it's going to be interesting because this is a progressive scoring system. He's going to be probably starting back in the mid-pack someplace for the pre-final. Okay. So it's going to be interesting to watch his pace working way through the field.
Well, he's got to watch out because Cole Madero's just set an absolute stonker down into turn 5, gets it done there. Yes, I do sometimes have Britishisms come into my phrasing. And he's able to send it there, but Medeiros moves up into P3, Varela back into P4, and he's got to be careful because very quick Ruben Gutierrez is in P5 wanting to make that move as well.
Yeah, and Salamao is right there on Gutierrez too, so I believe that's the 854 Salamao. So we will see what happens. And if you guys ask nicely in the chat, we can have DJ's alter ego, Scottish DJ, call a race. It's if you want to throw back to maybe watching some older Formula One racing and just request that may happen.
We get enough people in the chat to request it, it may happen. We'll have to see. But there they go as there we watch. Big hop, skip, and a jump for Edward Kennedy, who's now up into the lead of the race, trying to hold on to Vanchev. Vanchev trying to hold on to him, rather. But doing a pretty good job of it. Now that Medeiros has been able to get that pass done on Varela, it does look like that he's really closing in.
Yeah, quite a bit. The 806 Vanchev still looking good. 807 sitting there of Medeiros. Like those 2, 3, 4. Again, we're seeing what we've been seeing, and that's couplets, triplets, and then gaps. Couplets, triplets, gaps. But all it takes is a couple mistakes to make that, triplet a 6.
Exactly.
Or a 7. So we've seen that happen as well.
Exactly, but that triplet up at the front of the field looking particularly interesting here. 2 minutes, 25 seconds left on the clock. Madeira sets the fastest lap of the race, takes a little bit of a peek to the inside as he does. Oh, out and over the gravel there. Here comes a move from Vanchev, and there it is into turn 5. He gets that done.
Yeah, Vanchev's been fast all weekend long. But we got to see what happens here. Kennedy's going to allow him to gap him a little bit. It looks like he's going to try to make a move going into 9.
And I think he got that one done.
Energy Kart is just so comfortable for him to drive. But very defensive lines, had to go out wide, did not make contact. So very smart there on Kennedy's part.
And that's a double move for Medeiros. Medeiros has moved up into P1.
Yeah, interesting move right there. And that's a section that we haven't seen quite. The last session for Florida Tour 1, we didn't see a ton of passing going into 10 like we thought we would see. But what we're seeing is a lot of passing into 10, but then retaking going into 11. So, again, like we've mentioned before, these drivers have spent quite a bit of time down here in the last 6 weeks. So they've figured out places in this track to pass where we would normally not be able to pass.
Yeah, I mean, look at this. All that battling up the front is allowed for Gutierrez and Varela to close up. It's now a 5-car train up for the front of the field here. Medeiros, Kennedy, Vanchev, Gutierrez, Varela. And they've got to be careful. Theo Salamao and Nico Orbezo not too far behind him either, although there's a little bit of bumping and banging up from the third place.
Yeah, that was he was at the 806 of Vanchev and Gutierrez. Is that what we saw right there that was battling? And like you said earlier, we mentioned earlier, like those carts start battling, it's going to allow that next 3 to come up. And that's what we kind of saw, but a little bit of check out here. See what they can respond with only about 2.5 laps to go.
To see if they can do anything. Your leader, Kennedy, or your leader, Medeiros, close behind Kennedy here.
Kennedy's just all over the back of Medeiros. See if he can make that move going into 9. Doesn't look like it. Looks like Medeiros took a very conservative line going into 9, I guess I can say, just to protect that inside line. But we'll see if I like the late block.
Yeah.
Because you could see Kennedy wanting to take that, and all of a sudden Medeiros just checked down a little bit right there without losing speed. Very impressive move by that youngster.
And very heads up, because it's not technically a block. It's a defensive maneuver. A block is when you move in reaction to the other driver. Medeiros moved proactively to cut off that end.
Yeah, great. And again, look back, one move down, guarding that position, but that's going to allow that Gutierrez to kind of move up, a little outside in to get that momentum. See if he can make it on the inside. Not enough right there. See if he can get the run through 7 and 8 and make an inside move on 9. Does not, as you saw Kennedy going really low there.
Yep.
Just to protect that line.
Yeah, Kennedy knew what was coming there from Gutierrez and wanted to do it. Here comes the pop out from Gutierrez, though, onto the inside, makes it work. Kennedy, nothing he could do.
No, and I think that's the problem with being defensive going into 9 is it just doesn't allow you to carry that speed from 9 down that straightaway. And we saw the result of that. But that has allowed Medeiros to get a little bit of a comfortable lead here. Probably a half a second right now going into with 1 lap to go. Actually a 1/2 second exactly. So the battle right now is right there with Gutierrez, Kennedy, and Varela.
Now
see what happens here.
Varela tries to go for the over-under. Maybe tries to get Kennedy here. I don't think he's going to get Gutierrez. Goes for the double crossover. Definitely gets Kennedy. Nice move there by Lorenzo Varela. And now it's going to be a matter of trying to see if he's able to pick the pocket there of Gutierrez. Gutierrez defensive down into turn 9.
Yeah, let's already in that defensive mode going down the backstretch. And we've seen this not work. We've seen the high outside-inside line move just like that. But that's going to open up the door for Kennedy again to kind of get up there and have an opportunity to make a move. But way inside right there.
Oh, there it is. 2 for 1 for Kennedy. Brilliantly done coming through turn 10. Medeiros takes victory. Kennedy with the last corner maneuver will take P2. Gutierrez has to settle for 3rd.
Fantastic finish. A way to be right on it, Kennedy, knowing that those two are battling, being conservative, waiting for your time and opportunity to sit there and take what they give you.
Absolutely brilliant stuff there. Love, love, love to see that there from all of them. A couple of high fives and fist pumps there from the rest of the field as they continue to work their way on through. as now everybody heads their way back down in. Going to do a little bit of prep here for that pre-final later today. And we get ready to move on over to the VLR Senior category presented by Nash Motorsports. We'll be back with you on that in just a few moments.
27 years ago, Bill Wright began the Florida Winter Tour to break up the slow winter months for karters. And as the word spread, the tour grew. Importers, teams, manufacturers, and drivers alike all came to Florida to prepare for the upcoming season. One weekend became two, and the fun became serious fun. Since then, the karting season has started with the Florida Winter Tour, where teams compete to establish dominance for the coming summer. Drivers from all over the world look to make their name and leave their mark on the national scene, much like Pato O'Ward, Enzo Fittipaldi, and others have done in Florida Winter Tours of the past. The original Florida Winter Tour, the series that made karting a year-round sport in North America and where tomorrow's superstar drivers are discovered. 27 years later, you can still go karting and have some serious fun. Are you ready to join the action?
Into the acceleration zone, green flag flies. We are racing. Big slide farther back in the pack. Couple of micros going a little bit sideways, but they're going to hold it together. Pressure from Luca Besseril. Besseril looks outside for speed. Now down into turn 4. Got it. This position going to go to the inside of turn 1. Got it. The lead of it. Whoa! Cross back, crossover.
I don't think battling each other is the way to go right here.
Oh, almost a little bit of a swiggle there for Trusho in that purple car. Here comes Del Bon to the line. Look at him, he's so excited. Welcome back to the Florida Winter Tour for ROK Cup at the Orlando Kart Center. One more final, or one more heat.
Feels like it, though.
Just shows you how tired we are up here on the booth, folks. It's been a long day already, and we still got a whole bunch of pre-finals to get through. DJ Sleepy Clark up here alongside Jason Ewers, ready to bring you through the Heat 3 for the VLR Senior category presented by Nash Motorsports. This one, always fun, as it seems like every single one of these rounds are.
Yeah, and again, what do these guys do in between the Heat Race 2 and Heat Race 3 to be able to make their karts faster? I mean, Ramos was on his own little level out there.
on Heat Race 2. So we'll see what they do if McQueen and Garzon and Gasly have anything to do to catch that speed that he had. So, but I do believe Gasly is starting pole because did set fastest lap in qualifying. And again, this is a progressive structure, so wherever you qualified is where you start each heat, which changes in the pre-final based off the points that you get through your heat races. So we will see a different starting lineup when we go to the pre-finals, which we talked about this a little bit last time we were here. You're being comfortable with the guys next to you. This is your third time. You know what the guy tendency is, what he's going to do behind you, in front of you, next to you. You know, when we get to those pre-finals, you're going to be around some people that you haven't been around yet. So that is another little aspect that you have to think about when you're going into these. But that's for later in the day. Right now we're going to focus on our final Heat Race 3 here, which is our VLR Seniors, sponsored by...
It is sponsored by Nash Motorsports.
Yeah.
And we are very happy to have them on board. They're giving them a one more around signal.
Yeah, I was like,
Field not formed up there.
Start. Yeah, no, I guess we mentioned earlier we had a good conversation. You guys have seen this if you've been watching. They had a good little interview with Seth Nash, the owner of Nash Motorsports, and things that they do for the team that's maybe a little bit different than the other teams, but kind of a common theme around here. You don't really see a lot of 1 to 2, like when I grew up, bring your pop-up tent, you're kind of under your own pit. Your own tent. You know, these are large teams now. Everyone's sharing information and data and coaching and really doing a great job. And you've heard Nash, and you'll hear from a couple other. Driver development is the key to all these guys.
Yeah, really building those drivers up, starting from A, getting to B, seeing those kinks ironed out, the little flaws in driver progression and things like that over the years, getting those ironed away and really creating the best driver at the end of the day.
Yeah, because what you want to do is if these kids do have the aspirations to moving on to Formula cars and then into, professional, making it a career for themselves, it starts here, the grassroots, and how you race and your mentality of racecraft and karting is just only going to get amplified as you move up through the disciplines.
Yeah, exactly. And we've said it a couple of times. Good form here, good habits here, breed good habits later on. All right, here we go. Chase Gasly going to bring us on in. That is him in that Nash Motorsports blue liveried machine as he gets on into the acceleration zone. Green flag in the air. We are racing. Whoa, hello. Almost a coming together between him and Diego Ramos. That's called off as we've got multiple karts.
Not called
no,
off.
No, it's not called off, but there is definitely contact there through the
Rocket
field.
Racing 989.
That's Esteban Hernandez.
Back in the pack a little bit. Not really an effect from the half the pack on up.
No.
But we already have right there. Looks like Gasly kept the lead, but going to be challenged here going into 9. I couldn't see. Is that Garzon?
That is Garzon, and that Orsilon chassis was just able to get on by him. But it looks like Gasly trying to fight back, getting his elbows out early.
Yeah, what a great move right there. I think he's like, I am not going to not lead a lap this race. So here we go. But then you got sitting back there, Diego Ramos in that 913 Burrell Art is just ready to pounce at any moment of time.
Yeah, certainly is. You know they're going to be waiting for it. And here comes Diego looking like he might have a little bit of a run here. It is Garzon. Hernandez sitting there 4th in line. Caden McQueen 5th. Big hop, skip, and a jump for Gasly. He's going to try to hold on to it as much as possible. Here they go down into turn number 5, coming back out on the other side. Big wide run for Garzon, seeing if he can get a little bit of a run off the back corner.
Yeah, what a great run right through that 5 and 6 turn by the whole entire group. We have, top 10s by 2 seconds right now, so it's anybody's race right now. And what I'm liking to see here, no one's checking out like we've seen that leader. So, Gasly's finally got the lead here. As I spoke too soon by Garzon. But then there's Ramos on the inside of Gasly as well, but ended up closing the door right there on Ramos. But we'll see what they could do here as they make their way through and get their way down to the start-finish line here shortly.
All right, it looks like Gasly could try for a little bit of a run. Ramos goes around the outside. Is that going to work through 1 and 2? Hernandez thinks he may be able to sneak a position away, not going to be able to get it done. Looking as they go down into one. Very defensive lines from Ramos, Hernandez, McQueen, and Della Vecchia down into turn 5.
Yeah, and what's interesting now is with these guys battling up front, it's not allowing those carts to check out, like you said, but it's also allowing the other backpack to be able to stay with them, which is making this an exciting third heat.
Very much so. It's a very interesting way to be able to get this to run right now, so we'll have to see how they do about it. Let's see what they do. No moves coming down into turn 10. We've seen plenty of overtaking maneuvers happening there, but nobody deciding to go for it here. Everybody deciding to hold back a little bit. Wait and see.
Yeah, it looked like Garzone got a little off that curb a little aggressively and got a little high, which killed his momentum going to the start-finish line. But was able to hold that P1 position for right now. See if he gets defensive here. Absolutely does, but not enough as Gasoli takes that lead back.
Yeah, I just kind of snuck that away from him there. I thought that move was going to be coming from
Ramos,
and he fights him right back as there it goes. Garzone trying to get it done, but Ramos sees the opportunity, and now Ramos has a leg ahead, but now it's Caden McQueen. Ramos loses a position when he was on the attack.
Yeah, absolutely. Unfortunate for Ramos there, but you know, McQueen was sitting there ready to taking advantage of the mistakes that happen in front of him. But right now, Gasoli's the one that's like, all right, good, you guys keep battling. I'm just going to keep rolling with clean track ahead.
Yeah, and he's been able to gain about, call it a 2-cart length advantage there over Sebastian Garzone, courtesy of that battling. Just trying to close in as much as possible. They push themselves ahead. You can see a couple of the drivers leaning forward in the carts, just trying to see if they're going to be able to get themselves to keep going.
Yeah, so the fastest car on the track right now is in 7th place, the 981 of Valerie Reyes. So keep an eye on that car, and that's part of that battle right there. Oh, we've got the 903.
That was Mendoza. All right, here we battle up to the front of the field still. Little bit of a sneak in there. I think that was Aiden Ingrata trying to maybe steal a position away from Caden McQueen.
Yeah, notice back in McQueen's down on that needle, just trying to get as much as he possibly can out of his engine. Maybe leaning it down just a little bit, maybe rooting it up because he feels like he needs a little bit more off the bottom. Not quite sure what he's doing, but he does.
Exactly.
Oh, Ramos goes really high right there, which allowed
McQueen's going to fight back on him here. Garzone's been shuffled down into 4th position. Ramos in 3rd. Ramos in 2nd. McQueen in 3rd. Try to fight a little bit here.
You know what's interesting is I'm sitting there watching the timing and scoring, and the purple laps are the guys back in mid-pack.
Well, they're not fighting.
No.
I mean, it's as simple as that. Everybody else up at the front of the field here is fighting and scrapping away, and that's costing them lap time.
And they're just playing so defensive.
Yeah. All right, a little bit of a move there in the back. I'm not sure who that was.
There's
from.
Ramos for the lead.
Yep, Ramos is able to get the lead here away from Chase Gasoli. Caden McQueen holds on to 3rd. And if you're Chase Gasoli, this has got to feel pretty good. He's had a, frankly, disappointing run of different situations here, and it just hasn't looked like he's had everything together necessarily. And so for him to be able to get a good run, it's got to be very, very fulfilling for him to have at this point.
Yeah, let's just see what Ramos has been able to do. Once he has the lead, is he able to kind of build up on that and check out from Gasoli here? We will soon see.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Ramos is going to try to check out as much as possible up at the front of the field, see what he's able to do, as he's going to keep trying to pull ahead here and see if he can get anything to run. Not necessarily sure if he's going to be able to actually do that. Chase Gasoli, though, has to look behind him as well because he's got a lot of pressure here coming from Caden McQueen. It's not outright pressure. It's not full-on pressure, but it's definitely there.
Yeah, he knows he's there. He hears it. He's just waiting to see what's going to go on. But you're also like, can I catch Ramos?
Yeah, exactly. You want to see if you can catch up to him and maybe make a little bit of a run, a little bit of a play, if at all possible. He knows what's at stake. Both of these drivers do.
Yeah, absolutely. And checking in behind us, we got McQueen and Grata, Hernandez, Gozon, Alibi, DeLeo, and Reyes, which we talked about was running some of the fastest laps of the race earlier, and Castle's in the top 10 right there. Sidney Castles, I haven't really said that name very often. Running 10th right now. Good run for them.
Yeah, very good run for them, and they're going to have to try to keep their way up as much as possible. Now as they keep going, here we go. Gasly looks like he's just losing a little bit of time here to Caden McQueen, or to Diego Ramos.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's just a couple tenths faster, but I mean, I just think Ramos has just got that Burrell style in.
Yeah, I think he does as well. Move farther back in the field here. That's the 949 getting past right now. All right, meanwhile, up at the front of the field, Gasly going to hold on.
Yeah, so Ramos is comfortable, Kart's dialed in.
Yeah.
He hasn't had a lot of opportunity to get challenged once he has the lead. So very comfortable in that position is Ramos with that 9-1 And as we just said, just went perfectly at the 56-53. 3 tenths, 2 tenths faster than everybody else. So comfortable up there in the lead.
Yeah, looking good, and this is a little bit of what Ramos needs, I think. He needs to just try to build his way up, build that confidence, continue pushing ahead, and hope that everything is going to play out for him here. This is just going to keep building those points. I think, based off my math, this may give him pole position in that pre-final.
Yeah, I don't think Gasly needed this. Had a couple bad heat races, not awful, but coming from the pole, I think you kind of expect finishing the top 2 or 3. But we look like we get to the line here. We're going to probably have 3 to go. Not a lot of activity, not a lot of passing going on right now. Kind of looking at the race, we got Fonseca, Reyes, and Rosso sitting there in 11th, 12th, and 13th. Probably the closest battles that we have on the track right now.
Yeah, it's starting to definitely separate out here a little bit, and I think part of that is what we've been talking about is preserving your stuff a little bit, recognizing that you may be using the same set of tires going into the pre-final, and you don't want to pick them up here in Heat 3.
No, and I'm going to have our grid let me know who's going to be on stickers and who's going to be on used tires for the mains here. And I'm going to be very for the pre-final, because that goes into effect for tomorrow for the finals as well. If I'm to say back there, Hernandez and Mendoza, if I'm going to be starting probably 20th or back, I'm putting stickers on.
I think you're right about that. Take that gamble. I'd even take that gamble if I was maybe 15th on back.
Yeah,
in a position where I'm going to be hurt a little bit no matter what. I'm not going to be getting what I need.
Depends where I'm at on times compared to everybody else. I mean, it's just so amazing how the quality of all this equipment in the lap changes are. I mean, yeah, same engine, different chassis, different drivers, and everybody really is within half a second of each other. It's quite impressive. All right, 2 laps to go. We're going to get 1 to go at the line here. Ramos is comfortably out in the lead. Gasly's got a nice little bumper right there, sitting in second. And he has Ingrata kind of close enough to pounce if you make just a little bit of a mistake. Then Hernandez goes on, DeLeo, Alibi, Castles, and Fonseca round out your top 10. Little look over his shoulder from Gasly right there to McQueen. No concerns whatsoever. McQueen looking back to see where Ingrata's at. A little bit of a distance right there, maybe a kart length, but as you can tell, Ramos is just in complete command and control of this Heat Race 3. And I think your math is correct. He probably will be starting pole.
Yeah, I think he will be.
Dominant faction. What you got to do is just don't let him be able to do it.
Yeah, you can't let him pull away like this. You can't let him absolutely dominate because we've seen if Ramos gets bottled up in the field here a little bit in that Barella chassis, he is beatable.
Yes.
He is not out of it. But the other thing that I want to draw attention to here is Chase Gasoli. Again, not going to have the best pre-final, but he needed this. He's had a couple of scruffy rounds. You need that confidence builder going into the pre-final.
Yeah.
But the one who needed it most and got it most is Diego Ramos, who takes victory. Gasoli will be second, Peyton McQueen third, then Ingrata and Mauricio Hernandez.
Yeah. Absolutely. Good deal, so.
All right, folks. Well, that is going to bring us right on into lunchtime. So we're going to take a quick break away from you here on the microphones. We'll be back to you in a little bit's time after lunch. That should be about 2:54. Roughly Eastern time. So we will see you then. Until then, on behalf of my partner here, producer Jason Ewers, I have been DJ Clark. We'll see you after lunch.
Absolutely.